Hello, 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 everyone. How are you doing today? I am a little bit early. I'm making up for the 1 minute lateness from yesterday. How are we all doing today? Are we doing good? Are we doing good? Are we ready for a whole lot of fun today? Because we got a lot of wild shit to talk about. But first, oh, interesting. It's very gay. I am always going to support that. I'm better on time management. Not necessarily. I just am very anxious about the start of stream time, so I land on time a little more frequently than Vosh does. But I am not very good with time management in general. I don't know why the Ahegao Mama is not working. I think I must have forgotten to refresh something in OBS, but it's okay. It works on the site. So if you're on the site, you'll be able to see it. I just won't be able to see it on the stream, and that's okay. Yeah, it shows up as Ahegao. I don't really know exactly why. Oh, wait a second. Aha! Hold on, let's see. Wait a second, I think I can do this. Hold on, I think I can do this. Give me a second. When scene becomes active, okay? Give me 1 second. I think I can do this, actually. 1 second. Let's give it one quick try. We are going to delete all of this. Okay, so some of them are not going, but let's give it a try. Hold on. I think I'm going to have to do it when OBS is off, but we'll give it one quick try. Refresh cache. Okay? Let's try it. Try it again. Is it working yet? No, it's not. Oh, well. Wait a second. That doesn't make any sense. OBS, what the fuck? The site chat on the side is working. Oh, no. Okay, okay. Oh, well. All right, we don't get those emotes today. Well, you guys do, but I don't get to see them. Which sucks. It's all right. Okay, so what are we doing today? Well, wait, thoughts on Destiny? What do you mean my thoughts on Destiny? I've talked about Destiny too much lately. What the hell do you mean, Sobliss? What do you want? You gotta be more specific than that. Murdered by words? Oh, I did see this. I did see that one. Now, that was good. Somebody has just said Vosh. Thank you, Synex. Listen, we're gonna do some fucking memes for a little bit, all right? Can we do some memes? We haven't done memes in a while. Here's the thing. We've got about an hour before I'm going to be talking with the one, the only DocMidnight. Hey, buddy. And DocMidnight is a real doctor who's actually out there doing actual praxis out in the real world, combating these anti-lockdown measures, and he's going to teach us all about it today. So we're going to learn all about the Great Barrington Declaration and the counter-declaration, the Jon Snow Memorandum, which is very important. Yeah, not terminally online, as it turns out. So, gonna be a very good conversation. But, because I am terminally online, afterwards, we're going to have a conversation with the Distributist, who had a huge problem with some take that I had in the middle of a gaming stream. And, I think he's like some kind of like return to religious monkey type guy. Lol, no, I didn't see that. A ton of no Aji. So we're gonna have a conversation with, oh, sick. Have fun with that. I hope you have a great time. I will be in the middle of doing content, but I hope you have a good time with that. And enjoy playing Among Us while you watch the stream. Also, for all of you who are here, I am going to be dropping a video in the middle of this stream, which is very weird. Okay? So in the middle of this stream, I'm going to be uploading a video to YouTube, which I don't usually do. But the reason for that is because you all who are here right now are not the target audience of this particular video. The target audience of this particular video is people who don't already watch my streams. So don't worry about it. However, when I drop it, I will ask you to potentially retweet it. And if you're willing to shoot me a retweet to follow rule number 3 of the IMP's code, I would ask for your help with that, because we are going to put the drama mama with the DSA interview out there because I want people to know the full story. Rule 3, promote yourself and your friends and people you like. And I assume I'm one of those things. I know I am myself, and I'm either a friend of yours or someone you like most likely, or you hate me but you want to see my content succeed anyway. Let me just tell you. Sorry, I needed to get a nasty slurp. Real quick, I just want to give you all my favorite comment I've received in a while. We love Demon Mama. Thank you so much. I appreciate the love. Let me just give you, I got a comment today, and I really want to read it because it made me feel really good. Are you ready? Are you all ready? YouTube chat, are you ready? Hi, YouTube chat. Remember, don't forget to like the stream, okay? Don't forget to like it. Aw, thank you so much, Rayman1184. Don't forget to like the stream. We want that out there. Yeah, of course I check in with YouTube chat. Listen, we don't no mean to YouTube chat, all right? No mean. Listen to this. Ready? Let me just read you this comment that I got. It's opposite day. Alrighty. Here we go. Here goes the quote. Here goes the quote from comment. Or here goes the comment. This is weird. I hate Demon Mama so much that I like her. Ha 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 ha. Super entertaining debate. I would sure enjoy a part 2. Ooh, that one feels good. That one hits a little different. I hate her so much that I love her. Incredible. It's incredible, isn't it? Yeah, so that was my favorite comment of the day. Rent-free living space, loving it. I am absolutely loving it. I am here for it 100%. Let's see. Okay, so we have some stuff I wanted to do. I want to do a meme review segment, and then we're going to watch a little something. And then we're going to do the doctor thing. We're going to do actual stuff today. But first, we're going to have a little bit of fun because we got some time to kill. So we're going to do some memes reviews, okay? So here's what I'm going to need. I'm going to need you to post your best stream-safe memes to the memes channel on the Discord. If you're not a member of the Discord, join it. Join the motherfucking Discord. That means you too, YouTube. The Discord is incredibly, incredibly fun. We have a based-ass Discord. So, all right, memes channel, you all know where it is. Go post some good memes. But I have some memes already prepared for you. I know. You expected that I was just going to crowdsource all the memes. But guess what? I have some memes prepared. True, Synex. Thank you so much. Stream safe memes. No unsafe memes. So first, I need to share you the greatest meme yet. None other than Hogpot. 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 Simple. Simple, incredible meme. Adorable, cute, hilarious, wonderful name. All around 10 out of 10 meme. I think this is one of my favorite memes of all time. Look at it. Look at this. This is a meme that has come to us from civilizations long past. This hogpot was delivered to us through time and space. Some memer in the past had no fucking clue that hogpot would someday be enjoyed by a whole bunch of us. If somebody makes a clean and nice looking hogpot emote, I will add it to the Discord. 100%. 100%. Hogpot absolutely deserves a Discord emote. Look at how cute it is. It's just got such a great face. So cute. Look at that like happy little contented smile. It's like whatever's inside, it's happy with. Incredible. Hogpot is amazing. And in a similar vein, I have a mucho texto meme to share with you. Wait a second. There's something wrong here. There we go. Ah, yes. The classic. See, that's what I was about to bring up. You've predicted one of my memes. It is no Etruscan boar vessel 600 to 500 BC Etruscan ceramic. However, what I will say is that I have the best Etruscan boar vessel meme that you've ever seen. So I'm going to share it with you, even though some of you probably already know the meme. Look at this. First of all, this, for those of you who don't know, the previous greatest meme of all time. I bet in the future we will have catapults. 500 to 600 BC. Etruscan boar vessel. Look at it. You might not think it's a great meme, but I raise you the greatest mucho texto meme of all time. Yes, you can steal memes. Nurse, sir, you've been in a coma for 2,517 to 2,617 years. Me. Oh boy, I can't wait to see my favorite boar vessel, 600 to 500 BC Etruscan ceramic. Nurse, sir, you're in luck because boar vessel 600 to 500 BC Etruscan ceramic can be found in the Cleveland Museum of Art in Cleveland, Ohio, located in the Wade Park District in the University Circle neighborhood on Cleveland's east side. Internationally renowned for its substantial holdings of Asian and Egyptian art, the museum houses a diverse permanent collection of more than 45,000 works of art from around the world, including boar vessel 600 to 500 BC Etruscan ceramic. And here it is. There it is. You're in luck. You're in luck. And this, my lovely imps, is why art history is important. Because if you fall into a coma for 2,517 to 2,617 years approximately, wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be fantastic for you to be able to still see your favorite boar vessel? Actually, I have no clue, Soft Heather. That's actually really tough. Some art is stolen, but not all art is stolen. Some art is simply lended from museum to museum in order to encourage cultural sharing. So I highly doubt it. This does not seem like the type of thing that would be stolen by a museum. Those tend to be of a particular era. Now, there is stolen shit in museums for sure, but not everything in museums is stolen. So, yeah. Hope we didn't steal it. It is such a little sweet piece of history. Regardless, I am happy it's safe. That's what matters the most, in my opinion, is that it's safe. Stolen is bad. Imperialism is bad, but I am happy that we have a piece of our history regardless. So let's see what memes we got. Let's see what memes have flooded in. Fair. Reasonable. Reasonable meme. Nazi tears are funny. I do like this American Iron Front. That's kind of cool. Yeah, pretty decent. Juice reward mechanism, cringe or based. Ooh, this is a variant. I like this one. I like this. This is a decent meme. I like that you've added the cringe and based. That's very good. Extremely good. Some risks are always worth. No, this is not. This is bad. This is people actually think this. That people actually think this. This is no meme. Table knife. What are you? This is no meme. Turtle pants. Incredible. Incredible. Let's see what TPUSA has to say. Dear leftifts, if socialism worked, then where was my state-mandated femboy in Vuvu's Wellswell? Impressive. Impressive. Very good wordplay. Tiny face. I believe, I think, I can't quite tell, which always means it's a good sign. If the Charlie Kirk meme, you can't tell if his face has been shrunk or not shrunk, that's a very good sign. It's a sign that it's a solid meme. Jamie, can you go base the turkey, please? Sure, Mom. Mr. Oh, no. No! This is unbased. You're unbasing the turkey. Jesus Christ. You have to be male or female. Bro, relax. I am literally just hotter than you. True, Froggy. You're a good Good boy. Good froggy boy. Good boy frog. Good boy frog. Ooh. The professionals are in charge again now. Politics is boring again. Please return home and cease rebellion. Oh, it's wrapping him up. The leg hairs have got him. These are yucky. These are yucky. I like this. This is creepy. This is very creepy. This thing gives me Majora's Masked Giant vibes. I like it a lot. Yeah, the hairy legs. I enjoy it. This person's gonna get away, it looks like. This person's probably okay. They do turn, well, they're blonde here and it's not in the sun as well. I can understand. I finally found it. After 15 years. The scroll of truth. Biden won the election. Ugh! This is true. True, they do this. They do this. Why do they do this? Whoosh. I love it. Rat, I catch. I catch rat. Come, rat. I catch you. A stack of friends. Stack of friends. Ratty, kitty, puppy. Want to hear a cute anecdote? This morning, I got woken up extra early because Yoda came and snuggled with me like hardcore. Like I was sleeping in bed, totally asleep, and she jumped up and she went meow, and she like curled into me to try and get warm because she was cold because it was a cold morning here. And then I just said, good girl, and I petted her and let her stay, even though she was taking my space because she was cold. She was cold. And she's a clean dog, so I let her sleep next to me. Even though usually I don't because she takes up too much space. She's a greedy space stealer. Who's that Pokemon? It's Texas' 2nd congressional district. This is one-eye guy. What's his name? That's terrible. Dan Crenshaw. Actually, fuck him. I don't care. Crenshaw. Yeah. Sorry. It's terrible, but also fuck him. This is his congressional district. Look at how fucked that is. This is what gerrymandering looks like. This is what gerrymandering looks like. Really, really bad. Good meme. Hot meme. Teaches you something. Very funny. Made me say a mean thing. I broke my usual rules. Your friend pointed it out? Dan Crenshaw's eye? Your friend pointed out Dan Crenshaw's eye? Oh, the Kingdom Hearts poster. Yeah, I have a Kingdom Hearts poster in the background. We're doing meme review. Meme review. It's the meme review. We gotta do the meme review. Uh-oh. What's this? Oh. He's not happy here. But what? But I don't get it. I don't get it. Why is he not happy? Why is he unhappy? He's unhappy. Let's look at this meme. Trans people are not supported by science. Actual genetic textbook. One's gender need not coincide with one's biological sex. But that's trans propaganda, though. True! This is all they have! That's the only argument they have. That's it! They don't have anything else. Nice. What a nice hairstyle. I wonder what will happen if I post it to Twitter. Take thoughts, recorded moments before disaster. Hat! This is a hat approved. Can we get some hats in chats? Hat. Wait, did I do it wrong? Hat. Hat! I typed it wrong 3 times. I am dumb. What? Intarnation? Hey, I like that one, alpacnologia. I know it's all in caps. I'm just being silly. Oh, yeah. Also, random good news, everyone. I found a chair. I found a very, very, very fairly priced Herman Miller Aeron. So I'm going to be getting that so my back stops hurting. Thanks to all of you who made it possible. Because my back has been hurting because I broke my chair by accident when I fell over and landed on it and it twisted it, and that sucked. But now I will be having a new chair soon, probably tomorrow because I'm off tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I will be on Thursday. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Where's the memes? Give me the memes. Give me the memes. Memes. That's a bit harsh. True! Satan gets such a bad rap in the Bible. It's completely unfair. Hey, it's okay, Otono no Aji. Have a good time. We'll see you soon. Poor guy. Poor Satan. I would give Satan a hug. He gets such a bad rap. Life is pain. Uh-oh. I feel like this one's gonna be...
Apple! What?
That was awesome! Hey, Apple. That was fantastic. Holy shit. That was a good one. This is meme of the day so far. That's meme of the day so far, Deli. Meme of the day. That one's a good one. That's a good one. What's this one? I didn't watch this one. Is this gonna have... He's dancing. He's dancing. He's dancing very frequently. I don't know why he is dancing at that frequency. Oh, hey, let's take a look.
I was bored and kinda horny, figured I'd pick up a book. Found the Necronomicon, thought that I should take a look. I did the chants and did the dance, and much to my surprise, I found an ancient deity with tentacles and glowing eyes. He poured some wine and said, let's have some fun. But now Cthulhu knows why they call me the Deep One. I fuck Cthulhu good. I thought I'd have some cosmic horror. Turns out I'm a cosmic whore. I fuck Cthulhu good. No casualties or sacrifices. Only thing getting buried here was wood.
Wow! That was great! Damn, that one's a second runner-up for sure. For sure. I'm going to give that one an Omegalol. That was very good. Was there any other video ones that I... Oh, this one. This is another Life is Pain. Whoa! I can tell that one's going to hurt my ears. Let's turn this down a little bit. That's all? Interesting. Interesting. Not as good as the other one. Not as good as the other one, Deli, but you tried. This would be the perfect spot for a Dollar General. True! Capitalism is the truest cosmic horror. Cosmic horrors are sexier than capitalism, though. That's the thing. Like, this monster is way sexier than capitalism. Let's be honest. Stop saying brave when you mean racist. Oh no, I'm not racist enough for politics. I will. I will, Gayfesh, I will. You can customize your tattoos? This is my favorite VTuber right here. Shark. She's my favorite one. I like her. She's my ally. She doesn't know me, but that's okay. Bruh. What? No? That's not how words work. That's not how words work. Bruh. Ooh, what we got? Wait a minute. This one's anime. I'm gonna get hit for this one. Can't do that one. Can't show that. Hey, yeah, the Yamaro. You like it? It's good, isn't it? Not so fast, gender identity. Meet my new friend, Denial. I'm still here. Still cis, though. True. True. That one, maybe. That's a good one. Oh my god. He doesn't stand a chance. Okay, unironically, I love Bionicles. I fucking love Bionicles. They're fucking amazing. Okay? Bionicles are incredible. I had a huge Bionicle collection. Bionicles, based as fuck. Based as fuck. Based as motherfucking hell. Oh, hold on a second. I've got a message. Give me a second. Let me check this. All right, I just had a message. Just had a message from White Nervosa. White Nervosa's great. Oh, hey, I like these. Kiss me and I'll turn into a prince. No, kiss me and I'll turn into a prince. Hey, we don't need her. Let's just kiss each other. Come on, just a little bit more. Come on. Wow. Night Nervosa. White Nervosa. This one's cute. I love this artist. I love this artist's art style. It's very adorable to me. Oh. Sad Cena. There was a day where we shot on a rooftop while we were all eating, and I had to eat an empanada, and I took it upon myself to try to eat the entire empanada in a seamless take, thinking that it would look great. But it was also a complicated shot for James. 31 empanadas later, and we got it right. James Gunn, did you throw up that night? I think 32 would have been the heave-ho, but I was able to, like, penguin waddle out of there and relax and unbutton, but people are going to see the movie, and nobody's going to care, so please, remember the empanadas. Why are you sending me redneck? Why are my memes being disturbed by redneck? What is your intention here, Posadas John? Good meme. Good meme. He's crying. Still crying. What a crier. All he does is cry. That's it. It's all he's got left. Crying. Damn. What the fuck? All right. All right, all right, all right. Good job, Posadas John. All right. That was a good meme review. We got some good memes in here. We got some good memes. And now we're going to watch a meme together. This one is going to be fun. You see, because tonight we're going to be debating the Distributist. That's in a little bit of time. We still got a bit of time. Redneck was crying because Posadas John got a burn on him, and he always cries whenever anybody insults him at all. That's why. That's why. I wish, Windleby. I just saw your Joe Biden meme. In an alternate universe, maybe that happened. Maybe. Watching while washing the doggies. Hi, doggies. Hi, doggies. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I'm eating the ice. God, I am so happy I'm getting this new chair. This chair is so fucking uncomfortable right now. I'm so glad the new one. I will be able to go pick it up tomorrow. Ooh. Oh, yeah, guess what? Guess what? I have an announcement. Soon, we're going to be able to do random gifted subs. It's being implemented. It's okay, Gayfesh. Don't worry. Yeah, sorry, I was just typing. I know. I was just typing to White Nervosa about the features. Looks like those will be implemented tonight, and we won't have the issue with the emotes not refreshing either, which is very exciting. Yeah, I was doing the hacker everything. Yeah, it's fucking wild, right? Let's check in on YouTube chat. Hi, YouTube chat. Hi. Hi. Hi, everyone. Is Vosh rating in? Welcome. If Vosh is rating in, welcome to all of the VGGers. Come on over to demonmama.com/live and you can come hang out in the chat. It's real nice, very familiar. You will recognize it. It was built by the same person. Very happy to have you. We're about to do some really fun memes. So let me just give you all of you who are just coming in now. Vosh mini raid, that's fine. Mini raids are fine. It's a Tuesday. I know it's probably going to be a slow day. It's all good. It's all good. No worries. So for those of you who are just coming in, we are having a talk about COVID with a actual real doctor. I know this has been the week of me doing pseudo journalism, which is pretty cool if you ask me. And then, so we're going to be talking to a real doctor who's doing real fucking praxis. We're going to learn a whole bunch about COVID and the current state of things. And then we're going to do the real memery. The memes comes in. I will be debating the Distributist. Some of you may recall that Vosh actually debated the Distributist at one point, which I did not remember. I've seen the debate, but I didn't know it was the Distributist until after I agreed to a debate with the Distributist. So you all will get to see me go up against the Distributist, which should be very funny. I don't know exactly what we're going to be talking about, except that he's very angry at me. The Distributist, so let's just go review real quick for all of the people just coming in. Hello, Intentional Cat. Happy to have you. Thank you for the follow, Screet Mofo. Happy to have you. So so let me just show you real quick what we're talking about, because the Distributist had some shit to say about me and I don't really get it, but we're gonna review just so we know what we're getting into, and then we're gonna watch a little video that's prepping us together for this conversation with the Distributist. Let me just get the tweet up here, because I got it. Ah, yes. Here we go. Ready? All right, so this is where it started. It started here. The height of YouTube humor is watching one of the most derivative copycat creators totally lose their shit over a brief exposure to one of the better and more productive voices online. Now, this links to my gaming stream,
this video, because I can't say
where I was watching, where somebody sent me a clip of Lucas Smith, I think his name is, who it appears to be, as far as I can tell, some kind of neo-Nazi. But let's just watch. Let's watch, and we'll Inception real quick. Watch this.
hey boomers anymore, because now the boomer meme is totally popular and cringe, like normies have gotten their dirt.
Oh yeah, hold on. Oh yeah, I gotta move my camera so you can see both of my reactions in real time. Whip. There's my original reaction. Watch this. Hi Voshers. Hi VGG. People weren't willing to talk about it before because it could get you in trouble, but a lot of people did before. Like, it's just
two mamas.
Matter.
Two.
So yeah. You're thinking? What could you be thinking about, Demon Mama? You fool? You unhinged, screeching banshee? Andrew Coke Stinky? Excuse me? That's not how it's pronounced. Cock Stinky? Nice. Andy K. Let's skip ahead from all this nonsense.
To go into
Because I can't say hey boomers anymore, because now the boomer meme is totally popular and cringe, like normies have gotten their dirty little hands on it.
So he's just a hipster. He's just a Nazi hipster.
So I feel like I can't say it anymore. I think
so. Somniostatic. For the record, what I'm doing is I am showing you the context for what the debate that I'm going to be having later tonight, like where it came from. Thank you for the follow. So basically, what you just saw was enough to send the Distributist, who I will be arguing with in a little bit, on a big rant. So let me just show you the
I
rant.
have returned from v.gg to give people lemons. Here you go. Lemon.
Thank you. Thank you for the lemon. Deeply appreciate that. Do I really think it's responsible to call Luke a Nazi? I don't know. Like, I think he does enough Nazi signaling that I'm pretty safe claiming that. I don't know. Maybe. Let's find out. You want to do a deep dive on this? Listen, we could do this. We don't need to talk about the Distributist. The Distributist is less interesting. Why didn't the music play? That was weird. Why didn't the music play? I really hope they're not broken. Yeah, he did a fuckload of JQ whistling. Let's just find out. Is his name Lucas Smith? Luke Smith? Lucas Smith? Here we go. Here's his website. Let's find out. Let's just do a little bit of digging. Let's find out. Here we go. Here's his website. Let's look at his website. So here's the guy's website. Hedonism, asceticism, and the Hermetic Answer. We got a Hermetic alchemist Pepe. The modern world more or less gives you the philosophical choice of either hedonism or asceticism. Not true. You never really hear it in those terms, but that's how it is. Hedonism is living for pleasure. Your default lifestyle is eating whatever, watching Netflix, and playing video games irrespective of how late it is. You watch porn, masturbate, and have sex as much as you can, and any consequence of this are just facts of life which you view as either out of your control or worth the suffering. You might not use drugs because you're worried of the hedonistic damage it can cause, but at least you're chill with people who do it. At the basic level, modern society is hedonistic because it more or less openly holds as highest moral value what can stimulate people the most. You know this is the case because anyone who condemns hedonistic behavior will immediately be judged as judgmental. Asceticism is supposed to be the smart alternative. Asceticism is rejecting pleasure, normal life, and anything else enjoyable in the world as morally inferior to some higher non-physical ideal. Buddhism, which rejects the physical world, has become a popular meme philosophy in the West and is highly ascetic. Vegans are ascetic. They abandon basic life for their own principles, and intense vegans will eventually start talking about transcending and vibration and nonsense. Is that true? M. Nelson, I think you're a vegan, right? Are you obsessed? Are you abandoning basic life for your own principles, and then you start talking about transcending and vibrations? Asceticism will come in many forms nowadays, but is always the reaction to the indulgences of hedonism. Here we go. The poetic worldview is the solution. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with poetry. This view is tied into early Platonism and monotheism. The physical universe is a creation or manifestation, or the one, or the source, or really God. God is the ultimate creator, and an individual good is so far as he reflects in this creative tendency of God. So, distractions are literally evil. This is why I highly condemn wasteful activities like video games and pornography and social media. This guy runs a YouTube channel. They are principally habits that divert your natural energies into something absolutely sterile. Okay. Let me give you some justifications for this, okay? Here, I got to move my camera back down. Let me just give you some, let me give you some examples of this. So, what are the reasons why I thought this guy was a Nazi? Well, the Hermetic philosophies are often very, very associated with neo-paganism, which is very, very associated frequently with Nazism. That alone is not enough to justify someone being a Nazi. However, if you mix in some of these other things, such as this passage, which is a condemnation of degeneracy, that's what this is. He's using the word hedonism, but he's talking about condemning degeneracy. So that's it. So here we're condemning degeneracy. Then we have the Pepe memes, which is like, okay, so we got another little piece. We got Pepe memes. We got anti-degeneracy. We've got Hermeticism. We've got a vague gesturing at a god that fills strong individuals with virility and strength. Let's see. We have, I don't know what these are. Oh, here we go. We have a reference to Nietzsche's will to power, which is an attempt to unite both human and material sciences under the idea that the ideal is maximizing one's output on the external world. Will to power is a little more morally ambivalent. It can include destruction, while poeticism merely values creative power. Okay, so we've got Nietzsche will to power references. We've got Hermeticism references. We've got Pepe references. We've got anti-degeneracy. So let's take a look. Then we have references to the Unabomber. Okay, interesting. Interesting angle to go. Okay. Only mediocre minds nitpick. The internet has been cucking me. Okay, he's got basically nothing here. We got more Pepes. Lots of Pepes. You know, and as we know, Pepes aren't necessarily a sign. We got Pepes in our chat. Oh, I don't know. Try refreshing the website, Sheeptar. Sorry about that. Let's find out if we can find anything else. Let's see. And then we've got a couple of other things that made me, that made me, go, a little bit odd. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. I already played this on stream before, but I'm going to play it again for the purpose of the argument. Oh, we got the soy face memes. Oh, we got groypers. Damn, we got the groypers. That's not a good sign. Oh, here we go. Elon Musk soy facing. Yikers. Oh, we got resisting temptation from CoomTube. Oh boy. Damn, there sure are a lot of 2016 era memes on here. Let's find that one that I watched. Where's the one that I watched the other day? The one that opened really hot. Was it this one? No, that's not this one. Where was the one that opened really hot? What was that? Which video was that one? Let me find it. I want to know where that one was. The one that he opened with the joke. Oh yeah, I think it was this one. Yeah, this is the one. Here we go.
This is all.
Let's just remember what this one was like. I'm gonna react to it. I've seen this one already, but you all haven't. Ready? Here we go.
Awkward. I don't actually know even how to start this video because I can't say "Hey boomers" anymore.
Was this the
because
one?
now the boomer is just the guy who actually was absolutely
No, this
disgusting.
wasn't the one, right?
For Arch Linux, I will have pretty soon. The kind of guy who pretends to put things on every.
What's the one? Does anybody have the meme? The one where he starts it with the joke? Yeah, he was outside in that one. Trying to find that video. I don't even remember. Here's In Defense of Pseudoscience. That's another one that we watched, in which we watched this one in which he decried postmodernism and neo-Marxism. Yeah, if you have the OOC, that'd be great. We can just watch that one. This is one where he attacks all of modern thinking as postmodernist Marxist bullshit. Which, again, another good sign that you're a Nazi is calling everything Marxist or neo-Marxist or... Thank you for the fast linking. Here we go. This is the one.
In this video...
What's the title of it? Here, I'll just react to it. This one, what's the title of this video? Something about Richard Stallman. Okay, something about Richard Stallman. Here we go. Let's find it. No, obviously not MD Nelson, but come on, you've got to be a little bit, you've got to look a little bit deeper there. You really got to look a little deeper there. Like, seriously. Here we go. Here's the video.
In this video, I'm going to take the unusual take of defending the grungy and degenerate Jewish communist and sex pervert, Richard Stallman. How is that for clickbait?
First of all, again, like I said last time, that's not what clickbait is. Second of all, really weird series of jokes there. Really fucking weird things to say. Do you know who calls people Jewish degenerates? Nazis. Nazis call people Jewish degenerates. Just saying. Just saying. A joke? Ah, yes. I love it. It's definitely not a tactic. It's definitely not a tactic that Nazis do all the time, is they joke about Jewish degeneracy while also conveniently pushing forward the ideals that a Nazi would push forward. Obsession with will, obsession with degeneracy, obsession with Jews, obsession with 4chan era memes. I'm sorry. I think it's a safe guess to say. Now, this guy's got a lot of content out there. Maybe he's particularly crypto. Here we have anarcho-primitivism. An anarcho-primitivist. Welcome to the Unabomber's cabin, rather. I don't know. That's pretty fucking weird. I don't know how much we need. Yeah, like, it's not that big of a statement. Listen, I would say it was a big statement if one time there was like a Jewish degenerate joke, right? Because people have made jokes out of context. But the fact of the matter is, that's like, he's referring to this shit in... do you know what a crypto-Nazi is? Listen, actually, I got it for you. This is the perfect transition, okay? The perfect transition. We're running out of time, but this is the perfect transition, okay? Let me just play you something, because we were going to talk about the Distributist. None of his Twitter bullshit matters. Let me show you something from our dear friend Chud Logic, which I was prepared to watch on stream with us. So we're going to watch some of it. Ted Kaczynski. Apparently. Pottering did nothing wrong. Oh, poetering did nothing wrong. Interesting. A lot of those memes. Damn. Here we go. Wait a second. He's learning Indo-European? Come on. How does call someone a cuck in Indo-European? How much more Nazi do you need to be? Oh my God. Anyway, let me just show you what we're talking about when we're talking about crypto. Ready? Indo-European is Aryan. That's what Indo-European is. It's Aryan. Weird how a guy who would make jokes about degenerate Jews would be obsessed with the Aryan language, would also be obsessed with will-focused, anti-degenerate, neo-pagan belief systems. I don't know, there's a lot of shit piling up. But look, not to focus on this guy for too long, let's talk about who we're going to actually be talking to later tonight. Ready? Because this is interesting. This is work that Chud Logic did, and I wanted to watch this together. This was my plan. We might not have enough time to watch the whole thing now. It's a little bit long. But let's just watch as much of it as we can, okay?
Who here knows who the Distributist is? Does anyone know this person?
This is who I'm going to be debating tonight. Not Chud Logic, but the Distributist.
Name rings a bell. So, what I'll do... I don't know much about them. I've seen their channel around, okay? And I think I might have even considered covering them at one point, but they don't really do the kind of stuff that I would normally cover. To be really honest with you, it's kind of just nerd. It's kind of just
have
nerd
a good time,
stuff.
Pan Nest. Good luck.
Do you get me? Do you get my drift? Yeah. So in any case, they sound like bad superheroes. That's true. So look, this is something that I think is kind of linked to what we're going to be watching. So look, I think we can all agree that, like, the left, there's a lot of discontent on the left at the moment, right? There's a lot of discontent on the left. We have
drawing request. Ooh, drawing request. You're so talented. Drawing request. I got it. I'm gonna be egotistical again. Okay? Give me a eldritch activated mama. Like, but with eldritch shit. You can do that? Blow me away. You blow me away if you do that. Guaranteed to get a strong reaction, because that would be based as fuck. But that's me being egotistical. If you don't want to do something egotistical, you could draw... Hey, there we go. All right. Yeah, let's do the Monster Mama. See, listen, I want to be egotistical sometimes, okay? All right? I've had a long week, all right? Now let's skip ahead a little bit. This is Chud setting up who it is, and then we're going to get into the recording. So for those of you who don't know, the Distributist was a part of a far-right server. But it's because, Nelson, with all due respect, I think it's because you don't know how to spot cryptos very well. No, I mean the whole week. Last Tuesday, 1 week from today, 1 week ago today was when I debated Destiny. I know. Wild, right? Indo-European meme is invented by the Europeans who were too proud to admit that their own languages originated from an older Indian mother language, Sanskrit. Yes. And anyway, I recognize that I might not be correct, but I think that given all of the signaling and given that Nazis literally, intentionally play crypto. But let's listen to this because I'm going to give you an example of this. Again, remember, for the context, the Distributist, who I'm debating tonight, who's in this call that we're about to listen to, got mad at me because I made an offhand comment about Luke Smith being a Nazi. The Distributist in this video will be heard working with Nazis trying to infiltrate the left. Let's listen. We return to Monkey in like 2 hours. Well, 2 or 3 hours.
It will help us try to at least bring more attention to our side of the political sphere, the political aisle, in ways I think we would not have if we become demographically sealed off.
No, you are becoming demographic.
Debates at 7.
Yes.
Trump was the last chance to stop that, and he has officially failed. So you are becoming demographic. The question is, what are you going to do with that reality, right? And the thing is that, you know, I don't see us stopping that demographic trend.
No, we're not.
Okay, so, you know, we're gonna essentially have to open up. Like I said, we're gonna have to open up another front on this war, right?
So, could you tell us what the fronts already open? What are the current fronts of the war? So
not my wallpaper. That's Chud's.
What that would be.
You know, and I'm just speaking off the country, guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
a front.
So what you can hear, now you're going to hear them in this part that we're about to listen to. You're going to hear the Distributist and 2 neo-Nazis talk about how they need a front figure. They need a figure who is palatable to the left that they can sell far-right ideology to.
Is like the progressives have to worry about this element of the government.
That's as loud as it will go. I can't turn it up anymore. It's at max volume on everything.
Against, right?
Yes, the context of this was it was a covert recording. A creator by the name of President Sunday infiltrated a right-wing server and got a right-wing doxing server, as far as I recall, and was able to record a conversation. Like, they literally they did no security whatsoever. They were like, yeah, come on in, get on in here. And so some neo-Nazis were joking about the JQ and talking about how they need to take down BreadTube, which we're going to get to that point, and he decided to flip on the record button.
Like, so, imagine you're a progressive, right? Like, a progressive in my town, right? Like, which is a highly progressive town, right? He can get up, he can interact with every single institution he interacts with, and he'll make sure that every single person in this institution is progressives, right? Until he turns on the TV and watches Trump give a speech. So right now, he only sees one, right? That person. Like, so another front would be like what I mean. The meme war was another front, right? So what the meme war was is like you open
the meme war. They're talking. This is so cringe. They're so cringe. They have no fucking clue what they're doing. They're talking about the meme war, aka using Pepe's and memes to win Zoomers onto your side to get them into based Nazism. Yeah.
Open up Facebook or you open up Twitter, and you get interactions with a bunch of people who are retweeting.
See, they're talking about trying to get retweets. Oh no, I'm going further. We're going all the way in. We got 5 more minutes.
You can open up a front. Like any institutional interaction that people would ordinarily interact with would open up a front in the culture war, right? So like, I mean, I'm trying to think.
God, Dave. I mean, honestly, I feel like online is the last stand on the culture war.
Online is the last stand of the culture war.
Down.
So let me just see if I can find the moment where they talk about, like, so you're getting the picture of this, right? You're seeing what they're talking about, right? I've watched this whole video multiple times, by the way. So, and you can watch it yourself. In fact, if you want to find out the full context, because we don't have enough time at this point, here we go. I'm going to send this to you. There you go. There's the source if you want to learn a little more about what we're going to be talking about. I intended to watch the whole thing, but we had too much fun with memes. Let's continue. Let's just continue real quick.
An absolutely enormous uprising. There's been like an absolutely enormous uprising in like populist right movements, you know. But the thing to bear in mind as well is the framing of this. So obviously they don't consider themselves part of like conservative Inc. They call themselves the dissident right. So they are anti.
Do you know what the dissident right is? You ever heard of third positionism? You know what third positionism is? You know what that is? Here, let me just give you the Wikipedia definition. It's a Nazi. Yeah, look at that. There you go. Third position. Third position is a set of neo-fascist political ideologies that developed in Western Europe following the Second World War. Developed in the context of the Cold War, it developed its name through the claim that it represented a third position between the capitalism of the Western Bloc and the communism of the Eastern Bloc. It has multiple names. Third positionism, also known as neo-fascism, also known as the dissident right, also known as right populism, also known as Nazbols, also known, etc., etc. You see how this is going. They have a million names for the exact same thing. It's the same thing. You should know that answer. Advocates of third position politics typically present themselves as beyond the left and the right.
They are opposed to, as well as like the democratic establishment, they're also opposed to like conservative Inc. So like the GOP basically, yeah?
Funny.
Does that make sense? You see what I mean? I'm just trying to contextualize this as best as I can. And like I say, I'm going to get some people on.
Hey, look, I was in this original stream like a year ago. I was in this. You can see me right here. That's me. I was in this one.
A link to this to discuss it further.
I watched this when it was breaking news.
But let's continue. I want to play it in its full context. So
yeah,
back when I was a baby.
So, I mean, okay, so this is how I see the culture war playing out, right? Like, the GOP is dead in the
Oh,
right?
God. Look at my comment here. A bit stressed today. Stupid blue check Americans are going to ruin our lives for the next 2 years of endless death and quarantine. This was from May. That's my comment in May. Yikes! Yikers! I wasn't wrong. Does she miss? No. Demon Mama doesn't miss. Demon Mama no miss. Oh, that one hurts. Hey, Windleby, you're here too. Oh, hey, Demon Mama Live. Funny seeing you here. Funny seeing you here, Windleby. Also, hello, Vermin. Good to see you. Also, hello, Pinkwug. Look, I got the Wug Mug today. See? I hope that I could miss on this one, but unfortunately, no.
Like, that's obvious right now. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so there's going to have to be a realignment at some stage because it's obvious. Because this is sort of, I mean, I know Charlemagne's right. You know, it's always good to have more time, right? But
That was the neo-Nazi. I think his name is Charlemagne, something along those lines. That's the name of the neo-Nazi who was in the call.
like, at some point, people are going to realize that Joe Biden represents...
Yeah, like the king, or Sharingan? Is it Sharingan? I might have said it wrong. I thought he said Charlemagne. I can't remember it now. Sharingan.
Which is, I mean, that's obvious for me. It's obvious for everyone here, right?
Whatever.
But it's
whatever.
not obvious for my
Whatever.
parents because there's this little guy called Trump in the White House. And how could Joe Biden be the establishment when Trump has the big seat that gives him control?
Okay, so listen, we have to go. We have a conversation to go to. Our time has run out. But let me just give you some highlights. I've shown you the video. You can go check it out if you want to know more about the Distributist before I talk to him. Like, or whatever. Someone, oh yeah, the person who was debating Vosh today was a fan of the Distributist. What the fuck? I swear to God, we're being opt. We're being opt. But opt by dumb people. Opt by dumb people. So here's the thing. Later on in this call, they talk about how their goal... Listen, this is important, okay? This is the last point before we talk to the doctor, okay? This is important. Listen up. In this call, the Distributist, who I'm talking to later, who got mad at me for arguing at Luke Smith, talks about how they need to get lefties on board with breaking away from globo homo. Globo homo is a conspiracy theory that gay Jewish people or Jewish people are using a homosexual agenda to control the white population. That's what they were talking about in this call, was trying to figure out a way to get lefties on board with socialistic economic policy and anti-gay cultural policy. So just so you know, this is the person we're dealing with. That is an actual thing. No, it is not a troll thing. It is I mean, it's made up in their minds, but they believe in it. Yes. I know. I'm telling you. Listen, I delve into the muck. I delve into the muck to bring you the truth in the name of Globo Homo. All right? So we got to talk with the doctor now, okay? We're going to talk with the doctor. So put these memes on hold, and we'll be talking to the Distributist after. Don't worry, we're going to have enough time to talk with the Distributist. All right. Let's see here. Let's see. 8 p.m. Wait a second. 8 p.m. EST. Wait a second. No, we're right. I have time. That's right. I have enough time. We don't have to go. We can keep going. Oh, thank God. I got my schedule confused. We can actually keep going. Let's keep going. Yeah, we get to keep going. We get to keep going. I don't got to do serious shit yet. Ready? I'm actually very excited for this conversation. But we got to delve deeper. We're going to watch the whole video now. Now you got to listen to all this silly, cringy bullshit. Here we go. Ready?
And the whole point of this is, and you'll see, but it's about uniting with, like, it's kind of like the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
I'm a bad
It's that
scheduler.
sort of concept,
I have square brain. Remember, square brain.
You can see it. If it was powerful, we couldn't see it. We would be unaware that there was an agenda coming out of CNN and the New York Times.
Because
Square.
it would just be like, you're
Brain.
a fish in water. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Right? So the fact that we can see it means that it's weakening. Right? It's just not weakening.
The fact that we can see the, what they're talking about here is the, neoliberal Marxist cultural Bolshevik agenda is what they're talking about here.
Fast enough, right? And
It's
so,
not opening up opportunities for us. because it is for the progressives and far left dissidents.
Well, but
they smell blood in the water, but we're kind of already the crippled fish on the other side of the pond.
Yeah, damn right, you crippled fish.
I guess us, it doesn't, like, the cathedral weakening, I don't see has opened up much opportunity for us. So I'm still trying to see what other fronts we could look at as a place to focus our attention on, because I don't know what's already not been completely won by progressives. That somehow has been ignored in some way that we find it and we try to push into that area.
I mean, I don't know, like, this does feel like very focused on like culture war stuff. Do you know what I mean? And it's like there's been like an absolutely enormous uprising. There's been like an absolutely enormous uprising in like populist right movements, you know.
True, Zanzi, the classic wormies and everything.
But the thing to bear in mind as well
Classic
is the framing of this. So obviously they don't consider themselves part of like conservative Inc. They call themselves the dissident right. So they are they are opposed to, as well as like the democratic establishment, they're also opposed to like conservative Inc. So like the GOP basically, yeah? Does that make sense? You see what I mean? I'm just trying to contextualise this as best as I can. And like I say, I'm going to get some people on that are linked to this to discuss it further, so we'll get some more insights too. But let's continue. I want to play it in its full context. So
yeah,
well, I mean, because this is how I see the culture we're playing out, right? Like, the GOP is dead in the water, right? Like, that's obvious right now. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so there's going to have to be a realignment at some stage because it's obvious.
All the OGs.
Because this is sort of, I mean, I know Charlemagne's right. You know, it's always good to have more time, right? But like, at some point, people are going to realize that Joe Biden represents the absolute establishment. Which is, I mean, that's obvious for me. It's obvious for everyone here, right? But it's not obvious for my parents because there's this little guy called Trump in the White House. And how could Joe Biden be the establishment when Trump has the big seat that gives him control over the U.S.?
I mean, that's a really good question to ask. It's funny. It's almost like you don't have an answer for it. We saw that today in the conversation. Fuck, I was watching this earlier. This is like, isn't it like on repeat? Vosh was just talking to a guy who was just like, well, Trump is anti-establishment. It's like, how? I don't know. He just is. What the fuck? They're stuck. This video was from May, and they're talking about the same shit. Ever heard of Mencius Mulbug in the cathedral? Yes, but not completely. I'm not super familiar with it. If you've got something you want to say about it, we could talk about that. We got time.
Okay, so at that stage, I mean, I hate to say this, but like the leftist dissidents are actually our adolescents, right?
I mean, I guess, Anarcha Boy, what they're saying is the GOP is dead in the water. In terms of the GOP is dead in the water for the interests of the dissident,
welcome.
right?
Happy to have you.
I believe is what they're trying
Make
to
sure you
trying
sub
to say,
and like,
you know?
because we'd love to have you back. And that's how
But
you
yeah,
know I'm
I
live.
think that they feel that it's not like they're under the impression maybe that it's not running it to their interests, perhaps, you know. But yeah, the other thing to bear in mind is that these people, that they come across as like terminally online. You'll see in a minute they start speaking about BreadTube and stuff as well, you know.
Yeah.
Did the video freeze?
Dust.
No, I don't think so.
Because they will bear down on the cathedral when they realize that they're being held out by the establishment.
Yes.
And sorry, just to be clear as well. So like for example, I don't know what their specific opinion is on like on Israel. You know, I don't know these people. We can maybe find out. But like Trump has been in many ways quite disappointing to the dissident right and the alt right because, you know, he hasn't really delivered on the promise of this wall. Okay. He also has been incredibly supportive of Israel, which obviously they're not happy
Discord
with.
is close enough.
And in fact, I think that like the fact that Trump hasn't met the standards of many of like alt-right figureheads is reflected in this kind of like dissident right kind of Groyper versus conservative ink stuff we've seen, like the Fuentes simps going to Charlie Kirk events and causing trouble.
It all connects. It all
You see what I mean?
Dissident right, third positionists, Groypers, Nick Fuentes, Nosbles, they're fucking the same. This shit is all the same. They're just different names for the same fucking ideology and prescriptions. It's called crypto. They do this intentionally because they know, John Doyle, they do this because they know they can't say, "Hi, everyone, I'm a Nazi." They know that won't sell. So what they do is instead go, "Isn't it a little weird? Don't you just think it's a little weird that there's all these homosexuals in positions of power?" I don't think he does, Zamp, but maybe.
So yeah, I mean, we can ask the guests that come on about their perspective on that, but my
Yes.
guess would be that
Yeah, Busy Bee, Yamaro, and Ahegao Mama aren't showing up on stream at the moment. That will be fixed at the end of the stream. There was a small issue with caching on the side of my OBS. So they will appear in the site chat, but they won't appear on the screen. But yeah. So yeah.
they're unhappy with the fact that Trump hasn't met
Yeah, we got a custom
up to
Yamaro.
what they were hoping for from Trump, I guess. That would be my assumption, you know.
Oh yeah, I gotta make it all caps, don't
anyway,
I?
let's continue.
So this is interesting because it sounds like the first opportunity to actually open a front that doesn't fall into some of the categories Closetkins posted. So how can we weaponize the progressives or form an alliance with the progressives that's actually going to turn them against the cathedral?
Yeah.
And maybe someone like Biden is a vector.
Thank you so much for asking that question.
Okay, when you hear them refer to the cathedral, what that means, what the, yeah, I'll make it all caps. Yeah, there you go. You're all good, Rain. When you hear them refer to the cathedral, what they're referring to is the neoliberal order. You know when lefties critique, like, the predominant ideology of neoliberal capitalism? They call that the cathedral. That's their little code word for it. They're critiquing the same thing, but they've added their own little aesthetics on top. And their critique is not really so much that it's, it's not really so much that it's just capitalist. It's that it's also capitalist and Jewish and gay. That's the problem. You see what I mean? It's not that there's systemic issues with it. It's that it's made up of gay Jews, because obviously they're okay with monarchy. And monarchy is significantly more exploitative than capitalism is. But that doesn't matter. What they care about is that the Jews control it, more or less. They won't say that, but that's what they're talking about. Because if they say neoliberalism, then they come across then they have to make an argument, because you can't just say, well, what's neoliberalism? Well, then they'll go, because if you ask them what neoliberalism is, they go, well, it's okay, neoliberalism is this thing that pushes free market economics. You're like, oh, well, aren't you pushing for free market economics? Oh, okay. I didn't know you followed that. Whatever. It has to be a vague enemy. Yes. The enemy needs to be vague enough that it can be everywhere and everywhere always. It's how the conspiracies work.
That person has been consuming. That's
got
the
it,
question I was going to make a
Somniostatic.
video on this.
So you can see already some of this conniving and some of the manipulating starting to come in here. You know, how can we weaponize the progressives? Oh, actually, and what I mean is, how can we work with the progressives? Do you see what I mean? There's lots more of that to come. So
Until the whole troubles with Flow started, and I decided that I needed light here. I needed light affair, and I published a bomb video of our favorite movies. but
So this is what, just so you all know, like, I know this is going to be a little silly segment, but who cares? This used to be one of my favorite things that Chud used to do. Chud used to listen to content and he would play wormies on the screen. And so you'd watch the worm go around and listen to whatever he was thinking about and his commentary. It was very relaxing. I would have Chud open on one screen and I would play a video game on the other. I think
that
it was
question
playing
has been
Hollow Knight at
consuming
the
my
time.
mind, right?
Which question was that exactly?
How best to use the far left?
Yep, that's correct, young communist. A lot of the dissident right types will be anti-market because they see markets as degenerate or Jewish. I did not see the Jay Inslee announcement yet, Rakasan. If you got a link to it, send it to me. I'd be interested in seeing that.
What are the goals of dismantling the cathedral?
It might be the case that
direction towards globalization.
There's that buzzword.
It might be the case as nasty
fighting
as
globalization.
it sounds that we need to figure out how to come to some sort of reconciliation with RedTube.
How to come with some sort of reconciliation with RedTube. So, yeah,
Okay,
I'll let
take
it
a
play
look
out
at
a bit
that.
more because there's a bit more to this.
Thank you, Rakasan. I'll take a look at this after. I'm
Okay.
going to put it on the list of links to look at.
But like, yeah, I mean, one way to look at this is these people are kind of dumb, right? Like, they're like terminally online. Like, RedTube isn't really taking that seriously.
Well, they wanted to. That was their goal, but I don't know if they're still working on it. Obviously, there's not a very good chance of that. But let's go.
Anymore, I don't think, like, yeah. Anyway, it gets a bit more juicy in a sec, so I want to let it play out.
Yes,
and that sounds gross, and it doesn't have to be Vouch, right? It could be someone else. But
hey, I forgot they name dropped Vouch. There we go, the Dark Vosh.
Maybe
I feel like the only path available on that is a unified front against some sort of globalist capitalist.
A unified front against globalist capitalists. Okay, just so does anybody know what globalist means? Do you know what globalist means in chat? Do we all know what it means? You got it, Somniostatic. That's what it means. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. It means Jew. It means Jewish. That's what it means. And keep in mind, the Republican Party has been using this on a national level. Globalist means Jewish. People think that it means like internationalist. Not the same thing. Globalist has very different roots than internationalist. Globalist is a Jewish dog whistle. Goddess trans girl. That's the thing. It does. Many people believe that the reptilians are Jewish. I know we're getting into conspiracy land, but that's the truth. That's a fact of the matter. If you go look into conspiracy theory communities, Jew, globalist, reptilian are interchangeable. Now, for some people, the reptilian thing is sort of split off, but in fact, ContraPoints once received criticism of this because ContraPoints had reptilians in her video. Yes, the reptilian meme has its roots in anti-Semitism. Yes, it was. I know. The vid was really good, and I know she didn't mean it, but a lot of people don't know that that's the root. David Icke. Yep. David Icke was the one who most recently popularized a whole bunch of the reptilians, and in his mythology, the reptiles are Jews. So that's really fucked, but that's what it is. Anyway, let's get back to it. I just wanted to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Momentum that we want to push back on, but anything
it's one of my
other
favorite
than
images.
that is going to really not be in our favor. It'll be an impasse.
A lot simpler than you're making it, right?
Go.
It's a lot simpler than you're making it.
Yes.
They don't, because you're not taking into account the stupidity and avariciousness of the cathedral itself, right? Like, they don't have to actually be in alliance with us. We don't have to, go across the trenches and shake hands with them, right? There just has to be one group of distant right-wingers who we know is loyal and solid, who has really, really good optics.
Has really good optics. Lel.
And who crosses over. And all they have to do is retweet some of their memes, and platform them. If they
and stop attacking us.
What?
And stop attacking us, because BreadTube is actively complicit right now in helping the Cathedral fight the dissident right, which is the opposite of what they should be doing.
Sure, it is, but that hurts them. Like, that hurts their credibility, right? So,
Ouch. Damn, Chud. Too loud.
like, but
Thanks for the raid.
but the thing is that what we need to do is two fronts. First,
The Cathedral is the neoliberal order that is secretly controlled by Marxists and usually Jewish people. Okay, here's the way that you understand it. Whenever they say cathedral, just pretend that they mean the establishment. It's the same thing. This is boring Nazi shit, but the boring Nazi shit is how you understand the crazy Nazi shit. Yes, the cathedral is them. It's a boogeyman that they refer to that refers vaguely to neoliberal capitalism, but neoliberal capitalism is secretly being controlled by communist Jews. Yeah. Anyway.
First of all, if BreadTube cooperates with global capital, humiliate them for it. Obviously.
This is important.
Okay, right.
So, like, every time ContraPoints gets an article in the New York Times, if she doesn't condemn, or someone like The Economist, if she doesn't condemn The Economist, then harass her for it. Or not harass her.
Harass her. Call her out.
Did you hear that?
Did you hear it?
Harass ContraPoints. So the point they're making is, like, if ContraPoints so-called, links up and does like an article in like a mainstream press, the concept is that they call that out, you know. But they use the word harass. And then the person corrected themselves, and this person, the distributor, said, no, you're right, harass. Look, the point I want to make...
Weird. This is what they talk about behind closed doors.
On that specific thing is that...
Curious.
Is that when, like...
So what you're saying is...
When, like, the right... When people like this are critical of the left, or, like, try and call out hypocrisy or something like that, it's not like... It's not an organic thing that they're doing. Do you see what I mean? They're not...
Yeah, they did. But okay. But you have to realize, there's no consistency with transphobia and right-wingers. If someone is cis-passing, like ContraPoints is, they'll do it all the time. They'll properly gender all the time. Except for when they can use it as harm. That's why it's hate. They don't even believe it. They don't even believe the thing they're saying. It happens all the time. They use it as a way to wield hate.
They're not like organically
I am a demon goddess trans
coming out in criticism of some lefty figure for any other reason than it being like a considered strategic move to try and discredit them. Did you see what I mean? Does that make sense?
True, Zamp.
Direct them more towards globalism and class instead of race or sex or gender.
They hate the corporations.
You're not supposed to direct them. They're bigger than you. You can't direct them. You're just trying to be a wedge. You're trying to be... What?
Forgive me for being a bit skeptical.
Yeah.
Sorry, just to be clear as well, they're talking about the wedge. So that's them trying to utilize. Yeah, exactly right, Anarcha-Boy. Yeah. You've got to examine what their motives are. You can't just take what they say at face value. And what they're essentially admitting to there is they're going to harass, say, Contra if she appears in some mainstream news article as a way of driving a wedge, presumably between the people that are like disaffected, you know?
That's fair.
Disaffected with some of the stuff that's happened recently, and yeah, I mean, this as well kind of demonstrates, and I'm not talking about ContraPoint specifically per se. I'm not saying you have to like ContraPoint, support ContraPoints or whatever.
Munch until you blow up.
But it really goes to show how all this like infighting and all this other stuff that we do is just so pointless. And not only do the right kind of celebrate that, they want to put fuel on the fire, and they want to increase that, right? Do you see what I mean? And that's why I feel like
this was right about the time when I started working on the Twitter code. Code. There we go. Bam. This is part of the reason why I invented it. Part of the reason why I came up with the Twitter code was specifically to seal up a vulnerability in the online left. There you go. It's a meme. I invented a meme that helps us defeat the right online. Follow the imp's code. It's not a moral code. It's a guidebook to how to be better at Twitter.
sometimes we've got to just take a look at our behavior and just be like, what are we doing here? Do you know what I mean? Like,
Imps.
We're really going to be arguing about stuff like this. Infighting is a big weakness. And they're going to play on that. And they're going to make moves to make that worse, right? You know?
I believe that leftist progressives will team up, you know, with some sort
Yeah, and they
of
suck at it too, Dan
distributist,
Starlight.
because
They suck at it.
Historically, always been willing to sacrifice on their principles to attack what they call fascists or people they call Nazis or whatever. They've always done.
They're even doing it in this call. They're even mad at being called fascists, even though they're advocating for third positionism, which is a neo-fascist ideology. It is. They don't care. Like, oh my God, they will make up anything. Paleocon, a proto-nucleo-patriotician. There you go. That's their new ideology. It'll be out next week. They come up with 100 words for the exact same ideology.
So
What
principally going against
does destroying the fascists look like optically?
Dunking on
it looks
far
a
right.
lot like
And I know I'm doing the pause Andy shit, but listen. Notice how they don't have a problem with the prescriptions of fascism. They just don't like being called fascists. Nothing in this conversation. They're literally, as we go on, you're going to hear them talk about how the problem that they have with fascists is that they're too noisy. Not that they disagree with their policy positions. They just don't like the aesthetics. Little weird how that works, isn't it?
Alex Jones get deplatformed on every institution.
Yeah, I think that's
Online.
Jones is a clown. I think
No,
that's
I just mean that as an example of
sure. No, but if what if attacking fascists like the Covington kids?
yeah, just some. Ironically enough, I just rewatched that video of yours today.
Yeah, Douglas BR, you're exactly 100% right. You know? This is why this... And look, you know, I'm not saying don't be critical or be frustrated if they make a wrong move or whatever. But this, you know, do you think that right-wing content creators have to put up with the same kind of pressures from the people on their side as people on the left do? Do you think that Sargon of Akkad has got people on his side questioning his Patreon and questioning how he spends his money and questioning his finances?
This is actually somewhere where I slightly disagree with Chud Logic, because the right actually infights all the motherfucking time, but they don't do it until they know that they can fuck each other up. Like what we're seeing right now in the GOP. What we're seeing right now in the GOP is that Donald Trump is threatening to remove the entire power base of the GOP. they do infight just as much as the left. They just fall in line after they're done infighting. They infight and somebody gets ruined. And then whoever's left is the one who they line up behind. They just fight differently than we do. We go like this all the time. We're like, and then we keep going on our own separate ways. We don't fucking kill each other most of the time. They do. Literally. I mean, and then literally sometimes. Like, you know, Night of the Long Knives in World War II? Or pre-World War II? I mean, that's true, Dadle Dan. It's a bunch of... On the left, we all squabble, but at the end of the day, it's mostly just squabbles. It's not like... Look at what happened to Milo Yiannopoulos. Most of the time. There's a few exceptions, of course. And there's a few exceptions of this on the right as well. But by and large, these are the patterns. On the left, people squabble, and then they keep on going. And everybody just gets mad at each other. Maybe they're not friends anymore. Once in a while, a real rift will happen. But yeah. True, Busy Bee.
Probably not, right? I don't know. It's just when you hear them, the kind of conniving and the plotting that they're doing, and all I see is how our like activities.
Oh my God, Josh for Congress meme in chat. In Chud's chat, there's a Josh for Congress meme. Holy shit, that's like going through a time portal.
And our behavior sometimes, like in the online space, just doesn't help anything. Do you know what I mean? The problem is Twitter. Yeah, and this is a very online conversation, don't get me wrong. They're talking about the culture war, we're talking about BreadTube, we're talking about Contra. This is all super online stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, that's true. But the thing is, I think that people that buy into BreadTube and these, dissident ideologies, I think that they have bought in too much. They might scare off more, moderate people, but I think that I don't think you're going to find any allies.
Thinking about
that's what they're
like
threatening, Diddle Dan.
You're an axe. You have to think about them like constituents that you can cut apart. Sure. If you bash trash by bashing the Covington kids, I'm sure a lot of people will enjoy that on BreadTube. I think there'll be a lot of people on BreadTube and then left who kind of will feel a bit dirty about that. Will kind of be...
Well, Somniostatic, no joke, it means the world. I'm not kidding you. Like, people power, support, makes things go around. That's the only way we move fucking forward. And obviously, I'm very open with my bias. I like streaming, so people supporting me is great. But how else... Unfortunately, living in capitalism takes money. Producing things takes money. That's how we make a message. So thank you. Class traders are based. As long as you're not traders from the working class. Bourgeois class traders, based. I mean, Engels was a class trader. He literally let Marx live in his house. Maybe someday, Table Knife. We'll see.
I agree with that, but the way I view that is just peeling away the moderates.
Chat.
Peeling away.
Chat. Small error on chat.
The true
It'll fix.
That's the way.
The moderates are the cathedral. They're the status quo. You want to get the radicals who are actually somewhat principled to say, "Hey,
side chat went down slightly."
And sorry, I just want to remind everyone as well. I just want to remind everyone of that video that we saw earlier. That the Distributist, who's speaking the most on this call, retweeted, right? So look, Dissident Left versus McWorld. This is playing into exactly the kinds of stuff that they're talking about on this call, right? So it's no coincidence that, I mean, I don't know exactly how long ago this voice call occurred, but this was something that they were talking about, this idea of trying to attract the dissident left to work together with the dissident right against like the so-called establishment, the cathedral, and then all of a sudden we got these videos coming out promoting that exact message, you know?
Chat just bugged.
The Distributist is like a right-wing YouTuber.
It'll be back soon. Don't worry.
I've watched... See, look, there we go. See, Noopies, I haven't watched the video. I only found out about this today. Noopies watched the video. It mentions many of the points and ideas in this call almost verbatim. So yeah, This is the fruition of like. This is the fruition of their ideology. But this is the thing.
We're back.
And we're going to find out a bit more about this
Side
YouTuber
chat's
soon,
back.
okay? Because we've got some
Sorry
people
for the
coming on
downage.
that can fill us in. But we're going to continue listening to this call for now.
We're still listening.
That's the point.
Not
We
another
don't
10
want
minutes.
to peel them away. We don't want to make them stop
Let me
being
in.
progressive.
Let
We
me
want them to weaponize their progressivism against
Right.
the future. We don't want to change their
Oh,
minds.
yeah, I gotta take a note
I
real
just
quick.
want to play them at the right.
I completely understand. You want to do both.
No. Yeah,
Yeah.
I completely understand that. But what my point is that
Organizations
when they're given
has different minds, and each one can have.
Is this live? Yes, it is. 404. Wait, this is not live. This is from May. I am live. This that we're watching right now is the guy I'm going to be debating later on a call with neo-Nazis plotting pathetically plotting the downfall of BreadTube by hoping to infiltrate them with secret Nazis.
varying different reactions from all three of these sides.
sure.
You have to make.
Rowan, you want to go to the Discord and ping me?
Optics of doing. There's only one.
Rowan,
thing
you want to
don't
go to the Discord and ping me
and that's to focus all their efforts
in
on
the
happiness.
in the
If that
gallery of
one option
brimstone,
is taken
so
off
I can take a
the
look at
table,
it
there's
afterwards.
1,000 different ways they can crack.
Ping me in gallery on the Discord.
Bernie losing
And make sure
was
you
the
agree
best
to the
way
rules. There's a
for
little
that to
button you
happen
have to press
in
to
terms of
verify.
diverting attention from us because
Yeah.
there was no
I mean, how true is that? How many conversations have you seen on Twitter about Bernie or bust and Biden and all this stuff?
Damn. Do you remember? Does anyone here remember my first debate? Does anyone remember my first panel ever? Anyone? Is anyone in my chat remember my first panel ever? Damn. It's okay. I think there might only be one person here who remembers it. Listen, my first panel ever, I got called a LARPer for saying that neolibs and sock dems were getting cucked by the question of Bernie or bust versus Biden. Because the point of the matter was that we needed to focus on much larger things, like the fact that Donald Trump might try to steal the election, like the fact that COVID might make the election not happen. That was the first panel I was ever on. It was right around this period of time. Oh, hey. Yay, thank you. Thank you, Fawn. Yay, Hot Pocket. Yum, Hot Pocket time. Whose panel? Chud's. I was invited onto Chud Night. I think I still have the VOD somewhere. No, it's a food baby. Yeah. I got called a LARPer for calling that out. Turns out I was right. Hot Pocket. Death Pocket. Yep. I don't miss.
Taking attention away from what these dipshits are doing.
Yeah, Fawn
Right?
is
Absolutely
a champion.
spot on analysis there.
Absolute champion. Thank you so much, Fawn.
Bernie losing represents a great opportunity for them
Hey, Cheems.
to, have the attention distracted away from them. But also,
Hey,
as
thank
we're
you.
seeing with
Means
this
the world
content
to
now
me.
that's coming out, to reach out and reach
I know, I
across
have
the
to
aisle,
wait and let it
you know?
cool.
and attract the people that are most disaffected by it. And that's why, I've spoken about this before. That's why I think that this sort of blasting this Trump propaganda as like, oh my God, look at what a meme of Trump is. He's just wrecked Joe Biden, blah, 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 blah. Like, I think that's so dangerous. And that's kind of being spoken to in this
Yeah, we'll
this
see if
call
I
a little
can. There
bit,
might be a
think, as
moment
well,
for
you
it.
know?
We'll see. I don't know what's even going to
no
happen. in the
level of
debate.
excuse making that they can blame the right for this. It
And
was
also, so this is the perfect time to reach
It's
out
just
to
the
everyone.
debate's more fun
Yeah.
if we know the context, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, this is very good.
Isn't the debate more fun if we know the context?
Go
Yeah,
out
we're going to
there
watch an entire
and
Chud
offer
meme. I love Chud
proposals,
stuff, and we never watch his stuff on
offer,
stream.
Speculate on how we can work together.
Listen, everyone. Do you know how much Demon Mama has been watched on other people's streams right now? I'm not kidding you. Let me just list off real quick who watched my content on stream this week. Xander Hall, Chud Logic, twice. Denims, Lycan, The Surfs TV. Yeah. I went on to Xander Hall's show last night. Some of you may not have known. It was very late. Xander watched the whole debate with Destiny, and then we talked afterwards. It was a really great conversation, actually. His chat seemed to really enjoy it. But yeah, that's just the people I know of off the top of my head. Oh yeah, Booksmarts had 700 viewers while reviewing the Destiny debate. And those are only the people I know off the top of my head. So I'm just gonna watch some other people's content for the context here. I'm gonna watch Chud. I'm gonna get a little bit of it's my turn to be a little lazy. Oh yeah, Growl watched it. Yeah, which the thing is, guess what? I'm actually very happy about that. There's a reason all of my content is Creative Commons. And that's because I want other streamers to be able to react to my stuff. I want them to. Please, react to it. Anyway. Let's continue. Static? What do you mean by static? There should be a command for something like that? Yeah, I joined in and talked to Zan. Yeah. It was fun. Anyway, let's continue.
Sure,
I'm gonna eat this.
Imagine society. Talk about.
Oh, I won't. Don't you worry, Rakusan. Don't you worry.
With them.
I won't.
That's what they want to hear right now, right? And like after you come onto their streams and say that, you know, like the boomers dancing around on the grave of the Bernie Sanders campaign are going to look a lot less bad.
Okay.
Or they look a lot more bad.
A lot worse, right?
DM me, Zam. DM me and remind me. I'll get it fixed.
I'm actually on surprisingly good terms with them, even though
oh my god,
little fights over the years.
Neo-Nazi on good terms with the local DSA. Yikers! Uh-oh.
I know that's a joke, but that's not actually.
I don't think he's joking.
So now that's interesting. So we're moving from a largely online culture war type conversation to one of these people now talking about contacting their local DSA chapter, and that for me,
oh, thank you, Methaldu.
Gives it a kind of bit more of a frightening edge, right?
Oh, thank you.
The idea that one of these people, one of the distant right, are going to start. It's like this is
good.
No, I'm not going to make that comparison. I'm going to try and keep it serious.
Me too.
Are gonna start to turn this online thing into an in real.
Cheems, you might not know this, but Fawn made that one. Fawn, who just brought me this, my partner, Fawn made that Yamaro version. Isn't it great?
Life action and in real life organizing, and get in touch with their DSA chapter to presumably try and reach people and radicalize them in the way that they want, you know? Yeah, you could potentially meet a fascist infiltrator, you know?
Let me check, Rakusan.
I'm not actually joking.
I'm not joking either. I think there's some opportunity there.
Rebuild the bridge, possibly.
I definitely think that you can get some ground in that way. I just
at some point, yes. Remind me in the future, but I can't right now.
Let's
I'm all booked out for the week.
Let's try it.
I'm not saying
Rakusan, yeah, remind me, but I'm all booked out for this week. So remind me at the beginning of next week, and I will be down to set that up. Sorry, I'm all booked out for this week at the moment.
I'm not saying don't try, but they are so sensitive to people like you, Dave, and people like everyone in this room. And when you start saying stuff like that to them, they are immediately like, "Oh, you're just saying this to get some Machiavellian thought."
I think arguing that their big, I think the argument that needs to be made is that the biggest bulwark against their progressive agenda is clearly the cathedral and not us. And we're gonna win that argument because there's
that was Copper Cab.
It's just too direct in their face.
Yeah, you see that as well. It's not the dissident right that's the problem, it's the cathedral, it's the establishment, you know?
Wait, Fawn, did you not know that Copper Cab's like a right-winger? Copper Cab's a right-winger. Copper Cab is on Gavin McInnes's website. It's actually hilarious. Cancelled.tv or whatever the fuck it's called. Censored.tv. I have no idea. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And I definitely think that can work. And I've seen many people in the dissident right that come from that milieu. I would argue someone like Keith Woods is probably the perfect example. You're getting a lot of Keith Woods.
Explicitly National Socialist and hanging out with Richard Spencer. Like,
and posting Joseph.
But the thing is,
quotes. I understand. I need to go talk to
Keith Woods is someone who instinctively has leftist instincts. That's what I'm trying to say.
So
you might
yeah, I agree. I totally agree. He has someone like Keith Woods, but with,
good optics.
Yeah, a little bit better optics than that, I guess, right? Structure optics.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that I can understand where you're coming from.
Somniostatic. The thing is, they have good microphones. They're just too stupid to use them. Wait, is Coppercab trans? I don't know. If that's true, just let me know and I'll update. I was not aware of that. Literally, I did not know that. If that's the case, send me some source. I'm guessing it was probably a meme though, because Coppercab's like a hardcore right-winger.
You might get some of, maybe some of these types, not exactly like him.
Ow, lava.
You know what I mean? I've seen this going around, but I don't know just how effective this will be.
You have to remember
people ask me what affront meant, right? Affront, to my mind, culturally, is where you put somebody in the course of someone else's life who is in a position of authority or of good association that has these ideas. That is affront, right?
Yeah.
Because then a distant writer is not someone yelling, "Jews will not replace us" in Charlottesville. Now all of a sudden, the distant writer is, "Hey, it's that nice kid from the coffee shop." Hey,
you hear that? Do you hear what I was talking about earlier? They're not mad about them saying Jews will not replace us. They're just mad that they said it out loud. They're saying, oh, it's the nice friend from the coffee shop, instead of they don't associate it. Yeah, weird. Weird how that works, huh? Almost like being crypto is a huge part of the cowardly Nazi way. There? Oh, okay. Well, then we'll use there then. Coppercab, good luck.
it's so-and-so who's my union organizer.
That this is like typical fucking infiltration.
At
good
7,
optics,
official cappuccino.
crypto stuff. Like, yeah, this is pretty wild. And the thing, they're talking about, oh, that person who is a dissident writer is my union organizer. Like, this is the level that they're thinking of potentially getting to, and how successful they'll be.
Oh, sorry, 7 PST. 7 PST. Oh, I can add a time zone command. By the way, what happened to Peacecraft? Peacecraft screamed the R slur at people multiple times in voice chat after being warned and then got banned. So, yeah, permad. Sorry.
I mean, I don't know. Is this just like a bunch of LARPers? Like, just LARPing in a voice call? Or is this something that they're actually going to follow through on,
You also have to remember
the expense that
it wasn't on stream. It was off stream.
You also have to remember that there's, probably like 10 times as many of them as there are of us. So even if this tactic isn't particularly effective, it's still going to be a lot of people that it
Yeah, I'm totally okay. We don't have many options, and the cost benefits at least express the idea that we should take this chance. So, like, what do we have to lose? I mean, honestly.
Well, in terms of pure negation of them. I mean, we're just talking about being nice to people here, so there's very little downside that could blow back on us, I think.
No. All of
The debate with the Distributist is in 3 hours and 10 minutes. The conversation with... 3 hours... Wait a second. Let me just double check. Let me just make sure I'm getting this all correct. Okay. Yeah, at 7 p.m. PST. So that is going to be 3 hours and 15 minutes from now. And then in 1 hour, I will be talking with DocMidnight for about 2 hours, and then we will be doing the debate. So there you have it. No worries, you don't got to be here, Zanzi. You can always catch the VOD if you want to.
But yeah, but that's the response to your skepticism, is that we're not expecting anything great, but we should attempt it and just see what happens, and then reevaluate once it does happen. So
perhaps it'll be a good strategy. I'm saying is I've seen similar things happen, and what usually happens is that you'll just get a couple key.
That's fair, Zanzi. Live, I like live stuff better too.
Get a lot of
fair enough.
And maybe not exactly like based like these types of people that for whatever reason end up this.
I mean, reaching across the aisle is going to come with a lot of whataboutism and pointing to things that try to delegitimize the compromise and the attempt to reach out as much as they can. But there's several people in this room, and I've tried to do this myself, just not on a more public platform, who can finish the conversation with a lot of progressive listening, thinking, wow, we agree on a lot more than I thought we would, or man, he's not as bad as I thought they are. And we don't need to.
You see what the tactic is? They're saying, oh, we can make progressives think that we're good people. It's infiltration. That's what they're talking about, these fucking LARPers. But they do try this. They're just pathetic at it. They're just pathetically stupid and bad at it.
Dude, like, we can play into the radicalization of the left, and that's in our favor.
I mean, this isn't new. I mean, I believe
true. She who knows no name.
Reactionary or fascist movements of the past literally said that.
Yeah, but what is new is the frustration of Bernie losing again, and the realization that progressives have a lot more in front of them that are not on the right, and it is the establishment, and they are aware of this, in a way that is not. That is fairly unique.
Chud just got demolished
of our strategic options.
by police worm.
We're not. It's not a one-for-one comparison. We shouldn't look at it as that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, this is all like manipulation strategies, and they're
probably
basically planning how to convince people, not with like good rhetoric or good ideas, but how to be like as manipulative
rather the second
as possible.
than the first.
No, we're listening to a leaked Discord voice call, which is a bunch of dissident writers talking about strategies to grow their movement and get disaffected lefties round to their way of thinking.
Be quite clear. I mean, Justin Murphy would be a person that I'm trying to build alliances with right now.
Yes.
Good call. It's about going places, right? Like, Justin Murphy can go places that a lot of people on the right can't go.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Because he's an academic.
He's an academic.
A principled one at that.
But is he even really considered left-wing anymore?
All
I
wormies
having,
are bastards.
Molpa gone would get him excised from most of the mainstream left.
The plausible deniability of being a right-winger what matters. You know, and I'm not a big fan. I mean, truth be told, I'm not a big fan of Justin Murphy's content. I hate his cringe conversations. Take on internet thoughts and just talks to them. Like if they're like ideas.
What kind of book name is Base to Lose?
Yeah, okay, and you know, there's that too. But look, the thing is that he opens up, like, we're trying to open up a front. We can't get on college campuses right now. And get into progressive communities right now. We need that front. Because
so yeah, that's interesting as well. And it's like,
true.
They're aware that like because they've been pushed back on college campuses. Some of their thought leaders are getting deplatformed from the bigger platforms. They now have got to think of more devious ways to slip in, right? So this conversation is necessitated because the strategies and tactics
we'll get one,
that have been engaged in have actually been somewhat successful, right?
When it comes to the cathedral moving,
we have this one already.
Move forward until they hit some person in power who has a reservation. And right now, the entire cathedral operates because it operates out of Blue America. It operates basically without the input of any Trump
Don't worry, this part's almost over.
Or most any Trump supporters.
Closington, you did a skeptical there regarding the colleges. What do you think about that?
I may or may not have put up a couple "It's okay to be white" posters a couple of years back.
Oh my god,
Well,
cringe.
under the cover of night. I'm interested. That's good, but I mean, I'm interested in this actually advancing forward.
Right.
With
how do we find more Justin Murphys?
You're not wrong,
Dave. Like, he's a great example of someone who's open enough to the conversation.
Hey, Zanzi, thank you very much for the raid. Just to make it clear to everyone so you don't think I'm a fucking crypto fascist, we're currently listening to a leaked Discord call, which is from someone called TheDistributist, who's speaking the majority of the time on this call.
Cotton D-pad, are you on mobile? If you're on mobile, it might be pushing the link off. Are you using Windows like the like snap thing? I think it's something to do with. I gotta talk about. I'm gonna put this in a note to bring up to White Nervosa. I've noticed that. Yeah, if your window is narrower for some reason, it's adjusting that off. We have to lock it. I gotta talk to White Nervosa about that at some point, so that people can find the stream link. Thank you. I appreciate you reminding me of that. I noticed that the other day and forgot to write it down.
For attracting like disaffected leftists to their cause. So we're nearly finished, and then we're gonna get some guests on. Oh, for fuck's sake! I just closed it, and then we're gonna get some guests on who are going to.
Some person in power who has a reservation.
Hello, Jamie.
His cringe conversations take on internet thoughts and just talks to them. Like if they're like ideas.
What kind of book names?
Zanzi, is the Distributist someone that's reached out to you before to make content together? Can you just? Is that correct?
Face the lose. Yeah, okay, and there's that too. But look, the thing is that he opens up, like we're trying to open up a front. We can't get on college campuses right now. And get into progressive communities right now. We need that front. Because when it comes to the cathedral moving, things in the cathedral move forward until they hit some person in power who has a reservation. And right now the entire cathedral operates, because it operates out of Blue America, it operates basically without the input of any Trump supporter. Or most any Trump supporters.
Closington, you did a skeptical there regarding the colleges.
Oh, hang
what
on.
do you think
I
about that?
may or may not have.
Sorry, we're listening to
put
this
up
already.
a couple "It's okay to be white" posters.
You get to hear that cringe
a couple
again.
Years back.
Cringe.
Okay.
Under the cover of night. I'm interested. That's good, but I mean, I'm interested in this actually advancing forward.
Right.
How
do we find more Justin Murphys, Dave? Like, he's a great example of someone who's open enough to the conversation, realizes that a lot of the grievances are much more valid than are originally expressed, and are willing to engage.
I don't know. I've never heard of him.
Okay, Zanzi. So he's expressed an interest in speaking to me, which I'm open to since he's openly reactionary. He's in opposition to the modern conservative movement. I'd hardly consider it a collab. I've reached out to Friday Speaks about hosting, moderating a conference if it happened. Yeah, I would strongly recommend. I'm not doing that personally. But yeah, the reason being
they really like him.
He is
we'll
look him specifically trying to be like the good optics right winger who's trying to collaborate with lefties basically. That and I'll give you a quick insight of my thoughts on it after, and then we'll get the guests on
list. But I'm more than happy to find all the names we can to put on that list.
We need to create Justin Murphys by putting distinct ideas in front of academics somehow.
It's actually really not that hard to engage with like philosophy and poli-sci professors. Like last year I actually worked with this one. He was a libertarian socialist.
Thanks for the follow, Grayman.
Professor. I actually worked on one of his books on Antonin Scalia.
We are going to talk about that.
I don't know. Cozying up to professors isn't actually that hard. Like a lot of them are actually kind of starved for a decent conversation.
Sure.
Just to like grit their teeth on anything, and they're most certainly not fans of I mean, I guess we've kind of dubbed it like Globo Homo or McWorld.
Jesus,
They're not
not frustrated enough to say anything.
What did I tell you about the Globo Homo shit?
No.
My experience.
If you weaponized, if you actually got them,
Globo Homo.
if you actually weaponized them against McWorld, I don't know, you might actually get something done. I don't know what it would be. I don't know what sort of direction you'd want to, not necessarily push.
Oh, this is Chud's gameplay, not me.
Because
I'm
we
just
don't
chilling.
control them.
I'm watching Chud.
They are a very, very
Good,
big
Dan Starlight.
intellectual block.
I
But
am Globo
if you could
Homo.
introduce them to different topics to bite at.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Exactly.
That was ridiculous. I shouldn't have happened.
Something like that.
We're nearly done.
I have to go now, guys. But that's the right. I think that's the right way to think. I have to go, but nice talking to you. Okay.
Nice talking to you.
Great talk.
Take care.
So yeah, that's it. That's the video. There you have it. This is what the Distributist gets up to in his free time. So that's the context that I have for knowing who the Distributist is. That and his complete meltdown on me on Twitter, which was kind of funny. There was also one other thing that oh yeah, let's check out who the fuck is this Justin Murphy guy? Who the fuck is this guy? Uh-oh. This looks like a self-help guy. This looks like a self-help guy? Looks like a self-help guy. Advice for young woman who wants to be beaten? Advice for ugly man dating hot girl? Other life with Anna Kachian of Red Scare? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And wait, and this ticker on the side, the chat, like they can ask questions and stuff like that? Is that the idea? I'm really tech on stuff.
Wait, Anna Kachian isn't a tanky. Anna Kachian is a fucking Nosbowl. Anna Kachian is like a hardcore fucking class reductionist, like unironically agrees with Steve Bannon on shit.
We got people in the Zoom room who can ask questions, and then there'll also be people watching on YouTube, and they can ask questions too, but I'm not paying as much attention to them. I tend to just focus on the people who took the time to join us in the Zoom room. So, all right, we are now live.
Cool.
I am here with Anna Hashian. I'll give my best attempt at the butchered
I really
pronunciation.
I really don't care how people pronounce my name because I don't know how to pronounce it even.
Nice.
Like this is like an Armenian name that's been Russified that then has been angry.
Fair enough. Yeah, I've kind of been the same, honestly. I can relate to that. So, okay, so you're in Manhattan. You're trying to work on your book proposal at some rate anyway. And what is the book? What is the book proposal about? Tell us a little bit about it, will you?
Well, originally it was supposed to be about feminism and how feminism has failed women and sold them a bill of lies, essentially.
Wah, 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 wah. Originally, it was about like feminism and how feminism had sold women a bill of lies. This is the lady who talked about how feminism, in her words, how feminism turned women from housemakers into antidepressant addled whores. Leftist, though. Definitely a leftist. Definitely a leftist. Yeah, this person has lots of thinking. Yeah, we got a lot of energy going on up in the dome. Yeah. Anna Kachian's a piece of shit.
But now I think I have to do something totally different because of this whole situation going on. Nobody cares about feminism. It's been like thoroughly debunked.
Feminism has been thoroughly debunked?
So I think I'm either gonna write some fiction or do some sort of like update of Christopher Lash or something for the modern era.
You know, that's really funny you say that because I was working on a book proposal for a whole year. It was a kind of serious, kind of.
Zanzi, you know who these people are. I mean, I don't know who this person is, but you know who this person is. Red Scare, the Red Scare podcast. Yep. Red Scare, I think you know who they are. Just saying. Little weird. Little fucking weird. Hey, look at that. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. We got the new, Gina just made the new Drama Mama. Isn't that great? Woo, boy, that's a good one. All right, I got to go launch the video. All right, ready? We're going to do the thing now. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to do the thing. We're going to do the thing. Hold on, let me go on here. Give me a second. We're going to do the thing. All right, here goes. Edit. Add thumbnail. Do 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 do. Bah. All right, and we're gonna launch it. Okay, little break time. Remember, you all have probably already seen this, so this isn't for you. This is for us to get in the face of the Destiny stands. I'm ready to go. All right, published. Getting the link. Ready? Hold on. I got to put it into Twitter. Hold on. Give it a second. Give it a second. Don't just do the link. Give it a second. Well, I mean, you can tweet about it too if you want to, but I'm going to put up a tweet real quick. What's it called? MADSAGT? The MADSA? I don't remember what their @ was. MAGTDSA? What was it? Madstony? Here we go. There we go. Hold on, let me find this. Here we go. I got this shit. I got this shit. And I'll give you all the link to the tweet in a second. Oh, Metro ATL DSA. Here we go. Metro ATL DSA. Okay. Alrighty. Here it goes. All right, everyone. Remember, you've all seen this. But if you want to get it out to the Destiny fans, there you go. They're the ones who need to hear this now. You've already heard it. All right. There's the one. There's the one. Mama Bird tweets again. True. Listen, occasionally I tweet. Occasionally it's necessary. First retweet. First retweet. Yeah, good shit. Good shit. Thank you. Appreciate the support. If you feel like retweeting it, we'd like to get it out there. Oh, dang. It would be awesome if it would be awesome if it would end up on the Destiny subreddit. Oh. That's weird. That's very weird. Now, I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. And then we're going to do some more content before we have everything else to do. I'll be right back. Be good, have fun, and talk to each other. I'll be right back. That's right. That's right. You heard correctly. I'm returned. I've returned, everyone. I've returned. Hello, everyone. Hello. All right. Wug mug refilled with sody. All break nest. Oh, you made this after watching the GA debate. Okay, let's take a look. Let's check out your meme. Let's react. Let's do it. Let's watch it. Let's watch the meme.
Senator, do you believe the election was rigged?
I was born and raised on a farm. Radical liberal, radical liberal, radical liberal, radical idea, radical candidates, a radical agenda. More lies from radical liberal, radical liberal, radical liberal, radical liberal, radical liberal, radically radical liberal, radical agenda, radical liberal, radical liberal. There are.
Remember, literally hid information from the public about COVID, downplayed COVID while making money off of insider stock trading. Fact. An actual fact. Hey, look. Thank you, 404. Take a look at that, everyone. Look, there's a post. There's a Demon Mama post on our destiny. What the fuck? Whoa,
Two visions
what?
for our country. Mine, the American dream. My opponent, radical liberal. I was born and raised on a farm.
These are dark and difficult times.
She who knows no name, that's all right. If you can come back later, that's fine.
And
if
amidst
not,
the thick fog
good luck
of
on
this
your exam.
pandemic,
Seriously, exams are important, and
turn
I'll always
down,
be here.
Even during this season of joy, it's hard for people to find joy. I think about my dad in a moment like this. God bless his memory. He used to wake me up every morning.
Damn, I love his glasses. Holy shit. Reverend Warnock, look at this man. What a stylish guy. Look at those glasses. Whew. Warnock's got a fucking look going. Stylish.
Morning at dawn and said, get ready, get dressed, put your shoes on.
Oh, thank you.
It was dawn. And so it was
true, Danjo.
morning,
Well, not forever,
but,
but
still
for
dark.
a long time at least, hopefully.
It's dark right now. but morning is on the way. It's our job, Georgia, to put our shoes on and get ready. Because there are those who are engaged in the politics of division. They have no vision, and so they engage in division. Tomorrow is the last day to register. Tell everybody you know to make a vote plan, because
damn. Well, he's a reverend, and if I remember correctly, he is a social democratic Christian, which is kind of cool. That was a good ass vid. Thank you for sending that. That was a good ass meme. That was a good ass meme. That was a good ass meme.
What do you think of Warnock's rhetorical effectiveness?
I mean, he seems pretty good from what I've seen. But I'd have to watch more. I don't think I've concluded yet. Thank you very much, Somniostatic, for those $10. Deeply, deeply appreciated. I don't think I've concluded quite yet. Yeah, the GA rhetoric. I mean, he is a reverend. Like, he's a minister, so he's got that sort of old school preacher energy, which is fine. I'll have to conclude in the future. Uh-oh. 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 We got a hot and spicy one from the Reddit. Let's check it out. What's this one? This is a Vosh meme?
That's
Oh, wow, that's loud.
That's a pretty nice rent price you got there. Hey, it would be a shame if anything happened to it. Nah, I'm not telling you what you gotta do. You don't have to vote Biden Trump. I'm just saying that who knows what could happen to your rent price if Biden gets elected. I don't know. You know, could double. I don't know. It's hard to say. I say, whoa, who knows, buddy? Oh, that daughter over there. It's those teeth look a little bit crooked. You think you need braces? Braces are pretty expensive. You might want to save up some money. Wouldn't want to use it on rent.
Oh, Fat Ian. God damn it. Fat Ian strikes again. He's in waste management. Okay, God tier meme. That is a God tier meme. Here you go. Here you all go. Enjoy. Here's the linky. There you go. Enjoy. Vosh, Fat Ian, your hands. Yes, precisely. Excellent. Excellent. Yes. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. I want to see the Destiny subreddit. Let's go check it out. Let's see. I heard someone posted one of our links there. Let's find out. Is that the case? Oh my god. They did. Oh shit, it's got comments and everything. Somebody said downvoted. That's not very nice. Damn. Looks like they're a little nervous. Getting a little nervous. Are they nervous? I bet they're nervous. Listen, DGG was really fucking mad at me. I showed you all the hate memes. I showed you the hate memes that got made. I love them. I live for them. I live for the hate memes. Did everybody see those yesterday? I think you all saw them yesterday. They were good. Listen, they were good. All right? They were really good. A mama version of Gosh? Yeah, we need to get one like that. Right now, that's basically this one, Gutter Whore. It's basically this one. That's more or less the equivalent. The Mauled. The Mama Mauled. It didn't help that we were so combative. We weren't combative. We weren't that combative. I'm sorry. We really weren't. We really weren't that combative. They mad. Look, okay. Yeah. Oh, God, but I've seen it so many times now, Zanzi. Yeah, I'll do it at some point. And the thing is, we only have 45 minutes. Oh, I could have gone so much harder. All right, listen. We want to review it. We want to review some of it. It's so, I don't know. It seems too soon. It seems too soon to break out that meme. Let's review it in the future once we've gotten away from it a little bit. Sound good? Instead, Yeah, my heart's not in it right now, but it will be in the future. It'll be there in the future. However, what I will do is I will read you some of the comments. And I just want... Uh-oh. They getting mad? Are they getting mad already? Are they getting mad? Uh-oh. No. Plague Doctor, no. Let's find out. Let's find out how mad they are. Are they mad? This is one of the haters. This is one of the people who's been in every thread. Demon Mama is bad. Don't post her here or I will ignore you on Reddit. This is one of those people. I was going to work for socialism in America, but then the DSA was mean to Destiny, and that was unpog. Uh-oh, we got more already? Oh, I don't see any more. I don't see any more comments yet. Oh. They're popping in. They're coming in. Promise? True. Nice. A nice meme. I want to read you some of my favorite comments. Listen, look, I've read some of them. Oh, God. What is this? Oh, my God. What the fuck? That's horrifying. Good God, it's so ugly I have to upvote it. Oh. Now I know your pain. Thanks, I guess. Who the fuck is going on here? I'm scared. Me too. I'm very scared. Oh yeah, there was one other thing I wanted to react to. Somebody sent me a nice meme. Nice meme. Unironically a fan of Gaze Within after his debate dragging these okay, takes by your demon mama. Ha ha ha. This is a Proud Boy, by the way. This is a Proud Boy. This is the Proud Boy, Suspect Sushi. Literal loser. That's all. He's a fan of Destiny just because I've crunched Suspect Sushi like 4 times. Do you know how many times I've crushed this idiot in debate? It's a real demon day. It's a real demon day. Sushi's a giant loser. Yeah, he's a Proud Boy. Yeah, he's like a pathetic, like, tier 1 Proud Boy. Never actually even been in a fight. Yeah, I'm not okay with that either. Yeah, that's what he's trying to say. He's being... Listen, this is... I bet Destiny's gonna love this. Do you remember the part where Destiny agreed with every single one of my points? Everybody remember that part? Guess what? I watched it back. He did. He agreed with every single one of my points. He just tried to weasel out of admitting it. It's actually incredible. Yeah, he had to walk everything back. Oh yeah, this is so ridiculous. Let me just tell you what we've got. Let me just tell you the absolutely incredible level of comments that we have coming in from the DGG community. Let me just tell you some of these. Agreed. Oh, sick. Thanks for the comments, everybody. Let me just give you some examples of the comments that I get. Imagine being more annoying than Destiny. Now I see why people don't like the far left. Professional victims. Ooh, I hate it when my guy gets called out. Demon Mama seems like a parody. This was a bad faith discussion. Let me get a couple of these other ones. Wow, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this comment is. I'm a little confused by this one. Need to work on the debating. A bit too try-hard and Vosh-like. Good. Do you notice how, you notice how many, like, critiques are just exactly what Destiny said, repeated again, and none of them are of substance? It's actually incredible. So much has been done to advance civil rights in this debate. I'm trying to find the ones that I had set aside. Oh, I like this one. Well, as a trans person myself, this is part of the reason why some idiots don't take trans and other genders seriously. Nice. Nice meme there. I'm one of the good ones. Why do you have to be one of the bad ones? Trans and other genders are not taken seriously. I saw 20 seconds of the vid. I thought she talked a lot like Vosh. Nice. There we go. Unmuted. You're freed. Damn, you sounded just like a Vosh or Destiny on here. Seriously, when I wasn't directing watching you, you could have been either of them. Had the same mannerism and everything. A bit of refinement, and you might even be a player one day. Uh-oh. Socrates Steve. We got old Socrates Steve over here. Fucking Socrates Steve. Oh, I'm just going through the comments. The comments on the videos. Probably. Probably a little bit at least. What's this, Coconut? Let's find out. What's this? Oh, yeah, this one. Oh, yeah, this shit. Hey, thanks for the follow, Bennick. Appreciate it. My brain cells got destroyed. You were just louder. Here we go. Ready? Listen to this. Listen to this one. This one blows my mind. Hi, DM. I actually agree with a lot of your criticism of Destiny, but your incessant need to try and score gotchas are really weird and makes you come off bad. I think this debate hurts what you seem to care about, making it easier for trans people in online communities. Literally saying that trans people, that even though Destiny admitted I was right about that, that I've made it worse for trans people by arguing with Destiny about it. That's a little bit of a weird take, if you ask me. Cringe moment. They mean I should be demure. Remember how, yeah, demure. Remember how I said that so many times? I said basically what they want me to do is they want me to bow down and kiss his feet while he dunks on me. I like this one. This one's from Windleby Dazzler. Windleby Dazzler. The phantom of the left is there inside my mind. One of my favorite ones. So good. All right. Good luck. Good luck, 404. Oh yeah, there's like a fuckload. Keep in mind that like let's see here. Let's see here. Your gish galloping is embarrassing. Never gish galloped. Never gish galloped. Somebody who accused me of deleting their messages. I didn't delete any messages on this except for literal spam. There was a fuckload of comments. There was a absolute fuckload of comments that were saying, oh, you were so unhinged. Let me just see how many I can find here. This Vosh clone is insanely condescending and makes no real points. Imagine being a Destiny fan and thinking I'm condescending. Yeah, unhinged is when a woman speaks. A lot of copy pasting going on. Then we had this person commented negatively on nearly every single positive post on here. There was a guy who posted like possibly hundreds of comments negatively on me, but was calling me unhinged the entire time. Literally. Guy posted hundreds, probably not hundreds, dozens at least. Dozens. And still had the gall to call me unhinged. Apparently, multiple people tried to say I'm like Tree of Logic. Oh no, he was never no, Sheeptar, I promise you. He saw my points. He was not engaging in good faith in that conversation. No fucking way. If you see the ending of it where he just pivots away to conspiracy theory after admitting that I was right. Yeah, no. Like I made the point. I got him to agree with all of the core arguments, but he wouldn't admit that he was wrong. Respectfully, I disagree with you. Having reviewed it, yeah, multiple people compared me to Tree of Logic, apparently because women are all the same, I guess. Boing, boing. Oh, yeah. Sure, Rakasan. Shoot me the idea. I'd love to hear it. Yeah, I got so many of these. Actually wild. Fly! Damn it! The fly. This fucking fly has been evading me. It's so fucking frustrating. These flies are the bane of my existence. They drive me wild. It's because our roof has a small hole in it. There might be. I might do a WoW guild. I don't know. There's a small hole in our roof that hasn't been fixed by our landlord yet, and it's letting the flies in. It's driving me nuts. It's okay. It happens. It happens. It happens. Yeah, those holes are no good. I don't like delicious things? What a bug? I like this. Paul M. from YouTube says, how Destiny's community thought the debate would go. Destiny says something. Demon Mama replies, oh wow, you got me. Honestly, it's an honor just to be here. Please tell me more about how right you are. Yes, that's apparently what they expected. That's apparently what they fucking expected from me. Not gonna happen. Not gonna fucking happen. I'm not gonna kiss up on that. Not gonna do it. I got some mixed messages about this one here. One of these was, somebody said here that I definitely am a Vosh clone, but that they're jealous of me because they want to be a Vosh clone. Which that was some mixed messages. I'm not going to lie. That one was a little weird. Yeah, I think so, Space Montaigne. Okay, thanks, Rakasan. I'll take a look at it later tonight. A lot of people calling me unhinged. A lot of people calling me crazy. If you go on the Destiny one, there's a, on the Destiny subreddit, there was a post about me. Hold on. Let me just look it up here. Hey, thank you so much.
Mom and Walt.
Any advice for a 4.0 model? I'll do a stream on that at some point. She's delusional. Hold up, you're being transphobic. Uh-oh. This is sad. I'm 90% sure she knows this, but her fans will eat this shit up. What fans? What fans indeed. Right? What the 100K we're gunning for? They're so mad. Can we not hate post this person? I'd prefer if they'd just fuck off. I do like this one, though. Hey, look, one person supporting me only got 8 points upvoted. It's sad she's received so much hate from Destiny fans. Even if her arguments are dumb, it's not really necessary to go seek her out and send her those messages. True! That's true! She's too far gone. She doesn't see how she could come across negatively. The victimhood. She's like a real-life version of strawman SJWs. Where have I heard that one before? Oh, a screeching SJW? Wah, wah. Damn, that's original. Olympic reaching and potent delusion. These are the most upvoted posts. Wow, nice double transphobia. Calling a trans person delusional? Do you have any idea what you've done, you transphobe? And you said Olympic? Do you have any idea the connotations of Olympic and trans people? Transphobe? Quote, some SJW commie, probably. This is what they thought. That's what my argument was. These people, it's really funny. They call me delusional, but they literally didn't even listen to the debate. They didn't even listen to anything I said. Sorry, I meant to say that she's mentally ill. Hey, there you go. Nice! Hey!
Someone randomly paid for my dinner tonight, so I'm giving it away.
Thank you so much, Amrit Baines. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Someone says her ego levels are off the chart. She's extremely fucking arrogant. I'm arrogant? The guy who claimed to invent smiling his fan base is going to call me arrogant? That's all I gotta say. Yeah, okay, Sheeptar, whether he meant to or not, it doesn't matter. Destiny is a consequentialist. Whether or not he intended to do so or not, he's called multiple trans people mentally ill. And that is a risk of the behavior that he engages in. And if he's not responsible, being the person who has the platform, being the one who has the massive platform, it is his responsibility to be careful about the language he chooses. Callously calling everyone mentally ill, including trans people who he might be disagreeing with, is transphobic. He is promoting transphobia one way or another. Yes, I agree. But I'm willing to grant that people have different opinions on ableism. I agree that it's bad, and I personally am, even in my own self, trying to avoid ableist terms. But even granting that, there were still 2 other fronts that are well established. Because some people, like, here's the thing. Using mental illness to attack trans people is literally the primary avenue by which trans people are attacked. Yes, I agree. He has to have been, again, the fact of the matter is that he knows this and he wasn't doing it because he doesn't care. That was my point. This person's just an annoying version of Vosh. Do you know what an annoying version of Vosh means? That means, oh, I'm a girl. That's what annoying means. It means they like Vosh, but I'm girl, so that means icky. Yo, no, annoying version of Vosh. Ugh. It's clear she is just a grifter. Yeah, okay. Mental illness. This is Dear Girl level shit. Stop giving them attention and let them fade into irrelevance where they belong. I wonder what that could mean. That has 20 upvotes in this, by the way. Oh, thank you, Rain. I appreciate it. Look, like, I find it funny that that's all that they can go for. Literally, most of the critique that I received was this stuff. I'm not kidding you. That was the vast majority of it. Now, I did receive some actual constructive criticism, which I responded to in the comments. You'll probably see a couple of my comments here where I said, hey, thanks for the constructive feedback. There's quite a few that I responded this way. Here's one. Somebody wrote like a solid paragraph that I thought was fair. I said, hey, appreciate the constructive feedback. They'll note it was Destiny who first took the shot. Yeah, I've responded. Hey, really, Max Sips? Let's take a look. Let's see it. Let's see it, Max. I'm so hype. Also, I got to check the Discord channel because I heard there was somebody, I think somebody pinged me in it, right? Yo. Hey. This is so great. Hold on, let me show this off. Here we go. Here's one from Raven. And then I'll show off the Max one. Max! Yay! Let's take a look. Let's take a look. I'm hyped. I'm hyped. But I don't want to look at it yet. Here's the first one. This was the one I said I was going to react to first. Look at this. Look, there's the Distributist. He's got his little fedora. And I'm about to fucking eat him. This is the one. This is not Max's. This is Raven's. Now let's see Max's. I've gotten 2 fan arts. Yo! That's sick! Yo! Look at this! This is so cool! Thank you, Max. I love the claws too, and the little knuckles. That's me when I'm about to go fucking activated. How long until Distributist? It's going to be, listen, in 15 minutes, we're going to talk to a doctor about COVID stuff. Then, 2 hours after that, oh, I love it, Max. It's not just that I like it. I love it. I'm going to retweet it. Thank you so much, Max. Holy shit, that's so cool. Thank you so much. Holy shit, that's so awesome. Max, incredible. Gonna go fast on homework? Yeah, so you got time. We're gonna talk to the doctor. We're gonna talk to DocMidnight, which is gonna be awesome. Ooh, that will be a merch. No joke. If I ever get to the point of making merch, I will make a Terra deck. Terra deck. Okay, cool. Let me take a look here. That's a really good idea, Rakasan. I'll think about that. I got to work out a final one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a really good idea. Uh-oh. Unoriginal Andy again. This is all they have. They have nothing. They have nothing but saying that. Holy shit. Yeah, Nuts, good job. Good shit. Good fucking shit. All right, this has been hype. Do a debate with Sushi? I was going to, but I don't really see the need to. He's completely irrelevant. In fact, let's find out just how irrelevant he is. Let's find out. Let's do some flexing because, you know, I don't really mind flexing. Let's find out. Let's find out. He's managed to go crypto for now. I think this is his channel, right? Yeah, it is. Whoops. Oh, but I'm just a grifter, right? It has nothing to do. It couldn't be that I'm making good content and I treat my audience well. Yep. Just, you know, I'm just a grifter. I'm just a Voshite clone. Yeah, they do the same shit. We got a boomer from CTV. Well, yeah, that's to be expected. Oh, by the way, do you want to know another little one? Let's while we're being mean here. Let me just show you something. Let me just be mean here. Listen. Now, before I say this, I don't usually give a shit about someone's following. But there are some people who like to leverage their following. They like to call you irrelevant. They like to call you a Vosh clone, etc. And when that happens, I'm all right with weaponizing their audience size. Do you remember Lecture Fan? Anybody remember Lecture Fan? Remember that guy? The Trump dude? The guy whose entire personality was Trump? Yeah, it's all right. If you don't, it's fine. Some of you do. Some of you don't. Yeah. Exactly. His entire shtick has been Trump. And in the build-up to the election, he was pulling 300 to 400 viewers. Do you want to know what his average is right now? Take a guess at what his average has dropped to now that Trump is irrelevant. You're getting there. You're close, Rakasan. 10, negative 25. No. 80? You're getting close. Yep. It's less than 80, less than 70, but more than 20. 32, getting closer. 65, closest yet. 60. 50. Once the Trump train went over, all of his viewers just ditched him. 50. Imagine. Imagine. Righties don't fucking give a shit about each other. They don't build communities. They just build stupid Trump fandoms, and then they pander, and then they just leave him in the dust. Oh, that hurts. Oof. Bruh is right. Bruh is right. Rakasan gets the prize. Isn't that the ebb and flow of information in general, though? To a certain degree. But 400 to 50 viewers? That's ridiculous. I always expect, listen, there's always fluctuation. Yesterday, I had a really busy stream because, you know, nobody else was streaming. Today, lots of other people are streaming. Get a little bit lower numbers. Still really good, though. Numbers fluctuate all over the place. People get bored, burn out, whatever sometimes. But people who actually care and build and are original and build stuff will be able to sustain an audience for a long time. However, if you're pandering and knocking on the same thing and never innovating at all, people get bored of you. And also, they don't care. Am I ever able to monetize YouTube? Yes, but not frequently. Most of my videos get automatically yellowed, which means I don't get any ads for them. So it's mostly through the site. Most of them get yellowed. Yeah, exactly. Busy Bee. Okay, so something you all should know. I like to talk about the state of the channel pretty frequently. Lesson, join site chat. True. And join the Discord. That way you get my notifications. Yeah, you can dono more if you want to. If you've got the money, my content will always be free, but you can support me and make it possible for me to live a comfortable life and keep making more content and upgrade and everything like that if you so desire it. But what I was going to say is the cool thing about this community is we have an incredible, incredible amount of stick. We have an incredible amount of engagement and people stick around. We've had steady growth all the way along. And the reason for that is because, well, there's a couple of reasons. One, because we have a good community. And that's not just me either. Like, yeah, this is my vision and I put the bulk of the effort into the channel, but there's a lot of people here who care about this community. And as a result, people see that. People feel that. People come into this community and they go, wow, it's really fucking nice. Hey, thank you so much, Somniostatic. I deeply appreciate that. It's not enough yet, but we're going to keep growing. Thank you so much, Somniostatic. Really appreciate that. Look at all these beautiful yellow names. PP name. Yeah, of course. And that's the goal. The goal is to keep growing. And the way I think about it is I want to make it as easy and enjoyable for all of you. After all, I'm streaming, I make the content, but I make it for you all at the end of the day. So, yeah. Anyway, some people don't have that approach. Yeah, strong growth never end. Well, it might end someday, but guess what? Until then, we're going to keep hammering at it. We're going to keep going. So yeah, of course. And I'm going to keep bringing you awesome content. Yeah, exactly. That today, yes, the growth may end someday, but that day is not today. Today, we are still churning out awesome content, having fun, relaxing, doing cool shit. It is very hot in this room. It is incredibly hot in this room. You don't have a yellow name? Yet, Sinex. Yet.
Change the world. My final message. Goodbye.
Rat with a joint. Rat with a joint. Rat with a giant joint. Why is he so small? He's hungry. Don't give him the joint. Give him some cheese. He's too hungry. Oh my God. Rats be hungry. Oh boy. Oh boy. I know that tweet. Feed the poor rat. You want to know? Oh, yeah, true. Okay, so everyone, if you want something to play while we're talking to DocMidnight, Dan Starlight is setting up Discord, a Among Us game on the Discord in the general chat. So if you go on the Discord, you could play Among Us while listening to my conversation with DocMidnight. Very fun. So yeah, go on and join the Discord. There's going to be a community Among Us game with a bunch of members. You can you could play it. Among Us is great to play while we're having a conversation with a doctor, because there's not going to be a whole lot of visuals during this particular segment. And then after that, we got a debate. Oh, it's really easy, the real B-Star. Don't worry. Just have fun. Oh, what's your prize, Rakasan? I'll show you what your prize is. Rakasan, I'll show you what your prize is. You ready? I got a prize for you. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's DocMidnight. Yep. Watch this. Bam. Watch this. Ready? Here we go. Ready? 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 Usually you want to be in voice chat, but there's also text chat, so I don't think it's voice only. There you go. There you go. Good job on the guess there. You win. Change the world. There you go, Rakasan. Yellow name. Enjoy it. Okay, listen. Everyone, I'm sorry, but this is the last one. I'm not going to do any more after this. I gotta just mute this guy. This is pathetic. I watched the Destiny debate after ours. Fucking good looking out, fam. Thanks for turning me on to how much of a fucking hypocrite your demon mama is. She literally accused Destiny of doing to her what she said and her people did to me. Toxic liar. Hashtag mental health. I think he... One like. He's so desperate. Don't get, please. No offense, but this guy does not need any attention. That was a pretty good old prospector voice. Yeah, I did my best. Like it to be nice? No. No. He might have liked his own tweet. No, it's this guy. I don't know who this person is. Irrelevant. Nah, just kidding. If we don't get to the bottom of this election fraud, we're not going to have another election. We're going to have another revolution. Simps. This is pathetic, by the way. Look at, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I know this is horrible. I'm being so bad, but who cares? 0 interactions. This was 15 minutes ago. 0 interactions. December 12 will be a truth stream. Full mask off. I wonder what that could mean. I wonder what that will mean. Zero interactions. 0 interactions. 1 interaction. Probably his own. One reply. 0 interactions. 1 interaction. 1 interaction. So sad. His viewer count? I don't know. Let's find out. This is so mean. I'm being so fucking mean right now. Let's find out. I'm being so fucking mean. Listen. These people deserve it. Please forgive me. I'm being so fucking mean. What utility does this have? Not really, SQ38. It doesn't really have any. It's just spite. I'm being spiteful. I mean, the fact of the matter is they screamed, I mean, keep in mind, just keep in mind, at the end of the day, these are the people who screamed that I was a man in a dress. This is the person who said that I was a disgusting cunt. This is the person who said that trans people are all just men in dresses. So, you know, I don't really care that much. I'm fine with being, you know, cruel to them. They don't really deserve any love or attention. Yeah. I'm okay with bullying them. Yeah, it's for fun. I guess that's the utility. It's fun. Do I like wearing dresses? Not really, actually. Not really. Now, occasionally I do. Here, I've sometimes shown this. Here. Listen, we got a little bit of time. A few more minutes. So here, I'll show you this picture. Give me a second. I've shown this one before, but I'll do it again. I don't care. There's a lot of people viewing, so I'm going to let you have something to enjoy. Where is it here? Where the fuck did I put it? Give me a second here. Give me a minute. Where did I put this shit? Here we go. It would have been this one? No. Where did it go? I had it before. Where the fuck did it go? Maybe it would have been this one? Why am I like this? Why does this happen to me? Maybe it's here. Oh wait, here's some of them. Let me find it real quick. Yeah, it's here somewhere. Give me a second. I'll find it. Hey, here we go. Here you go. I'll give you my when I'm gussied up. Hold on. Let me find it here. It's here somewhere. Maybe it was later than this. Where the fuck did it go? I had this on stream before. Wasn't it in this one? Maybe it was 2017. Huh. Ah, it looks like it was. Yeah, here we go. All right, let me find the one. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. Ready? Bing. There you go. There you go. There's me with a dress. Look at that. See? I do it from time to time. Very rare. Very rare. But from time to time. Yeah, see? Has this little neck thing. Blue, I had like a little thing to keep me warm. Yeah. See? Occasionally. Occasionally. Here's another one. This one's good. I like the expression more on this one. Look at that. Expression's pretty good on this one. See? Not bad. Not bad. I have a few good photos of me really fancy up. Yeah, that was before I got my glasses. I didn't know I needed them at the time. All right, it's time. It's time for us to have a conversation. All right, we got an interview to do. Let's do this. That's fine. Cyber murder executive? I can see that. Yeah, I went really hardcore. That was the last time I ever saw... Well, okay, that's too... Anyway, that was the last time I ever saw my fucking dad. So I was like, I'm going to drive the point home. And they tried to, like, misgender me the whole day. And it was just really shitty. It was really funny. They totally looked like idiots, and they got really nervous, and then they spined out. It was really funny. Yeah, power move. It was 100% a power move. All right, here we go. We're bringing Doc in. Hello, Dr. Midnight.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Real quick, can I get your... do you like to go by Doc Midnight, or do you go by another name, or...
Call me Doc. That's fine.
Doc Midnight? All right. And what are your socials, real quick? Twitch? You got a Twitch channel? You got a...
Yep. So my Twitch... do you want me to say them vocally or DM them to
you can just DM them. That'd be easy. I can just copy them over. I want to have them up on the screen.
Got it. I'm live right now, by the way.
Okay, yeah, as am I.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Oh, perfect. Is it round midnight? Okay, perfect. Okay.
My Twitter is this.
Alrighty, here we go. We'll get your socials up on here. We are very happy to have you on.
I'm very happy to be on with you. And is it okay for me to address the recent debate you had?
Absolutely, of course, 100%.
I actually watched it last night. And,
oh wait, the redneck one or the
redneck one.
Okay,
but I'm not gonna address the content of it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I just wanted to say I watched it last night and I actually cried because of how well like you composed yourself during it and like how passionate you were about not just trans issues and rights but like LGBTQIA issues as a whole. And I think you like took everything so well, and you were just so professional, and it was such a great thing for me to see.
Thank you.
Because I'm trying to like do the same thing, with COVID and COVID misinformation and stuff like that. So
yeah,
it was great to see that you were such like a powerful force during that debate. And yeah, I'm a huge fan from that.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, it is probably my you know, if there was something, if I had to choose a single issue to fight on for the rest of my days, it'd probably be trans stuff because you know, it's very personal to me, but also very personal to a lot of people that I care about. So yeah, and Redneck is a really bad person when it comes to these issues. Maybe he'll do better someday. It doesn't seem so right now. Like, I mean, he was literally just tweeting me and like, he was just like subtweeting me screaming about how I'm a fucking liar and all this shit. But yeah, I'm glad you were able to enjoy it. I really did my best. My goal in that entire conversation, I knew he was going to go right out the gate and be bad faith. I knew he was going to say a lot of hateful bullshit. My goal was, as you could probably tell, was to be able to get a message through to people who, the big audience who came to tune in. And that was to let them know that, like, not only is my community devoted to like being a safe place if they need one, but also that I'm fighting to make more such communities possible that aren't just mine. You know what I mean? That are just everywhere. So yeah. But thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the kind words, and again, very happy to have you on today.
Yeah, you know, I'm very happy to be on. Thank you to you personally and for your community for having me on. I apologize if I sound a bit hoarse. I've been basically nonstop talking since 5:30.
That's fine. I understand it very much, doing this every day, you know, getting on and talking about stuff. Oh, thank you, Mythaldu. Someone in my chat just helped me notice that I had pushed one of my stream elements off the edge. All right, so well, let's get right into it, huh?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so if you wouldn't mind, could you introduce yourself to the chat, give them the pitch, and if you could, give them the rundown on what you're working on right now. We'll go into that in more depth as we go on, but yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I'm DocMidnight. I have been on Twitch since I think like November 1st or something. And I have basically been in an unfortunate situation where I just finished medical school and was about to start a residency in July. And then can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Someone in my chat said they're getting an offline screen, so I was worried that my stream went.
Oh, that's odd. Could be on Twitch's side. Oh, yeah, sorry. I should have asked. Your pronouns are he, him, correct? Or
Yes, my pronouns are he, him, they.
Okay.
Some people in my chat said you're not live.
Oh, I should be.
Yeah.
Are we having issues on the site? Can anybody report if we're having site issues? Should be. Oh, wait, are they trying to go to my Twitch? That's
I
probably
think
why.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't here, I'll send you the link if they want to watch. And they can join the chat at this link. It's demonmama.com/live. That'll be the best place to go. I don't stream regularly on Twitch anymore. I usually stream on YouTube, although I do appear on a lot of Twitch shows. Yeah.
Got it.
But yeah, you can go to my website wherever I'm on, and they'll be able to find me. So yeah.
But yeah, sorry to mess that up. But yeah, so I basically when COVID happened in March, it was sort of all hands on deck for anyone with hands and is able and to like see patients. So my residency got pushed to start in March, and since then I have been working as a intern in critical care and anesthesiology critical care, which is a first year of residency in anesthesiology. You're called an intern. And I've been doing that since March, 80 to 100 hours a week. I've also been on the COVID research task force since March. I've had a hand in the making of the the Jon Snow Declaration, which is the counter to the Great Barrington Declaration. And I've been in COVID has been my life, both in clinic and out of clinic, basically.
I can only imagine. And I feel like my life has been COVID in that we've been in some form of quarantine to some degree since the beginning of the year. We don't leave our house barely at all. Like streaming is like my social thing. So I can't even imagine the position that you're feeling in, like that you're in right now. And yeah. So how are you?
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I just like to say, like, actually, and this is a bit of a trigger warning, but streaming honestly saved my life since I started. Even though I only started like October 28th or something, streaming really saved my life. I was in a very bad place mentally before starting to stream, and even to the point of having suicidal ideation in Minecraft, which I'm supposed
You can
to
talk
say.
about that on this platform. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
On YouTube, we're allowed to talk about things a little bit more, a little bit more frankly. They're not as cruel as Twitch.
Oh, got it. But just since then, like, basically Twitch and having a community and being on with people like you has really saved my life.
Well, we're very happy to have you on, and I'm very happy to hear that streaming has been that much of a positive influence, because it certainly has been a very positive influence for myself as well. This is a little bit separate from all of the bigger things we were going to talk about today, but I mean, for me, it's been, I feel like I have a career, which is like something I haven't felt in a long time. For the last like half decade, I've been jumping from gig jobs, like multiple gig jobs, to all kinds of random work, because the economy's been in the tank. And so yeah, this is definitely something that really gets my like heart like pumping. It's extremely exciting, and I love that, like, the community building aspect, the community interaction is amazing. And I think that it does help combat some of the sort of loneliness and atomization that I feel like that we're all experiencing right now, both, of course, in the term of like general economic and social atomization, but also just specifically from COVID. I can't even imagine what like my year would have looked like if I hadn't made all the friends that I have and the connections that I have through streaming. So I'm very happy that that's the same for you as well. And I should say, before we go any further, I think I speak for not just myself, but also for the community, that we would be very happy to have you, hang out in our community. If you ever need people to talk to, if you ever just want to argue politics or not argue politics and just vent, we have a really awesome space. Our general chat is full of people all the time. So please, feel free. Our doors are wide open to you. And if you have the desire to come spend time with us and whatever.
Appreciate it. And same goes for my albeit much smaller community as well.
Hey, it might not be small forever. You never know. When I started this year, I didn't even have a Discord when I started this year. And now my Discord's got like a lot of people on it. It's actually wild. There's, again, there's a lot of there is a lot of growth happening in this space, but there's also just a lot of people who are really passionate about it. Streaming is like, I don't know, to me it's like this unrecognized art. Viewers recognize it. Viewers really recognize the value of it. And, that's what I started out as a viewer. And I was like, God, I love streaming. I love watching streams. And I got really into the culture of it and everything. And I'm really happy to see how much streaming in general is blowing up, but I just think that's going to keep going. I don't think streaming is going anywhere. So, it's an incredible medium. With that extremely wholesome start, do you want to talk about a little bit more tough and contentious and spooky things? How would you feel about giving the chat a briefing on what the Great Barrington Declaration is and what it means for them and for us?
Yeah, so the Great Barrington Declaration is a group of right wing, for like 99% of the part.
Yeah.
Scientists and doctors who I think around April or something all met in Massachusetts and wrote a whole entire document saying that we need to remove lockdowns, we need to just let herd immunity take its course. We'll try to uh it'll happen with as little deaths as possible because we will sequester the at-risk population from the rest of the American population, and this is what we think we should do. Um, basically, they're behind the basis that the mental health ramifications of a lockdown are killing more people, basically, and they will continue to kill more people. And it's a sort of weighing the risks versus benefits. It's more of a risk than anything else. So the biggest benefit to mitigate that risk will be to remove lockdowns and let herd immunity take its course.
So with those claims, and I do appreciate you presenting those like largely without commentary, because the commentary that's something I struggle with. But in reading this, because I did read the declaration and the memorandum before we spoke, and also of course I've seen some of your interviews with like Chud Logic. I watched that whole thing. I was there live, which was fantastic.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah, it was really good. Chud and I are really we're good friends, and nice. Chud helped my channel a lot when I was starting off, so it means a lot. I trust him a lot. He's very, very good when it comes to looking out for his community and stuff. So looking at this, what it seems to me is that like there is sort of a conflation of general economic hardship, of like this sort of like I don't even know what the right word is for it. It's like this assumption that like, oh well, if we do a lockdown, well, everyone's not going to have money and they're going to get evicted. And these are sort of assumptions that are made as a part of the Great Barrington Declaration. Do you think that that holds up to scrutiny, or do you think that that sort of approach is rational in any way? Because to me, it seems like that's not the only way for things to go forward.
Well, one thing that they it completely flies over their head so much that it goes into space, basically, is that a lot of the indications of lockdowns being detrimental in mental health and things like that are very much supported by the variables of our past federal government, right? Not providing stimulus monthly, not providing support for small businesses, right? I would venture to say that those things are some major contributions to poor mental health in America during the lockdown, probably more so than pretty much anything else,
Yeah.
In addition to lack of coverage for the most part by our overarching for-profit healthcare system as well.
For-profit healthcare is something we've talked about quite extensively on this channel. It's a subject of much discussion on the left online. But also, we've also talked extensively about these exact sort of social things that you're discussing, these sort of like economic, I don't even want to call them side effects because I think they're the primary effects if you ask me, but it's like
I would agree with you.
Yeah, with like not having an eviction moratorium, not doing eviction freezes, not doing rent freezes, not doing debt or mortgage freezes. These are things that at least from everything that I can tell are the direct causes of the of increased mental health issues. I mean, even just from an anecdotal level, people that I know, including myself, but most people that I know in my life, most of my peers are struggling right now making their bills, or are struggling with work because of COVID-related work complications. And it just seems like almost evil to me to look past that and say, oh, well, it's the lockdown that's causing this. Well, I mean, technically it's the lockdown that made people have to stay home, but it's our inability to actually properly implement a lockdown that accounts for people having to stay in their home that I would imagine is the real cause there. Do you think that's an off-base analysis, or do you feel like that's like a fair conclusion to come to? At least from what you've seen.
That is your conclusion is the conclusion that that they should have came to, you know? I mean, for the most part, the fact that they're right wing, right, sort of lends themselves, in terms of their background, to ignore these issues we've discussed.
Yeah.
And,
when you
oh, go on.
Oh yeah, no, just to dig in, because I want us to spend some time on the Jon Snow memorandum. But I do want to dig in a little more to this Great Barrington.
Yeah, sure.
I always, this is so silly, but I always want to say the Great Barrier Reef every single time. So I keep getting like Great Barrington, and my brain is like reef. I'm like, no, not reef. Declaration. Okay. But yeah, it's like, it looks here that it's more or less exactly what was peddled by the Republican Party of America. Here in the very last paragraph of the Great Barrington Declaration, those who are not vulnerable should immediately be allowed to resume life as normal. Simple hygiene measures such as hand washing and staying home when sick should be practiced by everyone to reduce the herd immunity threshold. But now I may be wrong about this, because again, now I've studied biology, and but I didn't finish my degree or anything like that, and I'm not a doctor or anything like that. But as I understood it, this is not what herd immunity actually means.
No.
So do you want to give people what herd immunity actually means, and how this is not the correct usage of herd immunity?
Yeah. So what herd immunity actually means, and going into human history, we have never once been able to have herd immunity without a vaccine that has provided a long enough term immunity to be able to have herd immunity. Wow, I said herd immunity like 30 times.
That's okay.
But
they have too.
yeah, right. But basically, right, how it works is if you have a vaccine that provides long-term immunity, there exists a percentage of the population, and it's still a significant percentage of the population, that depends on the severity and the infectious rate of the disease, that if you vaccinate this high enough level of the population, then the disease will eventually run out of people to infect, even if everyone doesn't get the vaccine, because the people who had the vaccine will not be able to get infected again. So basically, the disease will run its course with the last few subsects of people that can be infected or who do not have the vaccine. And then after those people recover or unfortunately die, then the disease will, be gone, basically.
Okay. So now earlier this year, I had a argument with a COVID, I don't know if I want to say a denialist, but a COVID truther, I guess. They believed the numbers were overinflated. They believed herd immunity was possible, and I more or less approached this the same way. But again, I'm not a doctor, so I can't really, I don't have that hard science. But as I understood it, like the way that I explained, and maybe this isn't a good way to explain it, but the way that I explained it was like, imagine that you have a child, and your child is born with like leukemia or something along those lines, where it makes your child immunocompromised. Their immune system is weak. The herd immunity is when everyone else around that person has the vaccine, so that the disease doesn't spread at all and can't reach that person with immunity. It's about protecting the people who can't get it. Herd immunity isn't like everybody's got it and so we're all immune to it. It feels like what's been happening, and I've heard this. I mean, I've heard this from mainstream news sources. I've heard this from Donald Trump and their admin, of course, but also from on the pulpit of the RNC, that this version of herd immunity that they're using, it just seems like it doesn't actually have a coherent definition. That basically they say herd immunity because it kind of vaguely sounds like everybody gets to be immune, but.
Yeah, I mean, another big thing that everyone who had said that conveniently, or, even just through their ignorance has not looked into, is if you look into the actual biostatistics, epidemiological statistics behind what would happen in our country if we let herd immunity run its course. If we tried to let herd immunity happen without a vaccine, is accepting the deaths of 4 million Americans, 3 to 4 million American people.
That is a staggering number.
For the small chance that we would get herd immunity in our country without a vaccine, not even to ensure that we can get it, for the small chance that we might be able to have it.
Now, I don't know how much veracity there is to claims like this, but I have heard it discussed that there is a possibility of in the like process of attempting to achieve that style of herd immunity that the virus would potentially mutate or something along those lines. Is that a real risk, or is that sort of like, do you want to speak to, can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, that's very, very much so a real risk, because basically how viruses work is they have sort of a random, for the most part, besides the influenza virus, like incidence of mutation. And basically the virus does not want, it's survival of the fittest. The virus does not want to be detected by your immune system. So any mutations that they randomly have that will lead to more and more virus to be able to propagate and subvert your immune system will end up being the most common mutation that'll then exist, right? Because they're most likely to not be addressed by your immune system and survive. So if you up the statistics by infecting everyone that can possibly be infected, right, there will exist a much higher incident of being able to end up with a mutation that will subvert our immune system. And the reason why that's important is it'll subvert your immune system and then exponentially replicate to the point where it ultimately kills you, right? That's why it's dangerous to do. Yeah, that's why it's dangerous. So you cannot do herd immunity that way.
Yeah, I mean, what it sounds like to me is that, I mean, it sounds to me like this tactic is not even close to reasonable, as in it's functionally like, is there anybody in the world who's pushing for this approach outside of like the US and the UK? Like, I think Brazil is probably pushing for it, but also I believe their numbers have been pretty disastrous. Like who
Bolsonaro.
Bolsonaro, yeah. So so I don't know. Again, I'm not a doctor. That's why we have you on here. But it seemed to me from all available data that there seems to be an overwhelming amount of evidence that states that this is an absolutely, pardon the term, but suicidal approach, that this is going to plunge our society into mass death. And it appears that that's been the case so far.
Well, look at the evidence from our own states that have decided not to, that have basically done that, right? That have decided not to implement any semblance of a useful lockdown or mask mandate at all, right? Look at Florida.
Yeah. Florida, I mean, and we were just talking yesterday on the crackdown they had on a whistleblower in Florida. That's how severe it's gotten, where the state is cracking down on people who are publishing transparent numbers, which...
and to that whistleblower, even before that whistleblower situation, in my own hospital administration, we had the governor approach our hospital to tell us to edit the numbers as well.
So what type of edits are they asking to be made? Are they looking
to decrease so it looks like it's starting to get better so we can reopen?
Oh my God. So are they looking to do this via just like raw suppression, or is it something where they're pulling these sort of sneak? I know that one of the things that was called out in Florida specifically was if your home residence wasn't in Florida, they didn't want it count, even if you were living there. And there's a lot of what are called snowbirds in Florida. And for anybody who doesn't know what that term means, it means people who go to Florida for the winter. They live elsewhere, but they have a second home in Florida. And there's quite a large number of people who live that sort of life in Florida, and those people, if they got sick and died of COVID, Florida was pushing to not have those people count, even if they got sick and died in Florida, because their home wasn't technically in Florida.
So for us, it was a little more blunt. We literally were asked to just edit the data report that we were sending the federal government.
Holy shit!
It wasn't even. It wasn't even that like sort of subtle and.
I mean, that's disgusting, to be frank. But unfortunately, I wish I could say it was a surprise, but we've heard stories like this from all over the states, and there's been credible government inquiry into this that's just been stonewalled because of the Trump admin and the loyal Senate, you know, more or less stonewalling this.
Yeah. Yeah, and to to go into that too, like into the argument of people saying, hey, well, the numbers are overblown. I would like to point to you the event that happened around April, where the Donald Trump administration sort of switched data collection for this virus to another outside of the CDC department, when the CDC has been doing it for basically the past 100 years since the late 1800s. And this other department, this external department outside of the CDC, I forgot the exact name off the top of my head, has like basically half of the, probably 20-30% of the ability of the CDC to verify data integrity of the data they're receiving. And they've been telling all the hospitals, hey, don't submit to the CDC, submit all your data reports to this other department.
This sounds like yet another example of specifically setting up the system in order to fail. So that they can then say, well, look, the system failed. That means it's not working, but they built it that way in a way that fails. It's sort of the same thing that was happening with the USPS, you know, where it's like the USPS gets curtailed, and then they say, look at how inefficient the USPS is. Like, well, you made it inefficient so that it would look bad, so that you could then further get rid of it. It sounds like that's what they're trying to do, but with COVID, which seems particularly ghoulish.
So is the data likely wrong and inaccurate? Yeah, but it's not underreported. I mean, it's not overreported. It's underreported.
Right. Now that's the sort of argument that I've taken with a lot of these, and I've had, unfortunately, multiple arguments with COVID deniers. Part of what I do, you probably know this if you're familiar with my channel at all, but I debate a lot of right-wingers, and that means I come into contact with this a lot. And the approach that I've always said is perhaps somewhat a little bit in my typical spicy style, to just be like, okay, so what? You want to take off 10,000 deaths that you want to call motorcycle deaths? How many you want to cut off? We still have, take 10,000 off. We still have 260,000 dead people. Take 50,000 off. Still 200,000 dead people. How many people you want to discount? How many motorcycle accidents were secretly ruled as COVID that you want to cut off the list? And it's still, no matter how many, I could take 50% off, still 100,000 Americans. You're trying to tell me that I'm supposed to care about this type of, like, some random person who died in a motorcycle accident in Florida who was ruled as COVID? It's wild to me. It's like the definition of conspiracy theory. And I just find it very concerning. But it seems like, and, you know, I don't know if this is something you've experienced as well, but it seems like there's almost a cult-like vein to all of this. I mean, many of the family members that I have back home who weren't necessarily right-wing, but were probably center and kind of got pulled into the Trump thing, have now gone full anti-mask. And in the process of going anti-mask, I've started to see anti-vax sentiment come up. I've started to see like all these other things creeping in. This idea that, like, oh, the government is trying to make us docile. They're gonna give us a vaccine that's gonna track us, and like it's gone from like a little bit of MAGA to just, oh wow, they've really run with it. Is this something you're experiencing and seeing a lot on the ground as well? Are there patients who are?
Oh yeah, I mean, I probably have. Well, before I get into that. The next time you do a debate like that, I would love to be on with you, and we can do like a 2v2 type of thing.
Hell yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I'd love to bring my expertise into that.
Yeah, 100%. Now, I may a lot of these kind of ones that have been about the COVID stuff have been off the cuff. However, I will absolutely put your name in with the other panel hosts that I know, because that would be an amazing perspective to have. I've been on, I think, 2 panels where COVID denialism ended up coming up, and then I've had like 3 or 4 different random debates with people who've had a problem with COVID numbers, like that were just random. But of course, if you happen to be available, I'll next time somebody comes on that wants to talk about that, I'll DM you and we'll bring you in if you're available.
Yeah.
But as for the panels, I think it would be perfectly possible to get you onto one of those at some point, which would be really good. I think your perspective would be valuable.
But yeah, going into that more, another thing that like I absolutely, it's just cringe, honestly, that people bring up is the like 1% mortality rate, which is not even real.
Okay.
Conveniently, a lot of right-wingers who say the 1% mortality rate are not able to bring the data supporting that.
We've had literally that conversation. And I was like, all right, let's do this live. And I just looked up the numbers. Even the most conservative numbers were significantly more than that. I think we ended up hitting much closer to like 4. I think it was like the lowest number we could find was like 5.3. And this was live debunking.
I mean, we don't. Well, the fact of the matter is, we don't know what the exact mortality rate is.
Yeah.
But let's humor that sentiment, right, and say it's 1%, right? What's the population of the U.S.? Like 300 million?
Yeah.
Or something.
350 million.
1% of 300 million is still 3 million people.
Yeah, an absurd amount of people. But sometimes you get to that in some of these conversations. I've gotten to that point, and you've set up everything, and you're like, do you recognize that this is bad? And they're like, well, the cost is worse. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices. And it's just like, you're talking about sacrificing 1 million human beings. Like, are you okay with being one of them? And they're like, well, I'm not at risk. It's like, you think you're not at risk. You don't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. And, in my own clinic, just off the top of my head since March, I think I've had about 250 almost patients who die still denying COVID.
That's so heartbreaking.
I'm facing about 8 to 10 malpractice suits right now because the families of some of those people are now suing the hospital because we treated them for a disease that doesn't exist.
That is so unjust, so deeply and disgustingly unjust.
Yeah, and going into the unethical side of our healthcare system, fortunately in this particular case, most hospitals have like a team of like 50 to 100 plus lawyers to deal with these kinds of things. And that's also a problem, but in this particular case, it's not.
It sounds like it was it's a necessary precaution in this particular circumstance. So one more thing I want to talk about before we jump into what y'all are doing about it with this Jon Snow declaration or memorandum. My goodness, is this? So, what is the? And I'm sure that this is something that gets overlooked a lot, but it's really important to me. I want to understand what's the state with you all. How are you doctors and you who are are working towards being a doctor? How are nurses and techs and transporters and everything like that? How is everyone holding up? And like, what is the current state? Like, how well protected are people? Is there a lot of people falling ill? Are there going to be like a lot of nurses and doctors who are going to be facing long-term complications as a result of this period of time?
So for lack of a better way to say it, nationwide, we've just been fucked.
Okay. Yeah.
Down to the administrative assistants, to the transporters, to the doctors and nurses and everyone. I mean, personally, where I am, and this echoes a lot of the country, I was working on one set of PPE from March all the way to July.
Well, when you say one set of PPE, what do you mean by that? Like, what did you have?
When I talk about a set of PPE, it includes like the N95 mask, the goggles, the face shield, the gown, the gloves, all of that.
So you've had one pair of gloves, one mask, one shield, one goggles, and one shoes for months.
From March to July, yes. The gloves were a little more interchangeable, but besides that, yeah. And
That
our
is
hospital administration was basically like, "Hey, just put a UV light over it; it'll be fine."
I mean, this is all like it almost like it beggars belief. It's stunning, and like again, I've been inundated with this news, and it's still just it hits me like I mean, I used to work in a hospital. My mom worked in healthcare for most of my life. Like this is that's wild. Like that's unbelievable to me. I mean, how the failure.
And what's fucked is it never had to be this way. If our pandemic response team was not disbanded, if we had a different type of federal government that actually, prepared for this when we were informed about it in December.
I mean, and we have the. I mean, it's not a matter. I mean, and maybe
we have
maybe
the resources.
Yeah, right. We have the resources on hand. We have. I mean, the military is producing all kinds of stuff, right? Couldn't the military spin up operations to create, reliable, disposable PPE?
I mean, Demon Mama, this month I'm still working on one set of PPE per week. When the most like scientifically ideal situation would be switching one set out every 6 to 8 hours.
Is there anything that people can do to help that part, or is this something where it just has to be us pressuring the government?
So this goes into something I've been talking about more recently. That it doesn't matter like whether your state is red or blue. It matters if your hospital left wing, the hospital administration you work at is left wing or right wing.
Okay.
I know for a fact where I work, any N95s or aid sent to our way, even through verified sources, was either thrown away or just simply like sequestered. And when it was sequestered, it was mainly given out to people that had more like higher standing in office politics, which our hospital administration basically disguised it behind like, hey, we're giving our PPE resources to the people that contribute the most to patient care.
That's disgusting. And this,
when we all do, collectively.
Oh, of course. I mean, that's absurd. That's just totally. That's like it's like what is this like Oracle sales division, like bottom 10% just get to get COVID as a like the fuck, like that is just it's stunning. It's again it's sickening, and again I've been following this story, so some of this stuff is like I've heard some version of this, but never like to the same degree of a personal report. It's really sickening. I mean, and of course you have at the time all of this is happening. We've been, seeing this earlier this year. I did a big stream covering Kushner and how he completely botched pandemic response by more or less self-dealing to friends who had no experience in the manufacture of masks, giving these contracts out to people that he knew, people that he thought were like, other venture capitalist buddies who are like, yeah, I can get the factories, I can do this. And some of it just never happened. And it sounds like this is what the fallout is that there's desperation on all levels, because up at the top level, they're dealing contracts out in this incredibly favorable, like nepotistic, disgusting money before people way of going about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm literally going to be using any money from Twitch to buy PPE. That's how unsupported we feel.
Jesus Christ.
By our administrations.
It's like putting you in a position of the teachers, but like where you got to buy your own pencils and chalk and stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
except even worse.
Yeah, because I think the thing that pissed me off the most was like all the PP that they threw out that was donated just under the guise of like, hey, we don't know what the people giving it to us did to the PP. I mean, at that point, I didn't even care anymore if someone tried to like do anything to the PP we were receiving, because we didn't get any.
It's like someone peed on this PPE, but
I'll use it.
The alternative is do you want the PPE or do you want the COVID-soaked rag PPE? Like, holy shit. That's
yeah. And at the same time, other residents that I work with who ended up getting COVID and got sick for too long got released from their programs. other like nurses or doctors. There were nurses or doctors that had higher sort of political seniority, not even by age, that for this whole entire time have been working from home and finding reasons to work from home when they needed to be on the front lines with us. You know, like there's no reason for like a 40-year-old doctor in good health who's been in attending for years to then just, you know, look, are we the only ones that should be at risk every day, like working with patients, right?
Yeah.
And you know, and anyone else, right, who's an attending or a nurse or even an assistant who's gotten sick from COVID, they even have a grace period after their sick days and vacation times run out before they're fucking let go.
It's just...
You know, like, why we have no hazard pay? Why are people being let go for getting sick on the job from treating patients and saving lives? It's to the point where, like, I know for a fact where I work, a good 20 to 30 people that I work with are COVID positive and have been working as COVID positive in the ICU for the past 1 to 2+ months because they're afraid for their jobs.
You know, are you familiar with Sam Cedar of the Majority Report?
No.
Okay. The Majority Report's a fantastic show, and they've done very good coverage of COVID, in my opinion, and have a lot of good connections. If you ever are looking for something to watch that's like a good news show, they have really good connections.
Oh, awesome.
Awesome lefty show. You know, not quite as left as me, but still very, very much so. But Sam Cedar has, the host of the show, has repeatedly stated that he feels like COVID is kind of proven to be like a barium test for the country that has revealed every single fracture in our country, every single breakdown, every single blocked vein and whatnot in real time with very real effects. But we've just seen how, like, the way that our work culture is driving people to completely, like, counter, just absolutely irrational conclusions, like working while you're sick with a disease that viral load is very important, like doctors and patients spreading the disease back and forth to one another for no reason other than this fact that we cannot divert. We have no ability to divert from this, like, hyper profit driven ideology. They've failed. All of our you know, these like safety linchpins have failed. And it's so troubling.
Yeah, I mean, I have a good 20% of the people I work with that in clinic don't even wear masks at all, despite some of them even being COVID positive, simply because they don't care anymore.
I mean, and it's almost like you can't blame them, like, at that point, you know? Yeah, I'm so fucking sorry you've had to deal with this. Anyway, let's talk about what you're trying to do about it, because this is a grim situation. I've kind of gained a reputation for being a little bit of a what's the right word? Cassandra, you know, saying, hey, like one of the first streams that I was ever on, I was talking about, like, we don't know how bad COVID's going to be. Don't gamble that the election is going to play out the way that we thought it was going to. And, you know, but I've also maintained, you know, in my broadcasting that I think that there is shit that we can do about it. And you seem to believe the same thing. Do you want to give people what the Jon Snow memorandum is, what it means, what it stands for? People have asked about where the name comes from. And yeah, the bloomer pill, so to say.
I'd like to reiterate that, you know, I've played a small part in the creation of this. But so you would love this story, Demon Mama. So for those of you who don't know who Jon Snow is, Jon Snow was a doctor in the, like, 1800s that was the first one to, like, say publicly that cholera was definitely spread by contaminated water through a research paper. Right? And then when he was trying to do this, he was canceled by everyone.
Yeah.
You know, like people were like, no, you're stupid, like, you're not right at all. And then basically ended up being right to the point where it was too late. almost too late at least, and he then is credited as being the father of epidemiology, basically.
Wow.
Because of this.
Because of that research paper that revealed that cholera was from contaminated drinking water. And as I understand it, the sewage situation in 1800s England, UK was not particularly clean. Which yeah.
I mean, people would like throw their bedpans and like poop buckets out of the window just onto the street every morning.
Disgusting.
Yeah, they were literally swimming in their poo. Someone in your chat said, and drinking it.
Well, I can't believe we're still talking about this like 200 years later and functionally the same thing with minor improvements. Oh God, it's so depressing sometimes. So what is the memorandum? What is the goal of the memorandum, and what are the claims of the memorandum?
The goal of the memorandum is to undo basically everything the Great Barrington Declaration is doing. It's even a shame that we have to spend so much time and energy to have a memorandum of like 9,000 signatures around the world because of how much traction the Great Barrington Declaration has been getting, like unchecked.
So we're both of these, and I may be misremembering here, but both of these have been published and have reached some level of audience in very credible sources, correct? I think I recall you mentioning that it was published in The Lancet.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah,
it's fantastic.
Not the Barrington, the Jon Snow.
That's a good sign then.
And basically the memorandum is, I mean, it's so just stupid that we have to have one that says exactly what we have been talking about, Demon Mama, right? That throughout history we've never had herd immunity without a vaccine. Lockdowns and mask mandates are absolutely essential. Here are the millions. Here are the hundreds of thousands of research papers that we've been collecting since March or since the beginning of time that support this.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. Like we feel like we're like writing a PowerPoint presentation for like 5th graders on basic immunology or something. Like
I can't even imagine. Again, I feel that way when I argue with somebody where I'm like, you do realize like you're arguing against like basic concepts of contagions, like that, like if you spread a disease through droplets and it spreads very easily by congregating in places, by not wearing masks, you are just going to be spreading those droplets onto people and they'll catch it, and then those people will spread it to other people. And then it's like, yes, I acknowledge that. And then it's like, oh, okay, so you see why we need masks, you see why we need to stay home? And they're like, no. And I'm just like, what do you mean no? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean no? And
and the big thing the Great Barrington idiots do not understand is like, let's say we give them benefit of the doubt, right? And it is like scientifically to some extent a good idea to sequester everyone who's at risk from all the rest of the population. How the fuck are you going to do that in our country?
Right. What do we do? Like, you make like a plague warehouse and lock all those people in? I'm getting... God, okay. So, do you play video games much? I don't know if you do.
For my whole life, I've been in a situation just growing up too, where like the only friends I could make that didn't beat the shit out of me were people online. So
that's also a shared. Then we share that as well. There is a game called Pathologic 2. That I played last year, and it's a game that takes place during like early 1900s, vaguely, small town on the steppes of Russia, and it has to do with a plague, and you play as a doctor. And I played this last year, and then this year happened, and I was just like, so first of all, it was a masterpiece of a game, easily my favorite game ever made. I talk about it all the time on stream. My chat is probably going to want to beat me up for talking about it right now again. But there is a similar, it's just you saying that like sequestering them. There's a section in the game where like 3,000 workers get sequestered in a meatpacking plant, and because the plague breaks out there, and so somebody bars them in, more or less. And it's easily the most harrowing scene in any video game I've ever played. When you finally unseal it and have to go in as as a doctor, and to trying desperately to fix the problems of the town. It is a horror game. But that's just immediately came to my mind when like you mentioned, like this Barrington Declaration asking people to sequester. Like, this is like the it's from a horror game. It's like the most horrifying thing you can imagine, but it's in real life, and there's somebody advocating for this, and there's thousands of corporations and doctors trying to sign off on this because it's good for their pockets. It's so sickening and troubling.
Yeah, well, yeah, the most troubling thing, right, is I would venture to say a good almost 60% of people who sign the Great Barrington Declaration don't even believe in what they're trying to push, and they're only pushing it because they want their like daily life conveniences back.
Yeah. The brunch.
They want to be able to go to their fucking golf clubs or whatever again. Yeah. And since March, basically, I've seen just even people I work with that I respect, like doctors, completely throw out their integrity as doctors just because, like, the right wing supports the rest of their political beliefs, right? Like, there's people I work with that I know for a fact that they know COVID is real and all the science behind it and everything, because they've been doctors like 40 plus years, but they support COVID denial and anti-vax, right? Because Donald Trump's administration benefits them because they make $1 million+ a year.
Oh, it's just, it makes you wonder about, I don't know. I could go off on a Marxist rant about class interests here, but my God. And it's
like one thing that's, oh, go on.
Oh, no, go ahead. I'll follow up after.
One thing that stuck with me when I was watching your redneck debate, that like really stuck with me, that's so true, is Donald Trump absolutely represents hate and cruelty, as an amalgamation of our country. He like completely represents that. Like,
for sure. He's like an embodiment.
Yeah.
Yeah, manifestation.
Like there's, even outside of the context of COVID, within the context of COVID, when there was the xenophobia being pushed, right?
Yeah.
We started having doctors then, like, that are part of the administration have any doctor that looked Chinese prevented from seeing patients and put in the office only.
It feels like we just had, like, I don't know. This may be a very poor taste like analogy, but it feels like societally we had like a seizure or a stroke and just went back like 100 years in the blink of an eye in a lot of ways, and like all of these things just popped to the surface, and they were there, but they were like seething, and now it's just boom, just blowing out all over the place with this, especially in the form of Trump. Like he's like the Yeah, it really is upsetting. The thing that I was gonna say also, as a follow up, is like, with regard to people tiring of quarantine and their interests outweighing them. There's a lot of people I can really sympathize with, and something that I've really tried to do in my own messaging is be like, listen, I know how fucking hard this can be, at least to the extent that I can. I'm very lucky in that, I mean, I have a place to live. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And as a byproduct of having a place to live, I've kind of just filled my time with working at politics and talking on stuff online. But like a lot of people don't. But like even with that, like I haven't got, like, I got 1 month this year of spending time with anybody before this all happened, and we haven't gone anywhere or done anything. We don't do anything. It's just too risky to go out right now in my area. And it's like
Yeah.
you go out for a frantic and stressful experience of getting groceries or whatever, or maybe you go and get fast food and pick it up, and it's like that's the exciting thing that you've done that week. And I get it. People miss their family, and I can feel that, but I just keep trying to encourage people, like, hold on as long as you can, because it will end eventually. You know what I mean? Like, we will get through it eventually, but the sooner that the more prematurely we say fuck it, the worse it's going to be and the longer it's going to last in the long run. But it just seems like people just, I don't know if it's like the raw material conditions of Americans have just gotten so bad that, you know, people can't even tolerate a little bit extra stress, or if it's, you know, I mean, I'm guessing it's probably a mixture of that and also this sort of like cult-like mentality that swept through the right wing of this country under Trump and even building up to Trump, of just like almost like conspiratorial dogmatism. They worship these conspiracy theories, even in the, like, again, it's not even just the QAnoner people. It's widespread. I have family members and friends who've their whole families have come apart at the seams because of just disagreements over wearing masks, over simple precautions for not spreading disease.
Yeah, I mean, this is one thing I tell, like, my patients or, you know, people that I know, right? Would you rather miss your parents in life or in death? Like, would you rather miss your family members as they're alive and just because you haven't seen them, or would you rather go to their funeral?
Yeah, it's a very real consideration at this point, especially as hospital load goes back up.
Yeah, and you know, like, some people, okay, like, this is like a multifaceted thing, right? Like, some people have no right to be fed up with it, right? You know, for this whole time they haven't even like paid attention to any precautions anyway, and they just want their restaurants and barbershops and stuff open again.
Yeah, there's those people who've been flaunting it from the beginning.
Yeah, but then there's the sect of people that I completely understand, you know, that unfortunately reveal the flaws of our country, right? That their first 1,200 for the past 10 months went to rent within the first week. Right?
It's a lot of
that
people.
throughout this whole time they've lost their jobs, they lost their businesses. There's no semblance of any support in the government, and because they lost their jobs or businesses, they also then consequently, right, have access to limited or no health care. So then they are not able to go to the hospital even if they do have COVID. So at that point, I don't blame them for being like, fuck it.
Yeah. I mean, this
Right?
is something people have to have something to live for. Humans aren't just like, you know, stones. We're not machines. Like, people need some sort of social outlet. They need something to keep them going. We have emotions. We have social needs. And oh God, it's really weird to me. One of the strangest things of this whole saga with COVID and this whole pandemic has just been seeing how deeply our country doesn't believe in society. Like, the meme is like, oh, we live in a society, but like, as far as many Americans are concerned, we don't live in a society. They don't believe that they need anyone else or that they should care for anyone else. There's just this total, like, seemingly dissolution of, and maybe it's that sort of Thatcher era, you know, there is no society. There is just there's just individuals and families, but I don't even think it's families anymore. I think it's gone further than that, where it's just people see themselves as sort of like hyper individualized. And I find that such a, like, it's shocking, even having grown up in this culture and recognizing that and having had critiques of it before this all happened. It's just very strange to me how widespread it is and how severe it is. That sort of alienation and atomization, I guess, would be the word.
One thing that bothers me is a lot of those people, right, hide behind the guise of patriotism, right? But if you care so much about your fellow American, right, then why don't you protect your fellow Americans from getting a disease that could kill them, no?
You'd think it would be easy, like, you'd think it would have been easy to sell some of this stuff on some form of patriotism, you know what I mean? Like, hey, like, we all got to pull through it. And, you know, I'm no fan of patriotism or nationalism. I think there's concerns with that way, but it's like, it's so strange that the direction that was chosen, I mean, I guess is the most extreme form. It's that not only, like, you should be willing to kill your grandmother in the name of feeding the American economy, as opposed to this idea of like comrades in arms, Americans work, taking care of one another. Instead, it's like the way that you take care of America is by going and dying for a corporation, and that's it. Our human capital stock needs to be reined in. I find that so frustrating, and again, the fallout that it's like I've something I've struggled with personally is just trying to even fathom the fallout that this is going to have on our society for the next coming years. Like this is a transformative event, and I don't think anybody really, I don't think it's within my fathom. I don't think it's within anybody's fathom to understand what this type of epical change will have to our society. Do you feel the same way? Do you feel like this is something people are going to forget about, or do you think this is something like, do you feel like I do, where it's like, I feel like this is going to change everything?
This will absolutely, and already has changed everything. It has already highlighted things that have already been permanently changing as of the past 50 plus years in our country. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I very much agree with you completely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, so was there anything else you wanted to say about the Jon Snow declaration? I didn't want to brush over that too much. I know that it's a pretty simple argument, as I understand it. Just actually listen to the science.
Opposite. Yeah. It's like speaking to like things that are wrong in our country and society, Demon Mama, right? It's just absolutely ridiculous even that we need to make a 9,000 plus person declaration that we spend thousands of hours on to say the exact opposite of.
Yeah, a lot of effort for
yeah.
I wouldn't say no reason, because clearly it's needed, but it's such a silly hill to have to fight up. We shouldn't have to fight up this one. We should be fighting up the hill of actually defeating the disease, not getting people to accept the most basic, like, premises of how to prevent a pandemic. I did have one question from chat for you, which was from Rakasan Dragon asked, do you know much about the Black Death and the Spanish flu and what was done to stop the spread? Given that was, pre-modern medicine. Well, I guess the Spanish flu wouldn't have been, but yeah.
Yeah, the Black Death is, and it didn't die out because of herd immunity. It just conveniently killed enough people to run out of people to infect, basically.
Yeah.
And we had Spanish flu was within the realm of modern medicine. In fact, actually within our country, how we dealt with it, in terms of the scale of the epidemic side, for our country. Doctors around the country were making their own vaccines even, and the ones that were working, were then adopted by everyone else, and eventually the whole country did have a vaccine. That's how America did actually deal with it. I mean, back then there wasn't like a substantial base of scientific research, so people were able to just like randomly make their own vaccines and try them out.
Yeah.
But
I've heard. I'm trying to recall where maybe it was even you talked about it the other day, that there was like a lot of like sort of what's the garage vaccines that doctors kind of pursued on their own, and then were able to say, hey, like, this is what I've come up with. Here's my work. If you think that work is good enough, take it. Is that accurate for the Spanish flu?
I'm sorry, my headset went out.
Oh, that's
so
fine.
Do you mind reiterating what you said?
Yeah, no, I think it was, it may have been from your conversation with Chud, where there was this sort of idea of like almost like a garage vaccine. Like some doctor did it in their own like home lab and then said, here's my work, verify it, but I think this should work. Here you go.
Yeah, basically, and this was happening around the country, and like doctors are just trying it out on random people they knew. Eventually the ones that worked, right?
Yeah.
The information became widespread, and then, I'd also like to address the difference between epidemic and pandemic. Epidemic is localized to one country, whereas pandemic is concerning the whole world.
Yeah.
in terms of disease.
So I have a couple of questions for you. First off, this one is a little bit more of like a broader scale, and you know, if you don't have the expertise here, then that's fine. But do you see or do you feel like there are parallels here between this current epical crisis and the AIDS crisis, which affected a subsection of our society, but was devastating?
Parallels in what context?
As far as how the government handled it, as far as how it was treated in the public, as far as how information was shared about it, how it was treated, as far as how it interacted with our highly privatized health system.
I mean, I think the parallels would be the main parallels would be like the xenophobia from COVID paralleled with the homophobia, right?
Yeah.
From HIV and AIDS. Even now, there's completely lack of education of people even realizing HIV and AIDS are two different things. I think it's also similar, although I think to a greater extent during the AIDS epidemic that specifically, then the people that members of our federal government, said caused the disease or had the disease, right, were violently attacked and oftentimes killed because of it.
Yeah.
I think those are perhaps the biggest parallels. I think for AIDS and HIV and AIDS, unfortunately, there was a much longer period of time for science to be able to figure out a way to treat it.
Yeah.
So then, like,
that's the downside of it only affecting a small portion of the population. That population can be buried on an island in New York.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully, AIDS at the very least isn't like spread through aerosol.
It's true. Yeah.
Or else we'd be screwed.
I think that would have been the end for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then the other question that I had. Oh no, my train of thought. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'll reach.
Oh, it's okay. Let me. Do you mind if I go to the bathroom actually really quickly?
Yes, go for it. Go for it. I'll see if chat has any other questions.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, chat. If you have any questions, please shoot them my way, and I will ask DocMidnight when he returns. Ah, I remember now. Somniostatic, I got your question. Don't worry, I'll ask him when he comes back. Okay. Yeah, DocMidnight seems fantastic. A lot of, as you can see, this is why I wanted to have this conversation. Yep, that was another one that I was going to ask there, Goddess Trans Girl. I will ask that one right now. That will be my next one. Where I got this one? I got this from OmoCat, I believe. I can tell you afterwards. I love this one. Hi. All right, so we had a couple questions come in. And I have I have one question and then a follow-up. Which is, so first off, the first question was from Goddess Trans Girl, which is, how much resistance do you think there's going to be to the coming vaccines? And then the follow-up for that I have that I would like to append on there is, what is the actual timeline and as far as you can tell, I understand there's probably some unsurety, but what is the realistic timeline? Because it seems like there's just been every 2 weeks, we've of course had Donald Trump being, vaccine's going to be here in 10 seconds. It's going to be here in 10 seconds. It's going to be here in 10 seconds. But when can we actually expect something like that to be available and, disseminated to the population?
In our country, you mean specifically?
Yeah.
I mean, the Pfizer vaccine just got approved by the FDA this morning.
Okay.
And the data was just released for peer review also this morning. It depends, I guess, what kind of loopholes, what kind of like political loopholes get pushed through, right? Like what kind of political hurdles or scientific hurdles get jumped by our federal government. I mean, in terms of things being done the right way, I would say a good 2 to 3 weeks in terms of things being done by our federal government that hasn't switched over yet. Probably next week.
Okay.
Or a week and a half.
So that's when we can expect there to be a vaccine on the ground, is in the next coming weeks. That's actually promising to some degree.
Yeah. And however, the big problem with the Pfizer vaccine specifically, which is the one closest to being disseminated in our country, once again, it doesn't decrease the rate of infection for people. It merely protects against the disease.
Okay.
Which hinders it being able to provide herd immunity if people who get the vaccine are still very infectious.
And spreading it to people who haven't yet had
exactly.
it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's a huge downside then.
What I'm really worried about in our country is people will get the vaccine and think they don't have to wear masks anymore.
Yeah. I'm sure that's going to... I mean, I feel like that's a totally rational conclusion at this point.
Yeah. What I'm also worried about are people in our country who get the vaccine once and think that's enough and will never show up for the second dose, even though the second dose is absolutely essential to providing that 95% efficacy. I think there will remain a good 30 to 40% of our population in our country that won't get the vaccine anyway. Because of the sentiment spread that they believe in.
So grim. I mean, okay, so with that said, then do you think, like, what do you think the most effective approach, once it's available, provided that, like, they can mass produce this and it's available, what do you think the best way forward to push those numbers, to shrink those numbers down of people who are not going to get the second one? What do you think we should do? Do you think we should be, like, send out vans with vaccine clinics to neighborhoods so that to go annoy people and then come back 2 weeks later and go annoy them? Or what are some tactics that we could sort of push for and ask our representatives to do, if any?
So I have two different answers.
Okay.
So from the doctor scientist standpoint, we would basically have absolutely everyone possible, specifically people more at risk or are more at risk in that risk situations through their job or their lifestyle, to get it first. Taking into account the good, like 30-40% of the population that will flat out refuse to get it.
Yeah.
In lieu of basically becoming an authoritarian dictatorship.
Yeah.
I think, the most ethical way would be if they want to, like, have lifestyles or jobs that are in the high risk context for prerequisites for those jobs or lifestyle choices, to have proof of a vaccine before they can, like, be a teacher, right? Or before they can, enter a bar or a pool or I mean, it becomes a bit of like a my freedom thing.
Yeah,
right?
which has been the main, was the main messaging, that we've encountered, is this sort of like, it's a freedom issue. They're trying to train you to be an obedient slave, and it's like, no, we're trying to not kill everyone.
Yeah. And I think that's what I described might be the best middle ground.
Yeah.
That would still actually do some good, like, be useful and do some good.
Okay.
But that's also not to mention that if the Pfizer vaccine is the one disseminated first, it won't even reach. It might reach like maybe 5 to 10% of our population max, in my opinion.
Ooh, that is a depressing number. Well, at least it's something. It's going to slow it a little bit, right?
If the AstraZeneca vaccine, however, continues to do well from the data, and AstraZeneca vaccine is much cheaper to make. AstraZeneca is the only company that has said that they will not be selling the vaccine to countries at a profit for the duration of the pandemic.
That's incredible.
And AstraZeneca also doesn't have stringent storage requirements. Basically, any hospital can store it.
Wow.
If that turns out well in terms of the data, which in the Lancet, they published a review also this morning, going over the data for the AstraZeneca vaccine, and things seem to look good. If that's the one that gets widely disseminated, that's our best hope in inoculating the highest percentage of our population as possible.
Okay, and what do you think's a realistic timeline on that? And I understand this is speculation. I don't expect you to like this to be, authoritative or anything. But do you think that there's like some ballpark that you're willing to say, like that you feel like it could be within?
If the data continues to look good, probably by the end of this month.
Wow. Well, that is
which is still good.
Yeah, that's still very good. I mean, at this point,
ideally, I mean, ideally, hopefully the Moderna vaccine, also reduces the rate of infection, which the Pfizer one seems to not be able to, and hopefully all 3 vaccines can sort of be all disseminated.
Yeah.
And maybe that'll cover enough of our population to have herd immunity.
We can hope.
But we're talking about the most ideal situation here.
Yeah. Well, this is something, once we get vaccines out, that's going to be something I'm going to be harping on my in my community a lot, and providing as many resources as possible to try and get people and their relatives information on how to get it, how to get it correctly, and how to avoid infection in the meantime. Again, COVID has kind of been, I've taken a bit of a step back from the news just because everybody's had their eyes on it for so long. But for a while, COVID was kind of my beat on this website. I was covering it all the time, and it wasn't because of a lack of necessarily wanting to, but just because it was too much for people to keep having it, be the subject of discussion. But it's something that once there's an action point that people can take, that's definitely something that I'm going to be looking forward to doing on here. And I'd love to have you on again, I'd
love to be on again for sure.
Absolutely. Another question that I had come in from chat. Here's a quick one. Were you on K Swiftly's stream recently? Is that accurate?
Yes. I spoke with Kay Swiftly, I think a week or 2 ago, about medical racism.
Oh, fantastic.
And the history
Good topic.
behind medical racism.
Yeah. That's great. Sorry, just somebody just wanted to make sure. Yep.
Sure.
Yeah, Elac, you can see all of the socials right up on the screen. And then another question from Keldodge. Are there any potential effects, whether it's, long-term disabilities from COVID-19? And then also, as a follow-up to that, we had someone ask, is there any side effects to be concerned about with the vaccines themselves?
Those are things that, we're in the midst of the pandemic, so we're still, collecting data, right?
Right.
Because we can't predict the future. I mean, I can say having COVID, for the past 10 months has shown dozens of long-term effects, at times even extremely debilitating. Honestly, even for someone like a chef, right, long-term loss of taste and smell, which exists, is extremely debilitating. To put it, in terms of a mild long-term effect being debilitating.
Yeah.
And there are severe long-term effects too.
Yeah. I know erectile dysfunction is one of those for people who out there who are always thinking with their dick. Erectile dysfunction. You hear that? Get scared.
Well, that one actually we don't know we don't know completely yet. We're still collecting data and investigating that too.
Don't tell them that. Let them be scared of it.
What I was joking earlier that I was joking earlier when I was on with Lucid Fox that we should have replace all the Pornhub ads with hey, if you want an 8-incher or whatever, get the COVID vaccine.
Yeah, exactly. It'd probably work. It'd probably work. Oh, you got to talk with Lucid Fox is great. Yeah, I'm glad you got to speak with him. And then to just reiterate, are there any known side effects from the vaccine so far, or anything that people should be worried about? Is there particular risks with them, or are they relatively mild?
Well, once again, so all the vaccines we're still in their phase 3 trials. Any longer term side effects we're still collecting data on because we don't know.
Yeah.
We know the short term side effects, which are, after getting the vaccine, a high amount of people report mild, COVID symptoms that then go away, which is typical for how most vaccines are.
Yeah. That makes sense.
In terms of long-term effects, and Demon Mama, it was only this morning that I became more confident about the vaccine because the past week or two, you know, I've been sort of voicing my concerns to the point of being able to be taken out of context as an anti-vaxxer.
I mean, but I get it. Like, this was one of the concerns I had, and I'm not even like super in on the data, but I'm looking at this and I'm like, wow, like there's a lot of perverse incentives going on here, and these numbers are presented in such a way to be very, very favorable, and have some of the wording that's chosen is very sus in my opinion. But I'm glad to hear that some of that has fallen to the wayside as time has gone on.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way: like the UK also, what gives me more, more sense of ease is the UK has, volunteered their whole entire population to continue the phase 3 trials in. Technically.
Well, yeah.
So any long-term effects and things like that, we will definitely see through them.
Oh, damn. Well, all right. And then one other question. Do you believe that there will be any major changes to how hospitals are run post-COVID, or do you think that like hospitals are going to just not be able to gain anything from this?
I don't think how things are done in our current system has changed for the past 50 plus years. I think the pandemic has sort of highlighted more so to me that fact that it hasn't changed for the past 50 plus years.
Yeah.
I think it basically will take an entire overhaul of the whole entire pharmaceutical industry and the insurance system and hospitals and private hospitals to be able to make any changes. I mean, I know that sounds sort of, not good, but
well, I mean, this is something that we've talked about, about with regard to the private healthcare system in general. It's incredibly, people like to be like, oh, it's about innovation, but it's actually ridiculously rigid. And it's locked people in these, like, it's locked hospitals and patients and doctors in these, just, again, cycles of perverse incentives that make it actually, from what I can tell, very difficult to make positive change to the way that things run, because all of it's driven by profit in the end. So then they all end up behaving like businesses.
Yeah, and I'd like to put it out there, because I am sort of speaking for my field right now, that doctors and nurses are as under control by the system as patients are. Like, we're not trying to gain, none of that money gets to us from the for-profit healthcare system.
Right.
We're actually, by our administration, we have to follow standard of care guidelines for a lot of different diseases that if we don't, we're at risk for losing our jobs.
Right.
So, it's to the point where even doctors with the best intentions in certain points in time are not able to make decisions based on those intentions.
Yeah, I think that in some areas there are, I've encountered some misconceptions of like, oh, well, some doctors make a lot of money. That's not most doctors, first of all, and secondly, doctors make a lot of salary. They don't necessarily have a lot of wealth that can disappear very easily, and also the people who make the most money are the middlemen, the insurance people, I mean, the money in the insurance, in the healthcare, health insurance industry is staggering. It's staggering how much money is made by people on all levels of that industry. And the fact that the fact that there's so much money in the healthcare industry just shows how much is actually being scraped off of the top of hospitals, of doctors, and there's this whole thing again where everyone's pitted against each other. I remember I tell an anecdote. This actually happened to me of the hospital that I had a surgery at and my insurance company having a bidding war with each other, where basically the hospital was attempting to charge the highest amount possible to my insurance company. Then they would deny it. Then they would lower it a little bit, and they would deny it again. And it was left me in limbo for months while I was getting bills in the mail for $30,000 and shit. And I'm just like, and then I got a bill from a third party that was mad that they hadn't been paid yet because they were an off-site anesthesiologist that came on. It's ridiculous. And everyone gets caught in the crossfire of this except for the insurance companies who make money off of all of it. They make money by refusing it as much as possible and not being held to, and trying to, slice down every dime that they can off of every price. And then they make a crazy amount of money.
I mean, think about the people, which happens a lot with like stage 3 or 4 metastasized cancers that are kept in this limbo without treatment for like 2-3+ months.
It's like amazing. Like some of these sicknesses that we view as death sentences are only death sentences because of the system that we have currently. We have the technology and the treatments to treat them, but we don't let it happen because we let everything be run by insurance companies.
Yeah.
So, one further question, which is, Somniostatic wanted to know if you could elaborate further, if you had any other information that you could share with us about, whether you know of her, like what you know of the woman who was raided yesterday in Florida, if, you know anything of her previous work. I know that she's been on national news a couple times, but this was a story that I hadn't picked up on, until very recently.
So I do know of her, and when basically like her story is not new.
Yeah.
Even where I work, around May or June, because I'm on the COVID research task force where I am, and I'm part of the team that also like produces and disseminates the data from where I am that's sent to the federal government. We were asked by our own representatives from our own state government to sort of make the numbers look less bad, to sort of decrease the numbers a little bit so that we can open up. Her story is amplified since March across the whole entire country. It's just that we're just now hearing about it, but.
And that's what I mean. It looks like, having looked into what she's been publishing for a while, it looks like it's just been an increasing problem, and there's just been more. They've been finding more and more of it. It's like everywhere they look, they're finding people fudging the numbers down. The complete opposite of this widespread narrative, and it's just like, my God, it's gonna be like. I feel like this is going to take forever for people to sort through. Not even on like the societal, the most grim level of people like figuring out what industries have been permanently changed, people's lives have been permanently changed. But just from a perspective of, okay, how bad actually was it on just a sheer statistics level is going to take fucking forever. It feels like.
I think honestly, the integrity of the data is unrecoverable at this point. Yeah. I mean, it's so funny, right? Because like. They say, the data is doctored and it's changed. They're the ones that instigated this to happen.
Yeah. That's ridiculous. So
it's to the point where like, as from the epidemiological background I have, right? You can't even. You have no idea what's going on around the country, right? You can't make any decisions as an epidemiologist because you can't trust any of the data anymore.
Yeah, it fucks an entire school or an entire. I don't even know what the right word is. Not school, but an entire profession, a specialty is ruined.
That is required to deal with this virus.
Precisely, yeah. It's really sinister, and this is something that I hope that I really hope that nobody forgets this. I hope that my generation and the Zoomers never forget this and at least, if nothing else, use this occurrence to shape future policy such that this sort of thing isn't allowed anymore. Yeah. Well, I think that's about all that I have for you. Was there anything else you wanted to say before we wrap up?
Nope. I mean, I'm going to be on for probably another 15-30 minutes if anyone had any questions that Demon Mama and I missed on my Twitch stream. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, thank you so much, Demon Mama, for having me on.
Yeah, of course.
I'm personally a huge fan, and
thank you.
I hope we'll talk again probably in a couple weeks once things develop with the UK phase 3 trial.
Yeah, I would love to speak with you again in the future. You know, I think it's going to be increasingly relevant, so we'll probably have multiple conversations in the future.
Oh, definitely.
Doc Midnight, thank you so much for coming on and granting us a look into the expertise that you have. You're doing fucking good work, and we appreciate it here. You were able to just talk to 107 people from my audience. You know, YouTube probably pushes those numbers down a little bit, but yeah, you were able to reach 107 people here, and I am quite sure that everyone here appreciates that. If you all appreciate what Doc Midnight is doing, please consider following him on Twitch and on Twitter, so you can keep up with his work, because he's doing good as fuck work here. So
thank you.
That's my shout out to everybody. Anything else you wanted to plug besides your social media?
No, I mean, well, a couple things. So I like to have a community that really makes a lot of progress itself too. And one thing I've been doing within my community is so my background behind why I even was able to start streaming was I run a tutoring business on the side.
Nice.
And all of my students basically said, I would bitch to them about work every single day after work.
Yeah.
And all of them basically said, like, hey, no, you need to get on Twitch. And I never really watched Twitch before, and they were like, you need to get on Twitch, blah, blah, blah. Like, everyone needs to hear this. And I've taken that background that I have into my own community where, on my Discord, I provide a free resume and CV workshop.
Hey, that's awesome.
Thank you. I provide free tutoring for things like graduate exams or high school or college. We're making an app right now that we need help in, because we're trying to design an app that allows for real reviews of healthcare professionals through two-factor authentication and things like that. Because
incredible.
every single hospital has fake reviews, basically.
Yeah, it's hilariously bad.
Yeah.
404, reach out to Doc Midnight after this, and I'm sure Doc Midnight would love to fill you in if you may have some talents to
I'd appreciate anyone who'd want to volunteer, and I don't know how to do any of this myself, but that's what I'm trying to do with my Discord as well.
Sounds very valuable, to be completely honest.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for coming on, and
thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, just very, very happy to have you on, and I feel like this was a incredibly valuable conversation. Certainly very edifying for myself, and I'm sure so for the audience. So thank you so much, and hopefully we'll talk soon, all right?
Yep, we will. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow, that was a good conversation, huh? How y'all like that? Good? It's a little heavy, but good, right? Uh-oh, we got some comments. Listen, we got a little bit of fluff in between, all right? We got a little bit of fluff. We gotta... Remember, we're gonna make it through this. Doc Midnight, it was intense. It's intense. Really intense. But we gotta... Remember what I always say. We gotta deal with this stuff. We gotta look at this stuff so that we can be informed, so that we can do something about it. Stay positive, because we're about to have a debate. We're going to do some fun stuff. But this stuff is important. We have to be able to take in tough information so that we can prepare ourselves for the future. That's what we got to do. You grow your brain so that we can win in the long run, so we can keep each other alive. Where did I get my top? I'm trying to remember. This one was from... I can't remember. Gynotype. Where did I get this sweater from? Gynotype. I know you're listening. Omocat? Was it from Omocat? Here, I'll try and find a link for it. Hold on. I think I can find it. Give me a second. I'll get it. Yeah, I think I found it. Yep, found it. Wait, this is the... No. Excuse me. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll make a command for it too. What? Do they not have it anymore? Maybe they don't have it anymore. Let me see if they've still got it. They might have sold out. But there's lots of good shirts on this website. Like, lots of good shirts on this website. Let me see if I can get it. We don't have jammies yet. We'll get one eventually. Oh, yeah, they don't have it on here anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate. However, this is the website where I got it. They don't stock this particular one anymore, but here you go. Blammo. There's where the other ones are. K-Hux? What's K-Hux? What's K-Hux? I don't even know. Let's check in on YouTube real quick, and then we'll do some fluff. Hi, YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Yay, I'm so happy to hear that, Surfer Dude. Much love to all of you. Much love to all of you. Aww. Don't have faith, Max Sips. Have faith. Never underestimate what your body can do for you. Trust me, I know firsthand. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm getting hate voted. Let's listen. Let's check in. Let's check in. Ready? Here we go. Downvoted. Don't downvote this comment with me, just the thread, Failfish. She's insufferable. I don't care what her take is on this. Even if she supports Destiny, I'm not wasting my time. They're so mad. She got her day last week, so don't be greedy, says irrelevant person from the Reddit. 2 hours for a recap of tweet is too much. Looks like a sad situation all over. Hey, this one's good. I honestly don't know if it's reasonable to trust these DSA types. Much love. Oh, shit. Listen. Hey, look at that. I got some comments. I got to check those at some point. All right, all right, all right. Let's see what else is happening. How are things doing on... Oh, my God. Look at all this shit. Imagine thinking I'm DSA. I'm not. Here we go. I got this. Watch this. Hold on. I gotta do this. The Phantom of the Left. Ah! The Phantom of the Left. Here we go. Watch this. Ready? Watch this. Bam. There we go. More people. More people. Bring me your hate. Bring me your hate. All right. So, in 20 minutes, we are going to have none other than the Distributist on to argue. So, if you're ready for a debate, well, you're going to get one. I'm looking on here. Damn. Booksmarts fans did not think Destiny did so good in that debate. Uh-oh. Should I shave my head? I have trichotillomania and I've made my hair into a bit of a mess. Maybe, Max. That's hard to say. Think about it carefully. But yeah, I think it could be good, especially if it alleviates, you know, pain or suffering or whatever. It's when you scratch at a spot. Wait a minute, I'm getting subtweeted. I got subtweeted. Wait. Wait, Gynotype, can I post your tweet? Can I post your tweet? Gynotype, can I post your tweet? No! Hold on. Here, I'll hide it. Wait, no. Share it in the Discord. Share it in the Discord. It's so good. Wait, I'll just read it out loud. I'm going to read it out loud. I'm not going to actually show it. Okay, Gynotype, can I read it? Can I read it? Gynotype, can I read it? Okay. I got subtweeted right now as I was checking my Twitter. My girlfriend is farming the Destiny community for XP. True! True, and it's working! Easy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Vosh is getting into music and his music tastes are questionable. Avril Lavigne, listen. Hey, that's really awesome, Max Sips. That's really cool. Yikesy. What's yikesy? What's yikesy? A crypto neoliberal. No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Chat has VDS. Vosh Music's takes is yikes. Are they? I thought he just, I mean, are we shaming people for their music likes? Come on. Are we really going to do that? Wait, Avril Lavigne? I'm fine with Avril Lavigne. I like some Avril Lavigne. I used to listen to Avril Lavigne in high school. Yeah, he likes the music he likes, okay? It's all right to just like anime music if that's all that you listen to. He just doesn't really know music. All right, so we need to kill time for about 15 minutes. What do we want to do? What do you want me to do? What do we want to do? Do we have anything to react to? A dance party? I can't do that on YouTube. Play the Google Snake game? Really? Slither? But I can't. That's stealing. That's stealing. That's stealing from Chud. I could play Hades. Do you want to play a little bit of Hades on stream? Do you want to play a little bit of Hades on stream? Could play a little bit. Yeah, I could do 15 minutes of Hades. All right. You're all going to stick around for the debate, right? Right? No one's going to leave because I turn a video game on? Are you all going to leave because I turn a video game on? Okay, all right. You're going to stick around? All right, fine. All right. I'll play a little bit of Hades. We got 15 minutes, so I'll play 15 minutes of Hades. No. I got a no. You're going to watch me even harder? Hell yeah. All right, I'm cool with that. Oh, I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot, Elak Kaval. I really appreciate that. I love talking to you all, so there you go. Oh, shit. You did it, Gina. You're almost there. You're almost done with it, and then you can do a full rant. There we go. Let's get this set up. Where's the game? Not Among Us. We want Hades. There we go. Boop. Wait a minute. I gotta move this. Ah, the camera's in the wrong spot. Camera, move. There we go. Do. Okay. Hopefully the sound isn't too loud. I don't really want to have the sound on. Wait, wait, is it black now? Okay. Oh yeah, I was already in one of these. I don't think I could play Hades during the debate. Hades takes too much focus. I'm too much of a tryhard at this game. So I have a run going. Okay, I'll react to that afterwards. Okay, save that. Have that link on hand, 404. I'll react to it after. All right, so here we go. I'm in the middle of a run. Right now, I have Divine Strike, which is this. The thing that makes my spears golden and they will deflect shots. I have a lightning cast. I have a poison special. And I have a splash damage dash. So that's pretty good. Looks like Demeter is going to be my next one. All right, there we go. There's Demeter. So Demeter is the goddess of winter. She's also a Queen of Olympus, so she's pretty damn powerful. She's pretty damn good. You can't use the spear? Oh, I love spears. I love spear weapons in general. Like in most games, I really like spear weapons. As you can see, I'm very slippery when I play this game. Oh, that was not very slippery at all, actually. But that's okay. That's because I was distracted and I was talking about my slipperiness instead of, you know, doing it. Hey, got a triple kill there. That was cool. Ouch. I'm getting sloppy with these traps. It's because I'm used to taking the dash that blocks abilities. Yeah, I love Poseidon. I love Poseidon builds where you get Razor Shoals. Razor Shoals is the thing where damn, she's cool. Yeah, basically the Razor Shoals, when you bump people back, they get a debuff that makes them take damage while they move, and you can just build these wild shit. Well, Poseidon in like Greek lore is a monster, an absolute monster. Like he's just a monster. He's like a rapist and everything. He's horrible. Demeter's Aid. Ooh, that's pretty good. Okay, actually, I'm going to take this because I need to complete this. It's not very good. It's like a common level one, but it's still pretty decent.
It's freezing.
It's freezing. Listen, okay, cool thing about this game, unironically, aren't all Greek gods like that? Not all of them. Not all of them. But some of them, yeah. There's quite a few that are. But, like, he's really bad. Like, Poseidon's really fucking bad. Poseidon's, like, one of the biggest assholes, if not the biggest asshole in Greek lore. He's, like, horrible. Like, he's really bad. Like, him and Zeus are, like, the two worst, in my experience. Poseidon John. Subtweeting Poseidon John. Yeah, cancel Poseidon for real. There, look, I made a storm. Look at that damage! Oh, yeah! Wait, did he? I don't know about that. Is that true? Is that true? Did he do that? Maybe he did. Artemis is pretty decent. Yeah, Artemis is pretty cool. Artemis is one of my favorite characters in this game. I mean, they're more or less interchangeable, Elak Kaval. This would be good. Let's take this one. Look at how fast that goes. Look at that damage. That's awesome. And that reflects, too. Ooh. Pan is my favorite god and the one I know the most about. That's fair. The Percy Jackson. I've heard Percy Jackson is really good. But I've never read it myself. I've just heard really good shit about it. Okay, so it summons that at my location. I've never actually used this Winter Storm ability before, so... These guys will respawn if you don't fucking kill them. Funny Memer said to have 108 dads. Oh. I mean, this game is all about, like... This game is a game that's about, like, healthy and unhealthy masculinity. I'm not kidding you. Like, this game has so much commentary on healthy and unhealthy masculinity. I absolutely love it. Also, I fucking stan the shit out of Achilles in this game. This game is Hades.
Sure, why not? You truly are.
Yeah, someone made a Poseidon John. The context was fine too. They weren't even roasting you or anything. Oh my god, this is bad news. I hate these guys. These little fucking burning chariots that blow up on you. Hey, look at that.
Enough, I've better things to do.
Yet another gamer girl. Yet another hysterical, unhinged, shrill, attention-seeking, vapid, dumb bimbo. How do you handle your anger towards conservatives? Right now, as a teenager, I'm being put into a shit world ruined by crap industries that keep causing pandemics, conservatives who keep ruining society and other crap. Am I bad for being so pissed about this? Is it bad to hate conservatives as people? No. It's completely understandable. Oh, Zagreus is very good, but it's completely understandable to end up like kind of hating conservatives. Just try not to over-essentialize. Just don't become completely jaded. Like, I'm mad too. Keep in mind that, like, okay, little moment away from the game. Keep in mind that I grew up basically being designed. My entire childhood was focused around me eventually going to college and getting a highly specialized job. And the moment I went to college, my parents said, fuck you. You should have thought about this harder. We're not paying for you to go to college. We're not supporting you because you're a nasty trans person. Fuck you. And then that was the last 10 years of my life have been trying to deal with the fallout from that. So I have a lot of anger in that way as well. There's been a lot of lies. That's terrible. See, yeah. Told you, Poseidon, piece of shit. So, yeah, a lot of us have been lied to. A lot of us have been taken from. A lot of us have been pushed underneath in the name of making certain people richer. But just remember that not all conservatives are in that position. I was a conservative once when I was younger because that's all I knew. And there's a lot of people who are in that position. That said, you have to treat them with firm respect. That's it. Poseidon John with the 2 drachma. We're getting very close to the debate. That's true. The debate will be in about 5 minutes or so. Depends on how long it takes for him to get into chat. That's an issue I'm trying to get over. Becoming too jaded, and every time I meet a conservative, just write them off as Nazi adjacent. I mean, a lot of them are. I know it isn't my job to hold their hand, but I also understand I shouldn't see them all as the worst of the worst. It's just hard to know that they enable this kind of shit. That's fair. And I think, wait, what? You were joking with me about what? Panic stasis. About what? What were you joking with me about? Oh, yeah, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Of course. Yeah. The thing is, oh, where is it? Link it to me, ya boy. Link it to me. Did you ping me in the Discord? Did you ping me? Ping me. Put it in the gallery. Oh, shit! Whoa! Whoa! What the? Watch this. Look at this. Yo! This is fucking Pog! Holy shit, I love it! It's in the Discord. Holy shit. Okay, so first of all, I have to save this. I need to save all of these. I always save all my fan art. I know, it's cringy, but I don't care. I love it, and I keep it, and I always have it filed by whoever made me any of it. All of it gets saved. No joke. It's the most touching shit I've ever received. Oh. Hey, you're all good. You're all good, Poseidon John. Ya boy topoi. There we go. Saved. Holy shit. So incredible. Oh my god. I gotta save this one too. Which is Raven. There we go. And then I gotta save the one from Max too. Make sure I got all of them. Here we go. Save this one from Max. View to image. Save. Where'd it go? Oh, I love these. This is so incredible. You all spoil me. Holy shit. You all spoil me. Okay, all of them have been saved. I always save every piece of art that gets sent. I cherish this shit so much. You all are incredible. All right. Yeah, good. See, that's part of the fun of the inspiration and shit. Here we go. I got to do this, and then we're going to quit out, and then, because it's about time to do the debate. We got to play a little bit of Hades. I got to do a little bit of a rant. Hades is just a little short diversion. Let me just watch this quick meme as a little palate cleanser before we do this conversation debate thingy. Let's find out. Here we go. Where's this? Here we go. Here we go. Let's find out.
This field of Democrats.
Oh boy. Here we go.
It's just dead. Who cares what the party is? I think if you ran for president, George, I'm not just saying it. I think you.
This is Luke Smith? This is Luke guy.
Give Donald Trump a run for his money.
This is the Luke guy.
Let's go to a special call for you, Alex. You're going to love this. From an old caller named JC. Hello, JC.
In 1999, when Art Bell went to the Soviet Union and gave them sensitive radio production secrets, this is the brainchild. This is the love child between Putin and Art Bell and the collusion. They handcrafted Alex Jones to become this messiah of all-American, red meat, beef-eating, Texas fist-fighting, woman-loving, flag-waving, deceiver, colluder. You have reached the lowest point that I have ever heard this program having this.
You're still upset because Edna, your girlfriend, ran off with a biker, and you're still upset.
So this guy's literally saying I'm a Russian agent.
You are a Russian. J.C. Webster is calling you, Mr. Jones, a Russian agent, a colluder, a conspirator, a traitor against this nation. You are the lowest of the low, sir. You pretend to be all-American, loving America, beef-eating, flag-waving.
What about?
I don't even.
What about the Okie from Muskogee? What about if you don't love it, leave it?
Listen, that's the point. That you don't love America. The way
What?
you attacked Bush, our president, and tried to tear him down, where you had to be thrown out of the building.
I don't even know. Are they speaking English? Is this the English language? What are these words?
It's President Trump. Now
All right, I'll
he's
listen
making
to that
up
one
for it.
afterwards.
I do not support President Trump. Trump is a traitor. Trump
True! He is.
He's kissing his feet. Tell me, Jones, did you kiss the shoes of Putin when you were given your
It's
orders?
worse than that.
Orders against
I was in the hotel with
Or
Putin.
did you kiss his behind?
It's good to hear you again,
No,
JC.
none of that's
Always
true.
a pleasure.
I've never been to Russia. And
JC started calling Art and probably pushed Art over the edge.
no, I know that voice. That
Yeah.
guy's like.
I haven't heard from him in about a year and a half.
Malden.
So it took you to get him to call.
Dogs
Was
should
that
vote.
for real?
True.
I don't know the guy.
Hey, Ace. Good
I don't
to
know
see
if
you.
he's a spoof or
Well,
if
let me
he's
just
the
give
real
everybody a
deal.
newsflash. I can't run my own life. I'm not perfect, but I got trouble running my own life, figuring out what I think, because stuff's complex. I sure don't work for the Russians, folks. I mean, I just am so sick of saying I don't work for the Russians. God.
Let's go to your old.
Okay. He kind of does, doesn't he? Yeah.
So they literally could not be more wrong about all of this.
Snowflake is code for black person.
What?
They could not be more wrong about all of this.
Snowflake is code for black person.
Oh.
SJW is code for stingy Jew.
It
Here's
is?
the term cuck, a derogatory for men who love obese women. And trap, which means hot girl, I wanna rape.
Okay, that has to be fake. This has to be fake. That can't be real. This can't be real. No, this can't be. It can't be. It can't be real. All right. I have to use the restroom before we do this debate. Enjoy yourselves. Entertain one another. For now, chair stream. Be right back. been a demand for Yoda. Look at who it is. You want to sing? You want to sing? Do. Here comes the singing. Turn down your volume. Here comes the singing. Here comes the singing. Come on, let's sing. Let's sing. That was my ear. That was my ear. Good girl. Good girl, Yoda. You want to go now, or you want more loves? How you doing? You want to say hi to chat? Say hi to chat. Hi, say hi to chat. All right, you want to go? There you go. All right. Good girl. Good girl. Thanks for singing with me. Good girl. Good girl. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Go on now. Come on, let's go. Go ahead. Love you. What a good girl. What a good pup. Probably true. These pants are probably a little... It's all right. Listen, Yoda, amazing. Amazing. Yay, comrade. Yeah, Yoda's really good. She loves to sing. She probably got a little bit of hair on me, but that's all good. Baby, she's such a good girl. We love Yoda. I'm going to get the new chair in the morning. I'm very excited. Very excited. What is chat? What is YouTube chat? What is YouTube chat arguing about? YouTube chat, what are you all arguing about? And why are you arguing about it in YouTube chat, not on the site chat? That's the real question. YouTube chat. Oh, YouTube chat. Is Yoda friends with Rad? No, but maybe someday. I don't know Rad personally. Maybe someday I will. Who knows? Never know. Never know what the future can do. Yeah, that's fair, Surfer Dude. I think it's probably depends on the person, right? This is so hype, by the way. This art is so hype. I need to put a hype on all of these. Yeah, I'm so fucking hyped by all this art. Holy shit. So incredible. How do I have so many talented artists in my community? What the absolute fuck? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, let's see what's happening on Twitter real quick. We're waiting. We're waiting on the Distributist. Whenever the Distributist decides to show up, we're waiting on the Distributist, so. It's the power of the homo. I wonder if he's going to chicken out. What if he chickens out? What are we going to do then? Hey, 6 minutes late. It's all right. Listen. Timing, not their strong suite. Just make sure I got the time right. Yeah. 7 p.m. PST on fucking Tuesday. It's today. All right. We're waiting. Not much of a profile? You mean the Distributist or? You're at a meatball? Hi, meatball. Meatball. What do you want to do if they chicken out? I don't know. We'll do something wild and crazy. I'll come up with something. Meatball. No, Pompo is very quiet. Pompo is a very nervy boy when it comes to his voice. It's meat wild. No, I think it's meatball. It's meatball. Is this gonna be something that gets me slammed? Yes, I can't watch that. That's gonna get me hit. Meatball. Look at this. Do you want to see something really sad? Watch this. It's meatball. Meatball. Look at this. No engagements. None of them. None of them. No engagements. So sad. Right-wingers are so sad. They're so pathetic. What the fuck? Still nothing. It's been like an hour and they get nothing. Their fans don't even like them. Why do they do this shit? What the fuck? So sad. It's so pathetic. Embarrassingly moronic. Where the fuck is this guy? You know what we could do while we wait? Flat Earth debunked in 20 seconds? Ooh, I gotta see this. Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
I don't know, man. It's pretty flat to... Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, no, it's not flat.
Actually, listen. If the Distributist doesn't show, I know what we're going to watch together. We're going to react to a fucking fantastic video by Dan Olson about Flat Earth. It's real good. Real good. Oh, it's real fucking good. Yeah, we'll do that. If that's if he chickens out. Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good. Yeah, the QAnon one is so fucking good. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I just got a great feedback. You want to hear great feedback? You all want to hear a great comment I just got? Listen to this. When I watched this live on Destiny's End, I thought he had a better performance because I was focusing on him holding you to the points he had typed out on his monitor. Looking back, his notes were really pedantic and were mostly incomplete mischaracterizations of your arguments. Rewatching it on your end without focusing on the notes he had written down, I think he got blown the fuck out. He pivoted way more than I realized and retreated to ad homs when he needed to buy more time for rebuttal. Anyway, love your content and hope there's a round 2. Holy shit. I'm going to reply to that. Wow. That was a very, very wholesome comment.
I can't draw, but I can paint minis somewhat decently.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Comrade Anthony. That is incredibly generous of you. And also, that is art. Being able to paint minis is an art in and of itself. Wait a minute. I know you can get combos. We got a 39. Yeah, I know. I don't know why the dono sound keeps having these issues. Is it still doubling up, by the way? Is it still doubling up? Does it sound like it's got like a weird echo on it? I don't know why it's doing that. I still haven't been able to figure it out. Whoa! These are based. What the? Holy shit! Whoa! What a paint job! Look at the... I love the discoloration on the bell. Holy shit! Yo! Look at those subtle color changes. Wow. And the, like, rust on the skulls. Yo! No joke. That's fucking amazing. That's like one of the best models I've ever seen painted. Wow. Incredible. Holy shit. Actually incredible. Where the fuck is the Distributist? 10 minutes late. Where is the Distributist? Thank you so much, lawboy named Troy, for the gifted sub to Elak Kaval. Amazing. 10 minutes late. Is he gonna chicken out? If he chickens out, that's gonna be so lame. That's gonna be so lame. Jesus. Listen, I was expecting a few minutes, but 10? My only critique is you should have held him to his rule utilitarianism and explained how the consequences of getting people kicked off is people's livelihoods being stripped from them. I did try to. He wouldn't hear it. I did try to. He wouldn't hear it. But I think you're right. I think if Damascus Frey, I do think you're right. If I'd been able to hold him to it harder, then, hold it to him harder, that would have been great. So I think you're right about that. I think that's a fair critique. I did try, but I probably should have tried harder. Distributist. What the hell? Where the hell's this guy? Where the hell's this guy at? Has he chickened out? Let's see. Has he completely chickened out? Is he streaming? I don't know. Probably not. Where does he stream? Let's find out. No, he's not. What a fucking coward.
In recent months.
By the way, this is his rant sona. Just so you're aware, this is his rant sona.
Quite a few people have asked me about how I choose to label my own worldview. Are you a conservative, alt-right, a classical liberal? The truth is I don't find myself falling into any one of the common labels that are often bandied about online. And it's not that I consider myself beyond labels or some kind of free thinker. I am actually quite fond of ideological labels, since they're useful rules of thumb, and handy to have in a conversation. Rather, I don't accept most labels because they don't accurately express the core of my beliefs, or even the ideology that I seek to propound on my YouTube channel. I oftentimes describe myself as a Western traditionalist.
It's, you know what it is? It's this. Hold on. Let me show you. I'll show you what it is. Here we go. Watch this. Ready? It's this. Western traditionalist. It's this right here. Western traditionalist. And then the top image is just fascist. Western traditionalist. It's that. Salt and vinegar fash, yeah. Whoa! Busy! That's cool as fuck! I love this! That's really good! That's pog as shit! That is pog as shit. That looks really cool. I like that a lot. Looks like it would make a great desktop. Where is he at? Where's the Distributist at? He's fucking late. Distributist late. He's still late. Listen, I wanted to debate. Oh, almost forgot. Sure. Hold on. He responded. Almost forgot. I know. Wait, you think I'm going to be rattled by the Distributist? I debated Destiny on 30 minutes notice. I'm not rattled. You're all good faith. I'm just teasing with you. 18 minutes late. Oh boy, 151, so I've heard. The Distributist a communist? No. The Distributism is like Catholic patriarchal pseudo-socialism. It's very weird. I don't even want to call it pseudo-socialism. It is collectivization. It's Catholic collectivization, more or less. Neo-reactionary? It's not neo, though, I don't think. Is it really neo? I don't know if it's neo. It's fancy. Yeah, it's fancy fascism. It's all right. We'll talk to him. We're going to hear what he has to say. This is pathetic. Here we go. Here we go. Give me 1 second here. All right. He's finally coming. Here we go. All right. 20 minutes late. What's this? What's this tweet? That was an interesting... Oh, Aceslaces? Clonked. All right, we're waiting. We're waiting. Should be here any minute. True. Late. True, surfer dude. Any minute now. Should be coming. You should join the waiting room. All right, he's joined the server. Here we go. Hello. Hello. Is this the Distributist?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Distributist. I can hear you. This is Demon Mama. Over.
How's it going?
How you doing? Did you have a nice day at work?
What?
Did you have a nice day at work?
Yeah. I mean, COVID lockdown, so I'm working from home.
Well,
how was your day?
Oh, it was actually fantastic. Had a great conversation with a doctor. Went over some, cringy YouTube videos, stuff like that. Streamer stuff. You know how it goes.
Yeah, I have occasionally streamed in my career.
So I've heard. I've seen some of your stream appearances in the past, actually. So your reputation precedes you. So yeah, you had a thread about me. You were pretty frustrated. I figured.
Don't remember I ever had a thread about you.
Yeah, you actually did have a thread about me.
Well, I don't know. What were we talking about again? It was something to do with. This is about the. This is you like getting really, really angry at Luke Smith because he was like talking about how you should be independent from corporate America or something like that, and that was like really funny. That was what I think I remember commenting.
Oh yeah. No, that was after somebody sent me some more of Luke Smith's videos. There was let's see. First we reacted to the one where he was where he called Richard Stallman a degenerate Jew. And then
well, I don't really watch all your stuff, but I just thought it was funny.
I did find
that
it really
you were
funny.
like freaking out.
I wouldn't really categorize it as freaking out. I mean,
I was like, it's
you
like
wrote
you're,
what,
you're
like
just
11?
losing your shit, and it was just him giving like this really basic advice about how you shouldn't be a slave to corporate America.
Is that what you?
I mean, I thought it was funny. I mean, and then I guess that kind of reminded me of this related genre of leftist articles where they freak out over self-help advice. That's, self-help books are like diet books, are always the same. Yet somehow, like, there's just this genre of articles on Zero Books and Jacobin and all this stuff where they, periodically spurg out about self-help.
Damn, yeah. Hey, can you not use that term on here? That's one of our terms we don't like around here.
Oh, okay. Well, what do you prefer? They get incredibly angry?
Sure. Yeah.
At self-help?
You don't.
Okay.
I don't really feel like it's necessary to like lean on, hateful language towards.
Okay. Well, whatever term you prefer.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, there's a lot of ways to describe it that doesn't involve that. That's just kind of
getting incredibly and unreasonably emotionally angry at something that's existed. Basically, for 150 years.
I mean, I agree with you.
No, wait,
I agree with you. Like somebody getting really, really emotionally worked up, like so worked up that they like watch 4 hours of my stream and then do an 11 tweet thread, like that sort of thing.
Yeah, so
but
I don't really see. What do you call that
I just call that like freaking out or screaming or mauling.
So your freak out over Luke Smith, I found funny.
Wait.
I think the only thing I really remember saying it.
I think you were talking about originally. You were describing Jacobin and Zero Books, not.
Well, I guess that reminded me of that, but that's nothing to do with you. I mean, it just reminded me of this related genre. If you want to talk about something that Jacobin wrote,
I don't know. I don't have any. Fucking,
so I don't think that's very fruitful.
Right? But I have no fucking clue what you're talking about with regard to Jacobin. I don't know what.
Well, okay, so let's just skip all that, right? So the only thing I said about you was that I thought it was really funny.
Sure.
That you were freaking out.
I mean,
over a guy
I really don't
giving
feel like it was
basic advice.
What was the?
You should be independent from corporate America.
Wait, so do you have like a substantial critique, or were you just like frustrated?
I've never claimed to have a substantial critique.
Hold on a second.
It was funny, and then you invited me on.
Well, hold on a second. You wrote 11 tweets about how I'm emblematic of what's wrong with everything at the left.
I wrote I mean, you reminded me of this other genre of things that you said you were unfamiliar with, so we're not talking about that.
I mean, I could say a lot of things that you reminded me of.
If you want to talk about how angry Luke Smith makes you, I mean, go for it. Right?
Oh, I mean, he doesn't really make me angry. I was like, again, like it's funny
you
because
fooled me.
Well, I mean, true. I mean, I guess some people aren't that good at like understanding, like, other people's tones or whatever. Like, I understand. I think that's understandable that you could be like, oh, like this person is mad. I more or less find him kind of like funny and a little bit concerning. But yeah, like I didn't know that it was gonna get you like up in arms or you were gonna want to like rush to protect him or anything like that.
What do you mean? I'm here because you invited me.
Well, I mean,
wait,
hold on. Before you
over that tweet personally,
before you get into there, you're here because I invited you to actually voice your concerns or your critiques on stream instead of like tweeting.
Critiques of what? Critiques of you getting angry over Luke Smith?
I don't know, dude. You wrote an 11 tweet thread about it.
The 11 tweet thread was not about you.
Yes, it was.
About articles that appeared in Jack.
Wait. You literally quote tweeted me in it, and you literally had my article. You had my video 4.5 hours into my video. Like, this is silly.
No,
you're like spinelessing right away. Like, we haven't even begun talking yet, and you're already like telling lies.
You can pick the topic.
Wait, I already told you the topic. Literally, we do I need to go read this to you? I understand. Maybe.
What do you want to talk about? Just tell me what you want to talk about. You invited me. Here.
Here's what we said before. We can talk about whatever problems you have with me and or quote unquote the left, and I'll explain.
Problems with you. I have no problems with you, Demon Mama, or whatever you want to be called.
Yeah,
I have no problems with you.
That's my.
I just thought your reaction to Luke Smith was hilarious.
Okay.
And it reminded me of these other people who write for publications that I've read that apparently you haven't read. And I was commenting on them because you reminded me of them.
So wait, what you're saying is that it was you who had
anything.
Wait.
You can talk to me about just ask me, and I will. I'm not here to convince you. I don't care about you. I'm not. You can do whatever you want. You can
Why did you come then?
Because you invited me.
Oh, so do you just take any invitation no matter what? Are you like?
I don't know. I kind of, to be quite honest, I was kind of a little bit curious about your perspective on the world. And,
sure. I mean,
how
if you want to
view
interview
things.
me,
I mean,
I would gladly. I'm perfectly open for an interview. It's just like, here's the thing, like.
interview's a
Wait.
little
Well,
bit
hold on a
formal.
second. Like, it's my turn to talk for just a tiny bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Which is like, this is the thing. I've seen. I heard a couple of things about you in the past. Apparently, I actually watched a debate of yours. I didn't know it was you at the time. In the past, and then the next thing I knew was you were like. You were like reacting to like 4 hours into my gaming stream. Just out of curiosity, did you watch the gaming stream? Do you enjoy my gaming stream?
No, I don't watch gaming streams.
Oh, okay.
Someone forwarded me that link because they knew I liked Luke Smith.
Oh yeah.
And to be quite honest,
it does seem like you like him a lot.
This is some of my confession here. I'm not like a huge. I like Luke Smith because I'm a huge Linux person. Or not huge, but I am a Linux hobbyist, and he did great Linux videos. And then he started doing some like sort of political videos, and I'm like, wow, this is sort of really interesting insights. So I don't know, maybe Luke Smith has some secret career that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, maybe you have like a parasocial attachment or something.
But insofar as
because what it sounds like to me is like it sounds like you were mad about me having a reaction, but then you proceeded to have an even bigger reaction to like a clip from like 4.5 hours into a stream that you then had like a giant freak out about. Is what it seems like. And then I invited you on because
you're talking about.
Well,
I
mean, do I need to bring up
no recollection of being mad about anything you said.
Do you want me to read you back your thread?
Seems
I mean, here's the thing. The funny.
How about you just like? So, did you want to talk about like the stuff that Luke Smith was talking about? Like, I'll just.
I mean, if I wanted to talk about that, like
he said, she said, is that what you want to talk about?
I don't know. Like, you seemed really like I don't know. You're kind of frenetic
on Twitter. Like I seemed like something in like a limited character tweet where you can't even hear the tone of my voice.
Well, 11 tweets is not really like limited. That seems to me like you had your spare.
I guess I could explain again how those 11 tweets weren't actually about you, just something that you reminded me of.
Sure.
But I don't know. I think I'm going to be boring your chat if I remind you again.
I mean, you did. The tweets were a little bit strange
about you. I'm sorry. Hey, man, you want an apology? I'm sorry that I accidentally tagged you in those 11 tweets.
Well, it's not just that you tagged me; it's that you also were like.
Believe it really wasn't.
Wait, but you used my video as like a jumping off point, and I
your
was
video reminded me.
Wait, hold on, wait. Like you gotta let me finish a sentence if you're gonna like ask me all these questions and bounce all over the place and like and get all shaky and whatever. The fact of the matter is like you quoted my video, and I said. And I read that thread and I felt like this thread doesn't really seem to have anything to do with the video. And so I said, well, because I am a discusser, I'm a debater, I like to talk about stuff. And I like to do that not on Twitter because Twitter is horrible.
Yeah, misunderstandings happen on Twitter.
Yeah, of course. Right, so, so then I invited you on and what you had originally said you were going to do was, sort of lay out your problems with me and or the left.
No, I didn't. I said, what did you want to talk about when you invited me on? And then you were like, why you're angry at me? And I'm like, you're not, I'm not angry.
Like, I can literally, like, do I need to send, like, I feel...
Okay, well, who cares? What do you want to talk to me about?
Wait.
You can talk about anything you want. Your choice. You're the master. You can talk about any topic is open for conversation. Okay. What would you like to talk to me about?
I mean, at this point, what I was hoping to talk to you about was the critiques that you brought up in that thread, which I didn't, and I was interested to get to the bottom of it. But if you're not, if you're like disavowing it, then
I'm not disavowing it. So you want to talk about my critiques of these articles that you might not have read, but that I had problems with. That's fair. We can talk about that.
Sure.
So I guess, I mean, the thing is, it seems that recently the left has gotten really triggered by fairly standard and commonplace advice. Like somebody who's not on their side tells them like you should always brush your teeth or something trivial like that, and they just freak out, to use your term, right?
I mean,
and what's so funny is that they could agree with the advice, and in Luke Smith's case, and this is why you reminded me of these other articles. In Luke Smith's case, his video that you were freaking out to, the advice was you should be independent of corporate America and seek personal independence. Do you disagree with that?
I mean, to be completely honest, I barely remember his take. I was like at like that's like the third or fourth video. Like, I don't know. I thought that like, here's the thing. When When I
So you don't remember the video? Well,
I barely remembered. I remember him saying something about like boomer economics, and then he went off on this. I think, if I recall correctly, the main thrust of my critique of the video, if we want to call it that, my reaction to the video, was how like historically illiterate he very clearly is in saying that like boomer economics have run the world or something forever. And I'm like, the boomers are one generation. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And like,
I think what Luke Smith was talking about, and it's been a while since I've seen the video, is he's talking about what Marx called the capitalist mode of production, which certainly was not a common mode of work and structuring people's time before, say, the mid 18th century.
That's a long fucking time ago. That's like 300 years. Do you really think that it's? But do you really think it's like fair to like?
I can't speak for Luke Smith, but what I heard. If you're somebody, are you familiar with anyone like Hilaire Belloc or any of the?
Vaguely,
kind of
but yeah.
Okay, so I mean, if you read things like, say, for instance, The Servile State, which is sort of the foundational text of distributism, so he talks about how what's so ironic, right, is that to a large degree, even though if you lived in the Middle Ages, your technology would be horrible, and because of that, you'd be dying from all these preventable diseases. But at the same time as the technology sucked, people had a way more independent way of living their lives than people did in the 19th century.
I think
and so
hard
there's something there that we can learn from
it
when we're trying to reconstruct our society now.
Doesn't
we
that
can learn
kind
from
of
what they did right?
Doesn't that kind of like doesn't that kind of depend on like how you define independent? Because like when you say something,
I'm sure it does.
Yeah, because like when you say something like okay, there's this thing that happens all the time with like self, like not just self-help, but like I find this like common with like traditionalists in general, is that they sort of motion to this like imagined past that never really existed, and it's more like it kind of feels like they're just pulling it out of like fantasy novels instead of reality. And
would you say that the guild system was like Fantasyland?
No, of course not. Wait, no.
Okay, so I'll give you an example.
But
right?
there's like this idea where it's like, yes, the noble peasants would till their land. It's like, well, actually, in reality,
fair enough. Yeah. But if you look at, for instance, my family, right?
Okay.
Like just
sure,
we're newer immigrants to the North American continent.
Okay.
My grandfather worked in a factory, but every person before him going back in, it would, now it's Serbia, but who knows where it was, 200 years ago, Austria-Hungary or Hungary or whatever, right? All those people, they were independently employed and worked on their own farms. And I know this because I just traced back all of these old I just finished writing up my father's autobiography, and it involved me tracing back to what my great-grandfather did and, all these other people. And it's amazing because they had what we would ordinarily call independence. Now, obviously, their lives were shit because they didn't have flush toilets.
I mean, yeah, and also like they could be just like slaughtered at will by like a neighboring baron that like decided to charge in, or
fair enough.
Yeah, there's like a fuckload of things that like, see, that's the thing. Sure. I feel like these things have to be substantiated though. Like, and that's why these like. A lot of these like self-help and like again a lot of it seems to go hand in hand with like the traditionalism style of self-help. They make these really broad assumptions that again is more like from a fantasy novel where it's like, oh yeah, they lived super independent lives and all this stuff, and then it's like, and then you actually look into it and it's like, well, actually peasants would just be like beaten and slaughtered, and like knights would come around and like take like that's not very independent. That seems like it's
Let's take this out of the traditionalist context and see if in another context you might agree with this.
Okay, sure.
So suppose that we were traveling through the Amazon in South America, and you and I came upon a very technologically primitive Amazonian tribe that has never had contact with the outside world, and we're sitting among them. Maybe we're stranded or whatever, according to this hypothetical.
Okay.
And then obviously life sucks because they don't have flush toilets or antibiotics or any of this other stuff. And, according to statistics, maybe their life's a lot more violent. But while we're there, we notice that they are in complete harmony with their ecosystem. They have a very, very small environmental impact. So when we come back to civilization, a few months later, I go like, hey, remember that primitive Amazonian tribe? Isn't it amazing that despite all of their technological deficits, they still had this amazing ability to keep in line with their environment? Couldn't we learn from them? And then you go like, oh, well, they didn't have flush toilets and they're always at war. Well, okay.
I'm sorry.
There were some bad things back then, but wouldn't it be more interesting to focus on the good things that we could learn from rather than the bad things? It seems like that's more interesting, right?
Well, yeah, but not necessarily. Like if given in this hypothetical, wouldn't it be good to have a holistic image of what that was? Like if you focus only on the good and not on the bad, then you would come to. But like I don't know.
Okay,
I don't. Wait.
Before you
get ahead of yourself. Like what does this have to do with anything that we're talking about?
Okay.
Because
so
like I'm very confused. I've never made any like allegations that like.
Well, no, we're just speculating on a topic. I'm not like trying to. I have very little contact with your content, Demon Mom. I have no idea. I don't even know what you are. Are you a socialist or something, or what? An anarchist?
That's fair. That's fair to say. Yeah.
Anarchist. What?
Yeah, I usually just describe myself as a lefty with anarchist leanings. I'm not really big for labels.
I have no idea what your ideology is. I'm just exploring a question. The question we have before us is how can we make our society better?
Yeah. Would you want me to answer that or like?
Go for it.
Yeah, like the way I think we could make society better. I mean, like depends on how broad the scope goes, but like the things I tend to focus on is like, like egalitarianism, like making sure that everyone's equal and has equal rights and is treated well.
But what does that mean, egalitarianism? And that could mean so many different things, right?
Well, not really. Like I feel like it's pretty straightforward.
Economic egalitarianism?
Oh, for sure, absolutely. I mean,
oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
How would that even work?
Oh, I'm sure there's ways we can do this. I mean, it depends on how far ahead you want to go. But when we're talking about things like
Marx?
Well, yes, of course I have.
Okay, well, so are you aware of his critique of economic egalitarianism? Like he says, let's say you have two workers, and one works 6 hours, and then one works 10 hours.
Okay.
Do you compensate? If you compensate the 10-hour worker more, then he'll have more wealth.
Okay.
If you compensate the 6-hour worker, if you compensate them both equally, then the 6-hour worker essentially has more free time. So what do you do?
I don't. What do you mean? What do you do? Like, are you talking about like a system where you can volunteer?
Pay them by time.
I mean, but
you don't by time.
I mean, if we're talking about, well, you asked a question of me, and then I tried to respond, and you started talking again.
Go for it.
Yeah. So what do you do in that circumstance? Well, I mean, it would depend, right? It would depend on a lot of other circumstances. If you're being paid a wage, if you still have a commodity form where and a wage system, then yeah, there's going to be some inequality there to some degree. But of course, if you move beyond that to like say like we're going, let's jump into the future to sort of an ideal situation where we have like I don't know, like workers properly owning collectively the means of production. And in that type of environment, I don't think that like your work time would be your own. You would decide as per your own needs and as per the social needs of your society what you would do. You would not be in my ideal society obligated to work at all if you didn't want to.
So the compensation would be the same for the 10 and the 6 hour?
Yeah, for
How would
sure.
that be?
Well, because compensation, I mean, it depends. Like if we're talking about like
to me, that's not equal.
Wait,
right?
but
that's
wait.
Just a different
well,
kind of inequality.
It depends though, right? Because like if we're talking about a society that's like post currency, that's like that we're moving past like focusing on a wage, like I sort of said.
It has nothing to do with currency.
Well, but it does though.
Effort.
Well, no, that's not true. Because
if I work 10 hours a day and you work 6, you have 4 more free hours of time than I do.
Yeah.
To do anything you want, to sleep, to like play video games.
But that person,
and I'm there doing like work that for other people.
Well, not necessarily. What if you're doing the work for yourself? What if you're doing the work for your community at large? Like that's the
my
thing.
Community at large, community at large, but
wait, hold on. What it feels like is like it feels like you're stuck in a wage analysis, and I'm saying that we don't like a wage system isn't a given. We don't have to have a wage system, and in that case, like for example, I mean,
you mean the wage system like the capitalist mode of production?
Yeah,
right. The problem I'm bringing up right here would be readily understood by both hunter-gatherers and also the sort of peasant existence that my great grandparents lived in Eastern Europe.
But
they would understand both of this, and neither of them used a wage system. So this really doesn't have anything to do with the wage system. It's a much more fundamental human problem.
So
and getting rid of currency is not going to make this problem go away.
I mean, are you so hold on a second. Like there's a lot of assumptions that are being made here. Are we talking about a system whereby like we have like cuz when I think of like us moving forward, you know, in time, and hopefully overcoming climate change, hopefully overcoming racism and stuff like that.
God willing, yes.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, if we do that, like I would imagine that automation would be something that we build into our society, something that could easily take care of the vast majority of our basic needs. If that's the case, the burden of labor would be significantly less.
Post-scarcity.
Well, I mean, I would if we're talking ideal societies, yeah, I would assume that. Now, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that we can like assume that right away. But yeah, if we're going to be, you know, you gave me the sort of open canvas to.
It's like something that might actually, you know, realistically happen.
Yeah, if something realistically happens, yeah. I mean, I think that it's reasonable to understand that there's going to be some level of variance in some form of compensation, but I don't think it has to be anything even close to what we have now. What we have now is
this is the problem. The only way you get around this problem of inequality not being coherent is to get rid of the idea of scarcity altogether.
I mean,
and I don't consider that really a fair or intellectually
why
valid way of dealing with this problem.
Why? Because
it's just like saying we're never going to have to deal with scarcity. The whole problem of economics is the problem of scarcity. By saying that we're going to be in a post-scarcity economy, this means that we're not going to have to do economics. Period.
I mean, most of our problems right now.
Scarcity. What?
Most of our problems right now is not like genuine scarcity. It's logistical scarcity, and it's legislative scarcity. We have more than enough.
In the absolute sense, you're
in the absolute sense, we have more than enough. We just need to figure out a system that correctly and on an equal basis distributes the resources that are available to all of us on this planet. We have more than enough to go around.
And if you're arguing against a free market, or you know, this might elicit some concession. But if this is just the hard problem of inequality that Marx himself brings up, then the idea that, you know, we're not properly allocating our surplus or our abundance does not actually answer the question of economic equality like we were just talking about. So you're right that is I would say that's a somewhat valid critique of our present system, but it's not actually the answer to this particular question.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm just trying to figure out what the actual problem is. Like, are you saying that like if someone
is that a question, or are you just gonna do you want to go on?
I was just gonna like sort of clarify, so is the problem that like more rewards could be garnered if you put in more effort?
Exactly, right. So you're giving one person a chance to get more reward for less effort, which is going to essentially elevate them in the status hierarchy of society. Since humans are fundamentally hierarchy-based in our organization, we have this.
I mean, but I don't necessarily agree with that. By the way, I think that's quite an assumption that you've made. That we're like.
I mean, you know, sure, it's an assumption. It's
quite an assumption.
All societies we've seen, or almost all of them that I can think of off the top of my head, have had a really hard hierarchy dimension to them.
I mean, but that's quite the assumption, right? That's like the difference. That's like the fundamental difference between left-wing and right-wing thought.
So what is a society that you would point to that had no hierarchies?
Oh, I mean, well, the fact of the matter is, like, I don't think that we've
no
had
hierarchies.
I don't think that we've had any ideal societies ever, not even close.
Yeah.
And as a result, I would say we would strive for something.
Wait. Every single piece of observable evidence we've ever recorded.
But that's not that precedent does not determine what we can or cannot do in the future.
Sure.
No, that's actually really important though. No, you're actually like gunning out a whole bunch of stuff, and I want to address the fact that I don't think that's a fair assumption to make. Even if you would argue that. Are you gonna let me answer, or
go? Because I didn't know if you're done. Are you done? Or go?
No, I'm trying to talk. So the idea that like every society that it's human nature for hierarchical society, I don't think that that's a that you can substantiate that sort of claim. I think you could argue that human societies in the past, for a number of reasons, have trended hierarchical, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the ideal or even the natural state of humanity. And in fact, there's been, there's quite a lot of evidence that points that humans actually do collaborate and do work collectively and non-hierarchically.
There's both hierarchy and non-hierarchy in all human societies.
Of course, right? Absolutely.
I'm not saying that there's nothing other than hierarchy. I'm just saying that hierarchy is always present, and it is always.
Well, it has been so far. That doesn't mean that we can't get rid of it someday.
But, so to go on my point here. All of physics is just our observations on what we've observed. If you have a phenomenon, you've been observing it for 2,000 years, and you've never observed something like a magnetic monopole.
Yeah, but these are very different, though. These are you're talking about.
No,
you're talking about two very different things. You're talking.
Let me finish now. I let you go on. Let me finish now. Almost all of our electrical physical laws, they're based on the fact that we've never observed a magnetic monopole. If tomorrow we observed a magnetic monopole, we would be forced to rewrite all of our physics.
Yeah.
Okay. If we've observed something for 10,000 years and we've never observed that phenomenon, you could call it an assumption to assume that the phenomenon will not happen. But it's a damn likely assumption that it will never happen.
I mean, there's a couple of things.
All available evidence.
But there's a couple of issues with this argument that you're making here, which is, first of all, mathematics and physics are not the same thing as social prescriptions. We're talking like orders of magnitude.
Do controlled experiments.
Yeah, but they're like, we're talking orders of magnitude of complexity. We don't even have complete historical record for all of humanity, so we don't even know what societies may not have been recorded at all. Like this is that's a huge jump in your logic. You're saying that it's human nature, right?
Well-recorded history.
Sure, well-recorded history from very specific perspectives. That's still regardless very full of holes. And even then, I don't think that. I don't think you have a good example. Like, I don't think you have a good argument to say that there's every society has been perfectly hierarchical or has been equally hierarchical. There've been a number of.
You can disprove me by giving your example of a non-hierarchical society. I'm exposing myself.
Wait, a fantastic example. I can think off the top of my head of societies that had significantly reduced hierarchy. I think that
that's not my point. I didn't say that there were societies that had more or less hierarchy.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any society that's abolished hierarchy, but I don't think it necessarily matters. Even I don't think it benefits your point, even if that's the case. I can't imagine there's any because we're talking about some pretty complicated levels of hierarchy. Depends on how far you go. But even if that was the case, it still wouldn't matter because what you're trying to make a prescription off of an incredibly incomplete analysis of an already unfathomably complex system, and I don't think that's a safe analysis.
Incomplete analysis, then no argument based on history ever is complete. I'm literally.
Well, it depends on how broad the claim is, right?
Of what you want in all of human history.
Wait.
You only have to give one counterexample to disprove me, and you can't give one.
No, that's not how that works at all.
How has any historical argument ever become complete if all human history can be integrated into the analysis?
Hold on. You acknowledge. Hold on. Let's slow down here because I feel like you're really jumping from point to point to point here. But is something.
I think we've been pretty much on the same point.
I mean,
if you want to create a society with no hierarchy, you should acknowledge that this never occurred, right?
Wait, it doesn't matter if it doesn't. Wait. We're talking about something we're striving for. It doesn't matter if it's never occurred. That's like saying I want to build a plane. Well, planes have never been built in the past. That's hilarious. What the fuck are you talking about? We do things that have never been done all the time. All the fucking time. Do you believe that coming up with an idea is possible? Do you believe that you can invent and improve things, or do you just not believe in innovation whatsoever?
I do that for a living.
Okay.
I confessed for my crimes that I do engineering stuff. I mean, this is something you can do. But when you look at engineering, what you do, it's an iterative process, right?
Precisely.
If you were to say, for instance, that we wanted to, make a faster spaceship, right? Or whatever, right?
Yeah.
You could iteratively say okay, let's take this spaceship and make it faster. And
yeah, sure.
10 or 5 miles per hour faster or whatever. I'm sure that the units we'd have to use were much greater for interstellar times.
Okay. Yeah, I get the flight thing.
But you don't go okay, let's make things go 32,000 times faster than the speed of light. That's not how engineering works.
I mean,
right?
but engineering. But hold on a second.
Work like that.
But engineering isn't the only field that does any sort of speculative work. I mean, for example, there have been writers. I mean, fucking Da Vinci, posited mathematically, probably imperfect, but nonetheless quite insightful future inventions that there were certain things that were spot on about that he was able to observe in nature or
because he can observe them in nature.
Sure, but guess what? We can observe, and we have iterated more egalitarian societies that start to work away from hierarchy, and we found that there's a lot of benefits from doing that. So how is this any different?
This is kind of the fundamental thing that separates us. I don't think this is possible. Given unless you genetically engineer humans to be more like ant colonies.
Okay, so you're kind of like 100.
But let's put aside whether it's possible, since I think we beat that one to death.
Sure.
So I think the thing is that I don't necessarily believe that because the system is less hierarchical, it's necessarily better.
I guess it depends on where you are in the hierarchy, right?
Not necessarily.
Really?
The point of an organization is to be
Would you
effective.
volunteer to be a slave?
No one volunteers to be a slave.
So why not?
But I'll say this, right? We do allow for a whole classes of people that are completely under the purview of their superiors in the form of minors.
Yeah, and guess what?
In the form of minors,
and guess what?
the
people like us, people like me on the left, we fight against that sort of thing.
You want like 6-year-olds to have an equality and authority with their parents?
Well, that's a very big false equivalence.
Well, okay,
it's like an incredible
but you don't want any hierarchy, right?
We're talking about we're talking about political hierarchy. Like, what the fuck? Wait. Do you think wait? Hold on a second. Do you think that like a parent and child relationship is an example of political hierarchy?
I think all human relationships are an example of political hierarchy.
See, that to me seems like you've made like a sort of convenient definition of hierarchy that allows you to assert that it's natural. I don't. Wait. Hold on a second. Wait a second. I don't. Hold on. I know you're rushing ahead. I don't see like a. My goodness, are you gonna let me say my point, or are you just like getting scared or something?
Go for it.
Okay. Because yeah. Okay. I mean,
Go.
Excuse me?
Go for it. The floor is yours. Go.
I mean, you literally keep making weird noises. Did you like do like a line of Coke or something for this?
Oh, I just think this conversation is funny. That's all. Go for it. Go.
Sure. I don't know. It's just a little weird. Yeah. When I think of like here we go again. Look, I literally tried to talk and you immediately started making strange noises at me. This is really weird.
Dude, how many times are you going to comment on the fact that you don't have a chance to speak before you just make your point? Make your point.
Okay. Families, I don't view a parent-child relationship as a meaningful in any way form of hierarchy. Parent-child relationships are symbiotic. Now there are types of parent-child relationships that can be hierarchical, but I don't think they necessarily are. Parents often learn from their children, and healthy parent-child relationships are mutual exchanges. They are people who care for one another, they take care of each other, and they build a relationship together. A parent doesn't assert dominance. They are protecting someone. Like, say, I know the example that gets used, and I find this to be a really bad faith example when arguing against anarchists, but they'll say, oh, well, you think that a parent like reaching out and grabbing a child from getting run over is like, isn't that a form of hierarchy? No, I don't believe that's a form of hierarchy at all. Yeah. There's no meaningful, I don't feel like that if you define that as a hierarchy, I think your definition of hierarchy is meaningless. I don't believe in familial hierarchies. I don't believe that a parent should be considered more valuable by society or more politically valuable than a child. I don't think that that's fair. And I don't agree with people who advocate for that. So yeah, I do believe that a society with less hierarchies is actually quite beneficial in quite a lot of ways. And I don't think that this, I think it's a very bad faith and personally pretty weird argument to try and argue that like a parent looking out for their child in the same way that a child would like care for their parent is an example of some kind of natural hierarchy. I don't think that's a hierarchy at all. I don't think it meets any meaningful definition.
Are you saying that parents are hierarchically above their children and that's acceptable?
No.
Or are you saying that they're really not and this is just an illusion? Because it seemed like you were making two arguments there.
No, I think that some people want to argue that that's the case, but I think that in a healthy relationship, there is no hierarchical relationship between a child and a parent.
Between a parent and a child?
Yes, exactly.
Really?
Yes. Because I'm not, wait, I know that it might come as a shock to you, but I don't buy into like this idea that like your dad is like Zeus and he should throw a lightning bolt at you every time you disobey. I don't think that's a healthy relationship.
If parents do not have power over their children, then no one has power over anyone else.
Wait, when you say power over someone. Like, what do you mean by that? I don't think that it's.
I mean,
I would argue a child
make
often,
decisions
in an ideal society, a child would have at least an equal amount of power over their parent as well. That if because children.
So if we're deciding for what to eat for dinner,
yeah,
and the 3 children say they want to have candy, and the parents want to have a nutritious meal, and the 3 children who want candy overrule the parents.
No,
that's what you're doing.
But this is literally. Wait, is this really? Wait, hold on a second. I want to just be 100% clear with you.
I'm clear.
Wait, hold on. I'm asking you a question. Do you believe that that's a good faith representation of a political hierarchy?
I don't know what you mean.
Do you believe that? Like, do you believe? Wait, do you believe that a parent who's older and has access to knowledge that is physically impossible for a child to have, aka what is nutritious for them so that they don't die? Do you think that's an exertion of power?
Yes, because they're exerting power. Their will is dominating the child's.
I don't think it's a matter of domination of will.
If somebody came into your house and told you what to eat for dinner, would that not be a domination of your life? Even if they knew more?
But that's 2 people who both have the ability to understand food. That's totally different than a child. Children are. Yeah, I mean, of course. Wait.
Your house.
Like, hold on a second.
You had to eat Brussels sprouts for dinner.
Wait. I've got a question for you. I've got a clarifying question for you. Do you think it's an assertion of power for a mother to offer her nipple to a baby? Do you think that's an assertion of power?
That's an act of giving, right?
Okay. Yeah, but that's not a hierarchy. That's not hierarchical. That is a child that requires sustenance being offered sustenance.
There seems to be a fundamental misunderstanding in our conversations. When I say that hierarchy is always present and necessary, I don't mean that the relationship is only hierarchy.
Well, but what you do is you've made the definition.
Wait, Mama. Let me clarify so we don't make this mistake again. My position in this debate is that every relationship is basically a mixture of hierarchy, giving, and charity. And that these things need to be properly balanced in order for humans to have thriving.
See, I don't see what this sounds like.
Good hierarchies, they're just tools. Yeah, tools to achieve human thriving.
To me, this seems like an attempt to sort of broaden the definition or the understanding of the term hierarchy, such that you can more or less like sweep a lot of things under the rug. Because when maybe
we go back to my example then. So if someone came into your house with superior knowledge and nutrition and commanded that you have Brussels sprouts for dinner, would that person not be exerting hierarchy over you? And they could be. Yeah,
if they forced you to eat food, because that's not even close to the same as a child. It's not even close.
I hate to say this, man, but by this definition of hierarchy, parents absolutely have hierarchy over their children.
I mean, I don't think so at all. Like, you're talking. Wait, hold on a second. So, like,
I don't even understand what you're saying. Then.
Wait.
You're
like,
saying that parents
you have to let me. Wait. If you're gonna like smuckle and like go off and run off onto some other random shit, do you not? Wait. Hold on. Quick question. Do you think that an adult and a baby are the same thing? Do you think they're the same thing?
Oh, I think that this is obvious the thing. What's the difference between an adult?
Wait. Tell me. It's a simple answer. Do you think a baby and an adult are the same?
No.
Okay.
There are qualitative differences.
But you could recognize that there are different factors that come into walking into someone else's house and telling them what to eat versus a baby that cannot feed itself being offered food by a responsible entity, and that is not necessarily a hierarchy, that there's no value balance, there's no political value or political power being exerted over that, other than the most, I would say, the most primordial possible imagining, in that, like, the baby can't feed themselves, and that's it.
I absolutely agree with you, Demon Mama, and we're at a great turning point in this conversation, because I think what you've come to is the realization that under certain circumstances, hierarchy is good.
No.
Say, for instance, when there's a relationship between the child and the parent. Now, you have to ask yourself.
No, I don't agree with that.
What is the qualities of the child and the parent that make the parent's hierarchy over the child good?
I don't
agree with you,
but I don't
want to do language games and say it's not a hierarchy, and that's fine.
But I don't agree with your assertion. I don't agree that a hierarchy is good. And the reason why is that while I do believe that in a one-to-one, non-future, somewhat current world, a parent, a baby is reliant on a parent in order to survive. I do not classify that as a hierarchy by any means, and I wouldn't advocate for it to be seen or classified as a hierarchy in any way, shape, or form. I don't, again, when I consider a hierarchy, I say, okay, people are being put above one another in one way or another. Now, I could argue, I think that I could see an argument that states that there is if we want to like broaden the definition of hierarchy, that there is some sort of natural hierarchy between a parent and a child, but I would argue that we should seek to counterbalance that, because by its very nature, if that's the case, because the child cannot provide for itself, that means that being a conscious and sentient and moral entity, a parent would have more responsibility for the thing that is disempowered. So I don't.
Are you saying that the parent-child relationship isn't a hierarchy, or are you saying that it is a hierarchy and we need to sort of erode it?
Wait. I'm saying that I don't think that it's useful to consider that a meaningful definition of hierarchy by any means. But if you absolutely insist on calling every different power imbalance of any type a necessary hierarchy, then sure.
I thought that's what hierarchy meant. I thought hierarchy meant power imbalance.
I mean,
is that not your definition? I thought that was just the definition of hierarchy.
The thing is, like, here's the
thing. You get power imbalances that you don't call hierarchy.
But I mean,
well, fine.
It depends how broad we're going. It depends how broad we're going. Like, I mean, I think that you probably could. Wait, if you want to drill down into like everything, I think there's
I said that there will always be power imbalances.
There's probably so hold on. Here's a question. Just a clarifying question on how we define hierarchy.
Okay,
if you have two fingers, right, and one finger is just slightly, like, for whatever reason, maybe you jack off with it more or whatever, it's slightly stronger than your other finger. Is there a hierarchy between those two fingers?
There's a hierarchy of strength, I guess.
But do you see how this definition of hierarchy, any power differential is by definition a hierarchy? Like, do you see how that starts to bleed down the definition of hierarchy? And then,
sure. So
but especially so, I'm not done yet. But especially so when you then use a very, very broad definition of hierarchy to then assert that hierarchy is good, like as a blanket statement.
Maybe you had a misunderstanding. What is your definition of hierarchy?
When I think of a hierarchy, okay, now. It depends on the context. When we're talking about hierarchy, I tend to, especially when we're talking politics, I tend to think of political hierarchy, aka political power given more to one individual than another. As in status being put above. So a boss and a worker, that is a hierarchy. A boss and a worker is a hierarchy, because bosses have higher social standing. They have higher ability to engage in the marketplace than their workers do. And there's a hierarchy there. And I think that hierarchy is a bad thing, because I think that bosses shouldn't really exist.
Well, okay, but I might agree with you that that's a bad hierarchy, but there's a reason for that being a bad hierarchy and the parental one being a good hierarchy. But just so we're on the same page here, what's the difference between political power and ordinary power?
Wait, what do you mean by ordinary power? There's many forms of power.
So I can completely control my child's life, and that's not political.
Really. Like, I mean,
yeah, I can.
I mean,
like, okay, like,
I'm pretty sure that if your child really wanted to, I'm pretty sure they could pick up a club and like hit you over the head with it while you were sleeping. I don't think you could control that.
Well,
just saying. Like, I mean,
that's a ridiculous. If you knew the age of my child, that would be a ridiculous.
Okay, maybe if they're like maybe if they're an infant, you literally have complete power and you could smother them in the crib if you were a sociopath. Sure.
But I'm using hyperbolic language to illustrate the case that if I had the power I had over my child, over any other person, that would certainly be considered political power.
But
I don't see how it's not.
If you had over another person who has agency, if you're talking about an infant, infants don't even have a sense of self yet. That's like saying you have. That's like saying you have hierarchy. That's like saying, like, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I don't like this approach of like defining hierarchy in this really bad faith way. Because when you're talking about, if we're going to talk about hierarchy, well, then you have a hierarchy over your. Then your brain cells have a hierarchy over you. You have a hierarchy over your belly button lint. Like, I don't know. This is just it's meaningless.
So so what makes political power different from the power that a parent has over their child?
Well, I mean, largely what makes political power different is that political power is something that is imposed over an individual agent. You know, somebody who can act on their own free will and make their own mind up. And of course,
children have free will.
To a degree, yes. At a certain age, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Does anyone have free will?
I mean, again,
When
to
does
a
the
degree.
free
As
will
far as
come
we
in?
can tell, yes. As far as we can tell, there's some form of
Do
definitive.
you like get your free will with your baby teeth? Does it come in during your? I mean, what
Oh, I think
developmentally
that's
can
pretty
we
tough
test
to
for
like.
free will, like scientifically?
Yeah, I think it's pretty tough to say, but I mean, like I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't think
that's
that's
a tough
really
line.
a very serious answer then,
Well,
right?
well, do you have it? Like, what are you going to assert that God gives you free will at age 7 as given?
No, I don't think free will's. I don't think free will. I think if free will exists, we either all have it or we all don't. That's my position, and I've seen nothing that
seems
indicates
just
that some people have free will and some people don't.
Okay, I mean, I
Not
would
unless you
argue,
wanna go back to, like, you know,
I would
Nietzsche and
argue
shit
that
and
like
whatnot.
that free will is like and again, I don't think this is like settled science by any means. But I would argue that that free will is pretty clearly on some level of a spectrum. That a baby, a literal baby that is provably incapable of like object permanence, does not have the same ability to engage in political decisions as an adult.
Okay.
And
so under this, so you link it to intelligence then? You link the sort of
more or
moral...
less. I mean, that's how I understand
Okay, so
like free
would
will
adults,
as far as we've.
If everything's on this spectrum, then would adults of lower intelligence be incapable of having free will? Under your idea of
No,
this?
because I don't believe in a binary on that. Like I said, there's like a.
Okay,
I
well, I
do.
don't- I
Wait.
totally
For
don't
the
understand what you're
record,
saying.
I do believe that like adults who are like deprived of education or deprived of nutrients are less capable of enacting their agency. But I think we should seek to rectify that and fix that problem instead of like instead of taking advantage of it and exploiting it.
So you understand that there are some people who have conditions like, well, I mean, extreme forms of autism, or some forms of Tay-Sachs syndrome, or a variety, or
yeah, like
some,
you mean like
some other
severe like
chromosomal diseases. These people have permanently lower intelligences that cannot be rectified, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean like
Because
like
people have
Alzheimer's
they have less free will.
dementia or
So like a Down syndrome person, right? Someone
Yeah.
who's afflicted with Down syndrome, they have very limited free will or no free will.
Well, I wouldn't say they have no free will. I don't think there's any evidence of that. I would say that they have. I would say that their agency is reduced. But again, I don't think that means. I don't think that that's like a bad thing. I just think that is a thing, and we should seek to rectify that and give them as much agency as possible. Same thing as for
they
babies.
Have less free will, but not absolute zero.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. That's
Okay,
what
so-
I'm saying. Yeah, I don't
Well,
know.
on the
I
other
feel
side
like
of the
this.
spectrum. Let's say there people are naturally gifted. They're like geniuses, right?
Sure.
Do they have more free will?
No. Well, okay. It depends on what you mean by a genius. Like if we're talking about just like somebody
We
who
said it was a spectrum, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
sort
I mean,
of
I think
figured
there are
something
people like,
going,
I
right?
think that people who like, for example, if you are wealthy, intelligent, and good looking, I think that your options in front of you and the agency that you can engage in is significantly more than most other people. Like you not only have more options available in front of you, but you have more ability to choose the best option for yourself. I believe very much in enlightenment. Hold on a second. Hold on. Wait. This is actually really important because I believe that it's possible for people throughout their life to free themselves, to enlighten, and to grow themselves and become more powerful. For example, a very personal example of this is, dealing with depression. Being able to overcome depression makes me more of a free person because I am no longer bound by something that I couldn't overcome. I can now introspect on this thing and make better decisions. Do you see what I mean?
Overcoming personal limitations is a way of enriching yourself in virtue. I think that's a very classical piece of wisdom you've repeated.
I think that this applies very much here.
Okay, but I guess what I'm sort of tugging at here is if, as you asserted, if we say that people of naturally lower intelligence have, I haven't asserted this, you have.
Okay.
People of naturally lower intelligence have.
Wait. When you say natural,
well,
I mean, be careful with your language because I don't want you
we're
asserting
talking
that I said
about
something
people
else.
with Down syndrome.
Sure. Okay.
And people with
Yeah.
Tay-Sachs disease and extreme forms of autism.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Is
So
that not a
like
natural
if you have,
condition?
I suppose. Yeah. Sure. I guess you could call it that way. Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is like I don't know. When I hear people say like naturally lower IQ, I start to get my ear starts tingling because it starts to sound a little dog whistly, if you know what I mean.
Well, whatever. We're having.
I'm just. That's why I said I understand. I don't know that's what you're doing. I'm just saying.
So
let's be careful
there
with the
are a
wording.
spectrum of natural abilities. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, more
there
or less.
aren't.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
Okay,
to say.
so if there's a spectrum of natural intelligence, would then their spectrum of free will also continue on up that spectrum of intelligence, or does it stop somewhere?
Yeah, no, that's what I said before. Yeah, absolutely. I think that people who
So you kind of created this hierarchy of free will, where the people at the top of this hierarchy have total free will or very, very high free will value, which means that they shouldn't be ruled over. They have more right to autonomy, and the people at the lower end of the spectrum have less.
No, it's not that they have more right to autonomy in any real way. I disagree with that. I mean, I think that there are probably extreme cases, as you've brought up, that's like, someone who like is physically incapable of learning how to feed themselves, or like somebody, like, for example, think of like a grandma who has Alzheimer's, like they forget how to feed themselves. Like, I don't think that there is an imposition of will involved at all in like feeding somebody who can't feed themselves. I don't think that's a meaningful definition of an imposition of will. You're helping someone to survive.
Well, I don't know. I've seen people with extreme forms of Alzheimer's disease, and if you're caring for them, and they have an episode, you're forced to engage with what feels like an extreme imposition of will from you to them. It's really scary.
Possibly. I mean, it depends on how you go about it, right? Like,
I can say definitively that's not a possibly statement. I can guarantee.
Well, I mean, I also like I know personally. My grandmother dealt with that, and I was very involved in her care. I recognize
this happens.
Well, of course. I mean, it can. Yes, absolutely. Like, somebody can become like paranoid or dangerous. But I think there's degrees to which you can meaningfully define like someone's like an imposition of will. Like, for example, do I think that like there's this really great video out there of like this guy who he invented these. This is a little bit of an anecdote, but I think it's relevant. There's this guy who invented these candies. He like it's a thing specifically for Alzheimer's and dementia patients. It's basically these little jelly candies that come in a candy box, and they like the way he got this idea was his relative wouldn't drink water out of a cup because they just didn't trust it or whatever. They were paranoid about it, but they liked candy. So he figured out, wait a minute, what if I disguise the water as candy? And so it's like these little jellos with water in it, and then, opens up the candy bag. You want some candy? And then she eats them and gets the water that she needs. I don't think that that's like I don't think that's like an imposition of will on someone. I think that's helping someone to take care of themselves who's otherwise impeded because of something that's like, unrelated to what we would generally consider like the conversation of free will. Like, and this is the thing.
And before those were invented, though, there's no way to give someone water who is.
Oh, there's a couple ways. Yeah, there are a couple of ways. But of course, keep in mind, again, just because we've had to use bad tactics in the past, or we've had to impose our will in the past, doesn't mean we have to do that in the future. And my entire core argument, is that we should seek to build systems that don't impose will like at all if necessary. If there's absolute necessities, like for example in the case of like a baby that literally can't feed itself, or a dementia patient that has forgotten how to drink water, like I think there are very, very minor forms of like quote unquote, which again, there are ways of quote unquote will imposition, I struggle to even call it that, that I think are acceptable, given that we're literally trying to help someone who has something going on in their brain that doesn't allow them to help themselves, and they would otherwise be suffering greatly. Do you see what I'm talking about?
I guess. Well, I get. I mean, what I'm sort of struggling with here is it sounds like we're doing the same thing. We're just calling it different things, right?
I mean not really, like, because
I'm saying that there are necessary elements where humans have to arrange themselves in hierarchies in order to properly care for each other. And I think the relevant thing is not whether there's a hierarchy, but whether the people in the hierarchy have the interests of the people under them in heart. The reason why the parental hierarchy, I mean, obviously, there are very common instances of abuse, but relative to other human institutions, it's actually incredibly reliable considering how much power parents have over their children.
I mean,
the reason why that's such an effective way at raising children is because of biology and culture, we can reasonably expect that the parents' interests are aligned to the children's well-being.
But we know that that's not always the case, and that
it's not always the case.
it's
Nothing
quite,
is always the case.
but I mean, it's not even close. Like, I mean, child abuse is rife in the United States, especially, but it's rife across the world. Child abuse and exploitation is one of the biggest problems we're struggling with. And if that's the case, I would argue that we need to address the idea that currently we have a very bad system, and I would argue that looking at parental relations as a hierarchy is part of that problem. Like, and I actually have made this argument in the past.
We acknowledge that we currently don't have a better way of doing it because, you know, we know from studies that if you leave children generally with non-related or non-parental custodians, the abuse rates are higher, not lower.
I would love to see that information. I don't know.
I don't have it on me right now.
Yeah, because
so I had a debate with Christy Winters like 3 years ago. Oh my God, I think it was 3 years ago.
Okay.
And one of the sources was several studies that show that a child is the most likely to experience abuse from non-parental sources.
Okay, but that doesn't necessarily, like, that doesn't mean anything in this context.
So do you think that we could reduce abuse by putting children with professional daycare workers as opposed to their parents?
Oh yeah, totally.
Really?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways that could be done. I mean, of course, it would depend on how the system's structured. Like, you'd have to structure it correctly. There'd need to be a lot of work and thought going into it, but I absolutely believe that's the case. In fact, we already do this now. In fact, my family's done it. There's a thing that we do currently.
So explain in more detail.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently, we have this. There's this thing that we do called adoption. And basically, what happens with adoption is, like, you know, if a child is being raised in an environment that's, like, absolutely terrible and the child is suffering and it's clear the parents aren't treating them well, then in this case, again, imperfect, the state will move in and say, hey, we need this to find this kid a happy home, and they will locate them to the best of their ability a better home. And the outcomes for adoption are fantastic often. Now, there are cases, of course, where it still goes wrong, but functionally, there's no biological relationship there. Functionally, those children are going to live full-time with a daycare professional. It just happens to be that person is their parent by law. We call it because we don't have the structures. But I think that it's absolutely normal.
The results are good because we've got a built-in sampling bias.
Well, but there's also examples of grandparents.
Sampling bias is literally part of how this mechanism works, right?
Wait, what?
So the sampling bias is literally part of how this mechanism works in this case.
What do you mean by that? Can you clarify
what
you're
literally taking children who we already know are in an abusive environment and moving them into foster care.
Well, right,
you're not doing a random sample of children.
Well, but it's not about them. It's not about. Wait, that has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about. The fact of the matter is that we recognize. No. Hold on. Let me finish. Wait. It doesn't actually. Here's the thing. When and here's why I say that, because when we're talking about, we know that parental abuse is a problem, and we also know that sometimes, in fact, frequently, that can be rectified by that child being adopted by a more caring individual, even if that person is not related to them at all. Their genetic relation bears nothing on the love that we can have for one another.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I guess this is but I guess I kind of lost track of your point. Wasn't your original point that adoption was generally, or professional childcare was generally better than familial childcare, like across the board, or was it just that, like, professional childcare or second family childcare is better than a family that we already know is abusive?
I think that
almost everyone would agree with the second one.
Well, yeah, I mean, the second one is pretty straightforward. Like, that's factually verifiable. I would argue that
it's trivial, like, obviously, right?
Yeah, but I would argue that the first one could actually resolve, like, quite a lot of problems. In fact, I would argue that,
like literally removing children from non-abusive families and locating them with childcare professionals.
Oh, not necessarily. I mean, here's the thing. I think there's this is a pretty.
Wait,
hold on a second. Then? You gotta give me room to answer. If you fucking fire off like 100 questions, you get so ahead of yourself.
Go for it.
But, like, here's the thing. Like, when we're talking about this, like, when it comes to families, like I think that there's probably circumstances in which like there would be no functional difference between like having like a professional childcare or whatever. What I do think though is that when we have a system that's built around a lot of assumptions, and those assumptions can build downstream have pretty negative effects. I would argue that the rampant rate of child abuse in our society is downstream of the fact that culturally we view parent-child relationships as rigid and hierarchical. I think that's a big contributor. I mean, it's certainly something that I've experienced personally, but I think that goes along further lines. Like for example, imagine
a weaker point than we were just making, though. You were saying,
is it?
You were toying with the fact that professional childcare would be generally better, not acutely better than situations we already know are abusive.
Well, no, I think that if
I can't tell if you're embracing that thesis or not.
I mean, but I think you're trying to pin me down to a very specific like this idea of like this very specific future where it's like all children are sucked up and then put into a childcare by definition. Let me just posit you an alternative. Like say that we have a future, like of course right now this isn't going to work obviously because people have children with their partners and whatever. But let's say there's a future where people don't really have babies by like pushing them out anymore. Like we move to like clinics.
Brave New World, we make them in tubes or whatever.
Yeah, make them in tubes. I'd definitely not advocate for Brave New World, but
Brave
sure.
New World style stuff.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Okay,
sure.
fine.
The
Great.
technology,
Yeah.
sure. Let's say that babies are all grown in tubes, and then there is communal parenting facilities where the people who are there because it's something they're passionate about, they're qualified for. The children get to build relationships with one another, and those parental individuals, they have their own little society. The biology part is really a byproduct of sort of the way things are right now. It's not essential to anything, as we know. Yeah,
we're describing almost a different species at that stage.
I don't think
also
so.
editing? Oh, hold on, let me ask some questions about this hypothetical here.
Mm-hmm.
Are we also going into humans' biological nature and sort of removing the common desire to raise your own children and have your own genetically related family around you, or is that somehow like suppressed by propaganda or indoctrination?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know that there is. I don't know that you have evidence of. How
would I have evidence for hypothetical society?
Wait, hold on. I don't think that you. But no, because of some of your assumptions there, I don't think you have evidence for. Like, I don't think you have evidence that that like humans have a drive to like have their own genetic children outside of cultural. I think that's largely a cultural thing. And the reason why I would argue this is because, again, there are plenty of people who very happily fulfill their like parental urges via adoption. So they're perfectly happy. And even though that child isn't biological, we don't have any way of telling that. In fact, I would argue that there's anthropological evidence that shows that we're actually quite flexible. What we actually look for is a social need and not some sort of biological genetic need. When we refer to people like wanting to have kids, they want to have progeny in general, not literal genetic. They can't tell. Like, imagine do you think that like a mother?
I haven't said anything. You're gonna have to give me a chance.
Sure, go ahead, go for it.
Say something before I get the "do you actually think?" accusations. Okay.
No, yeah, no. I'm just asking if that's
so. I mean, I would really, given what we've seen from evolutionary, I don't have studies in front of me right now, but given what we've seen, the tendencies in evolutionary psychology and the predictive results that has given us. I would find that a little, if that were actually the case, I would find that odd that we had no, inbred desire to have, a family that we had some kind of genetic connection to.
Well, I think we do have a way. I do think, hold on, to clarify, I do think that we have I think that not everyone, but I think a lot of people do have an urge to have a family, but they don't necessarily.
Some people have this desire.
Yeah, I think that some people have this desire. I think that some people have.
Well,
Wait, hold on. Wait, I gotta finish.
Modification of the previous statement where you said that no one had this desire, but okay,
Wait,
fine.
wait. You're literally not letting me finish my sentence. So you have to let me finish the sentence first. So I do believe that some people have the desire to create a family. I don't think that that's genetic. I think that's social, and I think that our genetics influence us in a social way. I don't think that there's evidence to say, like, for example, imagine this. Imagine that like a mother has a baby in the hospital and like she's really tired out after pushing out the baby and she falls asleep. And then secretly, unbeknownst to her, one of the nurses swaps the baby by accident. And
this has happened many times.
What's that? Yeah, sure. I'm sure it has. And then they take the baby home and everything happens and the baby looks more or less exactly the same. Other than like what do you think that that's going to affect their parental bond at all? Do you think that the mom is going to have some sort of psychic ability to detect that the baby is not her genetic progeny? Or do you think it's going to be more of a social need that she's looking to fulfill?
I don't think that just because we can trick a desire, that means it's necessarily not biological. I'm willing to say that the jury is out on whether
Well, I never said it was not biological. I do believe it's biological, but
it was entirely not biological. So
no, I said it was social, not genetic. Social,
society?
not genetic. Social, not genetic. Now, I mean, there is a way you could say that, like,
isn't genetic just biological? I mean, I guess there's some features that are like epigenetic that are biological.
Yeah, it depends. It depends on your definitions here. What I would say is that it's not like we don't have an intrinsic desire to only have a family with our own genetic offspring because we don't have ways to actually verify that. So instead, I would argue that all evidence I've seen in my studies of biology, all evidence that I've seen in my studies of psychology, would indicate that instead our genetics give us a social urge for some sense of family, of whether it's a big community family, like, you know, like a medieval family where you got aunts and uncles and everything, or
that's my favorite family.
Well, that's fair, and I mean, I also advocate for larger families. I don't think that the nuclear.
You're confusing me now. First of all, you're talking about virtually abolishing the family. Now you're arguing for larger families.
Well, wait. Here, I see what you're trying to get at there, but we're talking about some assumptions. But yes.
So based on your worldview, this worldview you're laying out here, would you predict, you know, without genetic modification, in which case, you know, all bets are off because we can genetically engineer a human to desire anything? We could genetically engineer someone to desire their own deaths for our political cause.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if we want to go that far.
Aside from genetic engineering or editing of the human desire, would you predict that we could create a society, commune, for instance, where we just took all children and raised them collectively, and this would be a successful model?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I think it would be significantly better than our current system. I think it would be like in a number of ways. Yeah.
Are you aware of the sort of studies done with kibbutzes and early intentional communities in the 19th century?
No, not those particular
studies. So they tried doing this, and in all cases where they tried doing it, this model was a total disaster.
What do you mean when you say they tried doing this?
They tried doing it by saying, like, okay, these children are everyone's children, and they just raised them collectively, you know. And people rebelled. People rebelled against this after just a few years of trying it.
Do you not recognize like that is like even in the summary that you've given me, I can notice 100 problems with that type of an experiment.
These were volunteers who thought this was a good idea and they signed up.
But that doesn't matter. That doesn't mean anything. People can think something's a good idea and then have regrets as they go into it. They can go into it with all kinds of assumptions. I mean, I voluntarily went to college only to realize that I'd been told like a lot of lies about how much college costs and how much it would stick. Like there's all kinds of things.
We have an agreement there too. College sucks. Let's get rid of it.
I mean, listen, I'm all for more education and none of the college system we currently do. The volunteering doesn't matter. The fact that the matter is
the far left and the far right can come together and
I don't think so. Nah, I know you're all about this. Listen, wait a second, hold on. I know you're all about the far right and far left, but we disagree on fundamental principles.
I should maybe that might be, you know, let's just table. I think we kind of exhausted the whole family question. I think we're
okay.
Sure. A factual experiment there. This is more unexplored. To me, and I've said this many times in many contexts.
Sure.
So all the time I've always thought that sort of like the anti-globalist, anti-neolib left.
What do you mean when you say
as an
globalist?
actual ally in the right, because we both have the same enemy.
When you say globalist, what do you mean?
What?
What do you mean when you say globalist?
I mean, like, the people who are, organizing the IMF and the WTO, and who are
those
pushing
people?
for. I don't know. You want to go take the rosters at Davos next time they meet? Are you pro IMF here?
All I'm saying is, now, I'm not necessarily. You might be. I feel like you're probably not ignorant to this, but I'm sure you recognize that globalist is like almost always referring to Jewish people, right?
What would you like me to call?
No, I'm not. Wait, I want
IMF and the WTO and the World Economic Forum. What do you want me to call them? And I'll call them that.
Well, listen, I don't want you to call them anything. I want to know what you mean. Are you trying? And I don't want bullshit.
I'm talking about a very specific set of people who meet every year in a very specific set of places and come up with a very specific set of policies.
I mean,
how can I get more specific than that? Do you want like literal names?
Like, I think that's a very broad concept, but by and large, I do think that there are huge problems with sort of what I would generally refer to as neoliberal capitalism. I think there's huge problems with that, but I don't think I would never refer to it as globalism.
What would you refer to it as?
Neoliberal capitalism, yeah.
Okay, neoliberal capitalism.
Sure.
We'll call it that then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that neoliberal capitalism is
the people who essentially want to basically aggregate supply chains at a very, very high level and then rule them essentially at a transnational level.
Yeah, largely.
I can't help you there.
Yeah,
okay?
like
so,
it's more or less corporate imperialism is what we're talking about. We're talking about an increasingly
if the word
divorced
matters. We'll use that one, right?
Well, it does matter because like these there's different prescriptions for different things. Like, I mean, for example, like if you were to have like a Nazi on here, if I was to have a Nazi on here and talk to them, they'd say the globalists. Well, and I would say, okay, so who's the globalists? They're like, oh, the leaders of all the banks, wink, wink. And then I would say, okay, so, well, what are we supposed to do? And they'd say, well, we just need to get rid of the globalists, right? And I'm like, okay, like, but my solution would be very different than that. Even if we're talking about like vaguely similar concepts, like that there are people who are indeed, there are individuals and corporations that are pushing the world in certain directions. We might agree on some of the details, but it is actually a pretty important distinction. It's a pretty important distinction.
I'm going to sympathize here and say oftentimes people use language to implicit. This is actually one of the best videos Luke Smith ever made. One of the few non-Linux videos I've ever seen of his, and I know I haven't watched all his videos.
Sure.
But one of the best ones he ever made was on logos and how language is a way of essentially building in your moralistic assumptions into speech. Okay. And I think I'll say this here, and this is a concession. I think that oftentimes people on the right are a little bit too cavalier about the slang we use.
Oh, and, for sure. But here's the thing. But listen,
fine,
and with all due respect, though, that's intentional. Like, and not for all right wingers, but there's a lot of right wingers for which that is intentional. For example, if you I know this because I've fucking done my research. If you go to places like, I don't know, like Stormfront, if you go to these places that are like hives of Nazi activity, if you go to where the like neo-Nazis are, they do that intentionally. What's that?
Never mind. Go on.
Yeah. They do this intentionally. They intentionally conflate terms. They intentionally go crypto. They hide their power level, so to say.
Control you, right? I mean,
well, what they try to do is they try to signal to other people because they know that their worldview is repugnant to a lot of people and they want to win people over slowly and surely.
People do this, right? I mean,
sure.
People don't. I mean,
well, I don't.
This isn't a thing that only people on the right do. I mean, we know.
I think some.
Look at the career of Alger Hiss. If you don't think people hide their power levels on the left to get their agenda passed, I'll just say that.
I think some people. I think some people do.
Look at Alger Hiss and see people on the left don't hide their power levels.
Yeah, I think some people do.
It's the thing that everybody does.
I mean, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think everybody does that though. But I
think would be the critical juncture that I would like to communicate.
Sure.
I think that you'd be better at convincing the right wing to kind of be more respectful with their language if there was a mutual attempt to respect people of traditionalist values, right? I think this is sort of they want this both ways, right? You want to have the ability to kind of like shit over everyone's moral value system and their religion, and then you like turn around and go like, oh, but you have to respect all of these ideas I have about myself, whether they're whether they're anything, right?
I mean, well,
so
not necessarily.
This is kind of like this weird double standard where I'm not going to get into specifics, but
sure,
people literally do things like go into Catholic churches and will desecrate the sacrament.
Okay.
And then they'll appear later on the internet going like, you need to use like this language to refer to me at all times, even when I'm not in the presence. And like, if someone's going to desecrate my religion and then demand I respect them, my result's going to be fuck that.
I mean,
this
is like I know you said you weren't going to go specific, but that seems like a wildly specific example. And
I'm not going to say who that specifically is because it's a bigger YouTuber.
But like, I don't know. I don't know.
I think people. I don't like going into things that come up online.
This just seems like a really like I have no fucking clue. Like this is like seems like
great, but you get the idea.
I mean, I get the idea, but I just don't think it's like representative of anything. Like for example, like here's the thing.
Yes. Yeah, the progressives are well known for respecting traditionalist value systems. That's something that I always
hold on a second. Like we're jumping over a lot of things. We're jumping over quite a lot of things here. So like first off. Personally, my primary goal is not to win over right-wingers. I recognize that people who are like far right, they hate me on an intrinsic level often, and even if they say they don't, they are often lying to my face. I've had this experience many times. I'm trans.
So if I said this that like I don't hate you and I'm on the far right, like you'd think that I was lying.
No, not necessarily. Like I mean, I don't know.
I don't hate you.
With regard to that, I mean it.
I just want to say that, like, I don't hate you.
It's possible, yeah. I'm neutral to that. Like again, in this particular context, I don't really care. Like if you hate me or don't hate me, but I recognize.
I'm sure that I have beliefs that you don't hold. I have beliefs about myself that you don't hold, and you have beliefs about yourself that I don't hold, right?
For sure.
So given that I believe, things, and you believe things, and some of them might be, some of them might come up under the microscope, and some of them might not. Right, like
but
there seems to be a need to move forward with mutual respect, and I think on the right wing, that reciprocal dimension of the problem is not addressed by the left very much.
But I don't agree. Here's where I think there is some perhaps short-sightedness in your analysis, and that is that many far-right ideologies are explicitly in opposition to my existence. And not only are they in opposition to my existence, they're in opposition to most of my interests. Like, for example, many Christians would simply argue that I have no right to be who I am, that I have no right to have access to healthcare whatsoever. They have a completely different, and this is not all Christians, because there's many Christians I get along with, but there are quite a lot who are. And for those types of people...
You're saying that, like, who you are is this... I mean, like I said that about like like radical people like Richard Dawkins who thinks that like people raising their children Catholic is child abuse, or is that not the same thing?
I mean, the new atheist. I don't know. Richard Dawkins. He had some good takes and some bad ones.
I mean, statistically, you guys all were in that circle like 10 years ago. I'm not saying you particularly.
I mean, was I involved in like atheism and shit like 10 years ago? Yeah.
Specifically, I said generally.
You are Dylan Burns. Yes. What? Sorry, that was not to you. That was someone in chat.
Okay, well, so this is okay, fine. I mean, like I'm sure you can find crazy Stalinists or whatever you call them, tankies in your community or whatever. Yeah, I mean, like I have relatives that died in Marxist concentration camps.
Sure.
Like this shit is part of history.
Well,
right?
but wait. I feel like this is very vague. Like I'm trying to recenter what we're actually talking about here, because like
we're talking about like mutual respect and whether you're interested.
Well, but mutual. Well, I'm interested in mutual respect. But mutual respect is like to me is a bit of a buzzword. Because what ends up happening is a lot of people who I grant mutual respect to they have a different definition of respect than I do.
That's a good place to start, right?
Yeah.
What's your definition of respect? Like, so if in order to respect a Muslim, what would you have to do?
Well, I mean, I feel like it would depend on the Muslim, right? Like they're not a monolith, right?
Okay. So the Muslim obviously believes in things that you don't believe, right?
Sure. Some things, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure we agree on some things too.
So you saying that I don't believe that, Muhammad was a prophet, would that be a disrespect to the Muslim, or would that be respectful to say that?
You're allowed to believe that. Absolutely. Of course. I believe very
Well,
strongly. I believe very
just-
strongly in free will, in like free speech.
language here.
Yeah.
So if the Muslim believes something about their relationship to God, and
Okay.
you do not believe that about the Muslim,
Mhm.
it's not disrespectful for the Muslim to tell them or anyone else, I don't believe that this is true.
No, I
Like,
mean,
don't
no, I
believe
don't think
that
so.
Muhammad
I
was a
think
prophet
there could
and-
be perhaps like social violations that could result from how that's expressed. Like for example, if you were to
I think this question's a lot more simple than you're trying to make it.
well, no,
right
but
now.
I don't think it's a
kinda
simple. But I don't think it's a simple question. I don't think it's a simple question. I think it's actually very like a kind of complicated question. How we actually build out our social relationships with one another, and it is
So
hard.
what
It
would
is hard sometimes.
What shouldn't you? What would be disrespectful?
Oh,
to Muslims situation?
like, geez, I can think of a lot of things. Using slurs for them, discriminating against them, racially profiling them, killing them, bombing them with drones,
I'm talking
demonizing their
about
religion
the
on a
belief
global scale, using propaganda. Those would be things that would be very disrespectful.
Okay, but you realize, you understand from the context, I was specifically referring to that belief that you don't hold that the Muslim does, right?
There's a lot of beliefs that are
Okay.
like that. Do you mean like?
So can you deny their beliefs at any time?
Sure. If
And that's not
we're sitting
disrespectful?
down in a coffee shop and the Muslim says, well, you know, I believe that Muhammad did this, and I said, oh, I don't believe that. That's perfectly fine.
And that's not disrespectful,
Not
right?
at all. No, of course not.
So if you're at a coffee shop with a Catholic and there's, like me, I'm Catholic, and I
Yeah,
say,
sure.
I think that the Eucharist literally is actually the body and blood of Christ. And you can say, like, I don't believe that. You know, that's bullshit or whatever. That's not disrespectful,
sure,
right?
Sure. Well, I mean,
Okay.
it
let's
could
say
be.
10
I could
coffee
be
shops-
disrespectful in the way that I.
I'm about to get down.
Okay,
Get
sure.
down. So you just denied this belief, right? This the belief in what something actually is.
Yeah.
You know, and then you say, I'm actually a woman. I said, no, I don't believe that. You're not.
Okay.
Is that disrespectful for me to say that to you?
Yeah, I think that kind of is. Yeah.
Why?
There's
You
a couple
agree
of
with
reasons.
everything on the other ones.
Wait,
but
well,
why is this one?
wait. There's a couple of reasons. Well, I can explain that. I mean, you've now kind of jumped. There's a couple of things. First of all, wait, hold on. First of all,
You've essentially cordoned off so that your beliefs have this special respect.
Are you going? Wait,
denying
you've
them is
talked for a
disrespectful.
very long time here, and you've gone through a couple of different things. Am I allowed to respond, or are you just gonna kind of like?
It's your stream. Respond.
Yeah. Well, the thing is like you keep talking and it clouds up the audio feed for my viewers. So here's the thing. Do I think that there are ways in which you could disrespectfully disagree with somebody? Absolutely. So for example, if I was sitting in a coffee shop across from a Muslim or a Catholic, or let's say a Catholic for this example, and they said, oh, I believe in the Eucharist. I believe it's literally the blood or the flesh of Christ. And I said, wow, you're a fucking idiot. I think you're horrible, and I think that you should be killed. That would be pretty fucking horrible way of going about that. Yeah. So, but likewise, I could also say, like, if somebody said, I am a Muslim, and then I responded to them by saying, no, you're not, you fucking liar.
Totally agree. That's disrespectful.
Yeah, it would be disrespectful. So likewise, if you were sitting across from someone who said, hi, I'm a woman.
Because he said, I'm a fucking liar,
Well,
right? That's
no, not necessarily.
Saying
No,
that
no,
you're not
I
a
would
Muslim
argue. I
is-
would argue that challenging someone on like their held beliefs is if nothing else rude. And I also
So
think
if someone was literally worshiping pagan gods, and he comes in with his little idols, and then after worshiping these pagan gods, he claims to be a Muslim, another Muslim can't say, dude, if you're worshiping multiple gods, you can't be a Muslim.
Oh, they certainly can, but
There's
like,
no respectful way to communicate that piece.
no, I think there is. I think there is. In fact, I know there is.
That's great.
I know
There is a
but
respectful way to say that you're not really a Muslim, right?
Yeah, I think there's like pseudo, like I think it's a little hard because again, when we're talking about like self, like what you identify as, it is a very, like, identity is an incredibly complicated social phenomenon. Yeah, it is very complicated. I agree, it's complicated. But there's a difference though.
Is that there are respectful ways to just flatly communicate a disagreement about someone else's identity.
Yeah, I think there are ways you can go
You
about it.
just
I don't
said
even know
also
if there's
the Muslim case,
well,
right?
well, but here's the thing. I don't know if it's necessarily even needs to be as a dispute. Like for example, like there are ways that you could question someone. Like for example, if a Muslim saw another somebody who was proclaiming to be another Muslim and was behaving differently, maybe they should start by asking questions and trying to understand first. I would argue that's a much better way of doing
Okay,
it.
great, but it's not disrespectful for one Muslim to see another one worshiping, pagan idols and go,
Sure.
If you're worshiping pagan idols, you're not a
actually,
Muslim,
yeah,
right?
Sheeptar from chat brought up a great example. You know how like would you consider it like a faux pas or a social disrespect if like a woman got married and changed her last name, but you refused to use her new last name? You just refused to. Don't you feel?
So you're saying that you refuse to use.
Like,
I think that it would
her
be
married
respectful to use her old name, but if for instance, and this actually did come up in Catholic history, I believe, when Henry VIII was married to Anne Boleyn. Do you know this part of history? It's really interesting.
Yes, I do. Yeah, like he had like 8 wives and killed half of them.
More who objected to this marriage, right? And he refused to recognize this marriage as actually being a marriage.
Okay.
And he went to his death. He said, "But out of respect for the king, I won't say anything."
Okay.
But I can't be forced to say that I believe that this is a marriage when by the king's own oath to the church, it definitively is not. And very classically, the right against compulsion of belief has been a cornerstone of what we consider to be human dignity. I think the respectful way to deal with this situation is, if we're trying to live with each other, is to avoid these words altogether. I try to never, when I'm among Catholics, I use pronouns, but when I'm not among people in my community, I don't like using pronouns at all.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, you're welcome to have that sort of belief. But
great, but this is how classically respect has been dealt with. We've considered it to be something where, the general rules of belief are silence. Silence is not. Silence is consent is kind of strong, but silence cannot elicit offense, basically. And I don't know the Latin word for that is, but I'm sure it is a precept. But this has been a principle that we've taken in the past, and I see that this is a very reasonable one going forward.
So I think I see what you're sort of like working towards, and I'm okay with addressing this on the front. Are you trying to get the idea that like, would I think it's offensive if somebody misgenders me? Like, is that what you're trying to get at?
I don't know. I mean, you're saying.
I mean, I can handle it if that's what you want to talk about.
The Muslim case. I still haven't.
Well, but the thing is, okay, but there's a couple of different things.
Can a Muslim tell another Muslim that they're not a Muslim, right?
Well, wait. Can and should are two different things. Can they? Of course. And I think they should be protected by the law in doing that. A
polite way of a Muslim telling another Muslim that they're not Muslim.
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably a number of polite ways. I can imagine. Right? Yeah, of course. I think there's a number of polite ways.
Okay, so how would they politely? How would a Muslim tell the idol worshipping Muslim that his idol worship prevents him from being a Muslim?
I mean, to be fair, that would be rather. I would not know because I do not know anything about the Islamic faith. I know almost nothing about the tenets of the Islamic faith. Now, I probably could come up. Wait. I could probably find an example.
I'm asking for your standard.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like I could probably formulate a better example of this, even between Christians, where I think there's a way of like, for example, I mean, I used to be very devout Christian, not anymore, but I used to be. And if that
what denomination?
I was a non-denominational. I grew up in a bit of a cult.
Okay.
Yeah. We were, the cult I grew up in was very anti-Catholic. Again, I don't have any problem personally with Catholics at all. Obviously, I don't believe in this faith anymore, but they were. So you can understand it's about as far as you can get from Catholicism.
And you can respectfully tell me that you don't think Jesus was the Son of God, and that you don't think that the bread and wine are actually the body and
absolutely.
blood.
I think there's ways to do that. I think it would be. But here's the thing. I think there are ways. I mean, my church engaged in disrespectful versions of this all the time. Like my church would mock Catholics for worshiping saints, which I think you can understand is kind of an absurd. Like you being a Catholic, I'm sure you understand that's kind of maybe not offensive, but it's.
The question is not whether there is a disrespectful way to communicate these things. That's
there absolutely true. Is. Yeah, there absolutely is, and I think there are. But there are different contexts. Like for example, I think there are certain things that are like considerably harder to come about a polite way. Like a polite way of telling someone than others. Like for example, Yeah, let me give you some examples of this. Like, for example, because beliefs are something that are like liquid. They're not intrinsic. You come into your beliefs. You're never. No one is born with a belief. You are.
Beliefs about your religion and identity are fluid.
Yeah, they're absolutely fluid.
1 minute I could think I'm something, and 1 minute I could think I'm something else, right?
What's that?
And I don't want to downplay that. I mean, these things are emotionally very valuable to us.
Well, of course, but I mean, what I'm saying is that
but the question is whether we can tell somebody that a cherished belief about themselves is inaccurate. Because if we can't
I think there are
in
like
any way that their beliefs about themselves are inaccurate.
But okay,
and it seems that the entire realm of our discourse as humans has been fundamentally destroyed.
No. Okay, there's a couple of things that's going on here, and I don't really know exactly what. Like, I feel like we're kind of circling this issue, but you're kind of pussyfooting around it. I don't entirely get it.
I'm asking for a direct answer.
Well, but I'm trying. But you couldn't give a wait. It's my turn. You couldn't give a direct answer when I asked you about the last name thing. You went off on a historical anecdote. We can admit that these are complicated questions, right?
The direct answer is the respectful way is just to avoid that word altogether.
Okay.
You can absolutely tell the person that you don't think their marriage is valid.
Yeah,
I think that's
if
you use nice words, you can tell them that.
Yeah,
yes,
and
that's
so
respectful.
when we want to talk about like when we move from the sphere of like beliefs, like say, whether I think somebody is a Republican or a Democrat, whether I believe their self-avowed belief is very different than attempting to refute a deeply intrinsic. These are different tiers of things. Like, I mean, they're just different categories. And I would argue that there are still ways to, at least to some degree, respectfully cast disagreement or aspersions about something. But I think it becomes.
What are the requirements for that?
But I think it becomes.
How would I do this?
Oh yeah.
Is it different for everyone, or does everyone have the same standard?
Well, wait, are you asking me? Wait, hold on a second. Are you asking me like how you can misgender somebody? Because like I don't know. Like if you wanted to have that conversation, we can have that conversation.
About how you plainly tell people that their beliefs are wrong.
Yeah.
If you can plainly tell a Muslim that their beliefs are wrong,
like this is just
do that politely. And there's other ways of telling people plainly that their beliefs are wrong. And I'm asking,
this just feels like
you
I
to
don't
lay
know.
out a consistent way of doing that.
Well, why don't you just tell me what we're actually talking about here? Because I feel like what's been happening. Wait, here's the thing. Wait. Listen. What we've been talking about here is a bunch of like. Vaguely similar examples, and what we're not just talking about, and then also there's these sort of vague allusions that you're making to like, can someone do something? Well, I believe people can. Yeah, but politely. Now, politely is hard. Do I think that you could doubt someone's gender identity politely? No. I don't think there's a polite way. Wait, I don't think there's a polite way to do that, because in disagreeing with someone's gender identity, you are asserting the dominance of your worldview over theirs. Because here's the fact.
If I tell a Muslim that I don't think Muhammad was a prophet, I'm asserting my worldview over theirs.
No, you're not. Because that's very different.
I'm not. I mean, you're essentially saying that your
it's not the same thing.
Have to be presumed
because
from the beginning of the discussion.
No, that's not
true.
I'm
afraid that is
because these are different things.
Right?
These are very different things. You're talking about religious disagreements in interpretations of third-party texts versus someone's literal personal identity. Gender, hold on a second. Gender is definitionally a social construct. We don't, and this is where wait. This is where I get really frustrated with some right-wingers. When they talk about gender, they don't actually know what the fuck they're talking about. And I don't know if this is the case with you, but it's the case with them.
Talk about gender if I can help.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine. But I mean, you clearly have been sort of beating around the bush on this one. Let's talk about it. Let's do it. I'm perfectly fine. I debate people on this topic all the time. Gender is a social construct. Absolutely.
Okay.
We have, yes.
Is anything not a social construct?
Well, technically no, but that's going a little bit broader
great.
than that's a bit broader. Nah, come on. Don't you know that's not the
same with what you're saying. You're saying basically something that's tautologically true about everything.
Well, yes, technically all things are a social construct in the same way that technically we can't wait. Technically we can't confirm that we don't live in a simulation. There's no possible way we can confirm that. I might be talking to myself right now for all I know, but we make some certain basic assumptions. So
is gender something that exists in the physical world? Can I see it with atoms?
Absolutely not.
Oh, it absolutely is not. Okay.
No, it
So
absolutely
it's
is not.
like a metaphysical
Definitionally not. Now, I would even argue that
it's like a metaphysical abstraction.
it is absolutely, it's a social abstraction for sure. 100%. It always has been, and it still currently is to this day. And the best example of this was something that I noticed. In fact, wait a second, really funny. I noticed you do it.
Okay, well, let's whatever. So the thing is, how does any of these things you're saying about gender make it different from religion?
Oh, it's significantly different because when we're talking about
In the ways that matter, like what makes this concept that is totally socially constructed and abstract different from religion, which is also
because the type of construct. Because of the type of construct. We're talking about when we talk about gender.
What types of constructs of completely abstract things exist, and how do we
there's all kinds of there's all kinds
totally abstract things are in this category, and some totally abstract things are in this other category.
Let me tell you. Let me explain. There's a really great example. Would you admit that it is significantly more like socially, emotionally, however you want to look at it, whichever frame you want to look at it, more complicated or charged to say comment on the personality of a deceased relative versus your opinions on your favorite video game? You can recognize that these are different social considerations, right? They're different forms of social constructs. Though how
they're different in the emotions that the parties have.
But that's what that's the thing about but they're not just in the feelings about it. They're also in their definitions. Your favorite video game is your wait. Your favorite video game is a preference for a product. Your relationship to your family member is a very real social, like it is a very intense in our current system social obligation. So do you see these are different things? Likewise, what
are you arguing some Platonic case that the word itself contains some teleological property that makes it independently of our emotions to it have some kind of higher quality?
What?
Or because the only thing I can come up that imbues one thing with one property and the other thing with the other property is our emotions to that thing.
Well, I mean, no, there's also definitions.
But definitions are arbitrary.
Well, like, they're not. They're not arbitrary. That's ridiculous. They're not. They're not truly. They're not arbitrary. We build them for utility. We build them for purpose.
So there can be a wrong definition.
Within context, yes. Like I don't think there can be an absolute wrong definition. Wait. I don't think. Wait. Hold on. Like you got to let me answer questions for fuck's sake. Listen. There's not in certain contexts, absolutely. Like for example, like if I was to hold up this little jar here and say like this jar is black, and you said no, it's orange. We could argue that this thing does not match the definition of orange. And we do that because it facilitates communication. So yes, while they're arbitrary, they're not. What's that?
Because everyone decided it was that way.
Well, yeah, that's how social contracts work. But keep in mind that it's not always necessary. Wait, hold on. It's not always that every single person has to agree on something for there to be like sort of generally accepted definitions of things or functionally accepted definitions of things.
Okay. But under your definition, right? If everyone called orange yellow and everyone called yellow orange, then the correct definition of orange would be what everyone called it, right?
Yeah, by and large, yes.
Majoritarian. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I mean it's not majoritarian. It's not majoritarian. It's just functional. If there's a bunch of people who I mean this like are you gonna say it's are you gonna say it's majoritarian because like azul is the Spanish word for blue? Like these
color definition. I mean, I think you're the one who brought it up, right? I mean,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that
orange yellow. Would something be wrong with our definition? Would we, not? I don't understand. I mean,
no,
I understand from a Platonic point of view how that might be the case.
Well, I mean, I could argue that there are different contexts for even the definitions of color, right? Like for example, this right here. Hold on, wait, let me show you. This right here. This thing that I'm holding up, I don't know if you can see my stream, but I'm holding up what I would call a pink hairband, right? Now, what could be the case is now in a different context, like say we're in an engineering, like some sort of textile manufacturing engineering situation, somebody could look at this and they could analyze it for certain light signatures and come out with a different conclusion that it's not pink. But in this particular context, for what we're talking about, I think it's pretty easy for us to agree upon the fact that this is pink, right?
Yeah, but we define scientific pink as different than, you know, our emotional pink. I agree with that.
Right. And guess what?
Okay,
when we're talking about, if we're going to talk about gender, if we're talking about
neither
gender,
of the words pink. Hold on, you talking to let me comment on this, okay? So neither the scientific word pink nor our emotional association of pink has any right answer to it. Right? We could scientifically label things on the higher end of the wavelength spectrum to be pink, and then that would be pink.
Yeah,
other than that makes the word anything, right? And there's like, again, I don't want to reference Plato again, but like it's just what people scientists have said that pink largely is like a fat wavelength visible light spectrum, right? And emotionally we have beliefs that correlate with
I don't even know if that's necessarily emotionally, it's just colloquially. Like we agree upon, like within certain, you know, within this is what social constructs are. I mean, I feel like you're arguing about it's not, but it's okay. But like, it depends on what you mean by arbitrary. Like, yes,
you could rearrange it and you would never know the difference.
Well,
there's no world where we call blue pink and pink blue.
Well, if you started doing that, if you started doing that out, if you started doing that out of lockstep with everyone else, it would become incredibly confusing, and you would have trouble with that. So you would lose the utility.
It's the majoritarian lockstep that creates the arbitrary definition of the word. There is no. Well, I mean, I certainly believe that.
I mean, not necessarily.
But that's a different.
Like, I mean,
right?
there are certain.
You as a materialist, which I assume you are, don't believe that these things have properties. I mean, they're arbitrary.
I mean, yeah, but again, this is a sliding scale because, like, for example, I think it would be perfectly just for me to argue that in most contexts, even if the majority of, say, the majority of America refused to acknowledge like germ theory. Or something like that, that like contesting them and saying they were wrong could still be a good action, and you could still make a case for that. But that's where the case comes in, and that's where discourse comes in.
Are you done? Can I talk now? Germ theory refers to a specific physically observable thing. Right. That physically observable thing you can call syphilis roses and roses syphilis.
Sure.
It won't make one suck and the other one be great anymore. Right? The names don't control what things are, the physical things are. But once a concept is purely abstract, as in the case of gender, do you believe gender is physical? You said no, right?
No, gender is not physical.
Purely abstract, like the names of colors. Then they are purely arbitrary. What makes germ theory non-arbitrary is the very non-abstract viruses destroying your very non-abstract cells and the very non-abstract contagion spreading.
Yeah. Do you know what my position on gender is, by the way?
We're talking about why there's some categories.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
better
that
or hierarchically better. It's kind of ironic, but yeah.
I mean, I don't know that it's necessarily a matter of hierarchy. It's
you're saying
the whole point of this entire like
is to me.
But the whole entire reason that we went off on this side trail here was because I was attempting to illustrate to you the fact that there are different types of social constructs. While yes, technically everything, including germ theory, is a social construct, we have varying rules by which we consider them and by which we generally agree upon defining them. Now,
and some of these social constructs are more important. That's the necessary second step.
Some are, but I think importance is a different discussion because, like, I mean, there's certain aspects of it. Like,
this is the discussion we're having, whether some of these constructs can be more important or require more respect than others, even though they're totally abstract.
Yeah, but I think that those largely depend on, again, those depend on the social norms. Like there might, for example, be for example, in my family, when I was
but before you go, I agree with that statement.
Okay.
So you don't have to convince me of that. I agree that the arbitrariness depends on social norms, right? But that just kicks the can down the road. If the social, I think if you pull the majority of people on this planet and you ask them what their gender identity, in the sense that you mean it, is more important, in the non-physical sense, is more important than religious beliefs. The vast majority of people say religious beliefs.
Well, that's because the vast majority of people are cisgendered.
Well,
which means that they're gender. But wait, hold on. But here's the thing. Wait a minute. Actually, it does though, and I can illustrate you this. There's a couple of ways I can illustrate this to you. For example, there not only has there been research done on this, but you can induce. Wait. Let me talk. It's my turn. You can induce gender dysphoria in cis people. It's actually quite possible to do. If you force, like, are you familiar with the term force feminization? It's like
I am. Yeah.
Some people find that very uncomfortable, and that's because they're
physically do anything to a person's brain. If I tore your brain open,
well, yes, of course. But what I'm saying is that
make you say anything, right?
That doesn't have anything to do with what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that people can very much. Now, the reason why your argument that like gender identity is less important to many people than religion is only because those people don't have any form of gender dysphoria or unhappiness with their gender by chance. That's pure chance. Okay, but there's many people who do. Many people who do.
Although there are reasons for me believing that, that in this discussion right now, my position has not been one better than the other. My position has been we should treat these beliefs both equally, and for purposes of mutual community understanding, we should treat them with the same levels of respect. You're the one saying that we need to have this other higher standard for beliefs.
You asked me specifically. You asked me. Wait. You asked me specifically at the beginning of this whole like giant rabbit trail where we're still pussyfooting around the core of the issue, which is basically that as far as I can tell, what you. Wait. Let me. It's my turn to talk, dude. You've had so much.
Go for it.
Listen.
It's your street. Go.
Yeah, I know, but you keep talking, and then I can't hear anything, and I can't hear myself talk. My people can't hear me talk. So here we go. Let me tell you about this. What we keep pussyfooting around is this idea that I think functionally, and I don't know, maybe this is a bit of a jump, but basically I think you're trying to come up with a way to try and tell me that you don't think I'm a woman or whatever. And if that's the case, well, just tell me that to my face. Stop being so cowardly about it. Just tell me. And if you want me to talk about it, you asked me something like, say, can I doubt someone's gender identity in a polite way? And I said, I don't believe so. The reason why I believe so is that given the context of our culture, that is a very difficult thing to do. It is very difficult to not hurt someone emotionally or even arguably politically, but in that way. Now, do I think that there are ways that you can inquire? Absolutely. Happens all the time on my stream. On my stream, I get questions about being trans all the time. I'm openly trans. I talk about it all the time. And people ask me questions respectfully all the time. Sometimes they're somewhat ignorant questions, but I don't care because they're being respectful. And that's very different from people who come in.
I asked you if there was a respectful way to bring this opinion up.
Well, it depends. Like, again, like if you're asking from a perspective of like, I want to learn more about you as an individual and why you think this way, absolutely. But if you're saying like, is there a way to respectfully disagree with someone's gender identity? I don't.
Then what you disagree with?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think there's.
The thing is, I don't see. Yeah. Over the course of this conversation, I see no basis for this distinction.
Well, I can, but I mean,
it seems like. Hold on, you locked for a while. No, I can talk. Right. It seems like you're kind of pulling this hat trick where even religious beliefs about yourself, you can deny those, but the ones about this thing called gender, even though it's entirely socially constructed, and even though so you only can lean on what the majority of people think. You still want to elevate this thing into a category that you I don't know if you don't do this, but a lot of people don't use this kind of these kind of respectful rules around people who have religious beliefs. I don't think you really could.
I think you're trying to make like a weird dichotomy. I don't think that I'm
trying to deny the dichotomy. You're on the dichotomy side. I'm on the non-dichotomy side.
You're not. You're trying to like. Okay, let me explain. Here,
you can accuse me of making a weird equivocation.
I mean, it's fine, whatever. Like terms or whatever. The fact of the matter is that, like in this particular situation, you asked me if I think it's possible to disagree with someone's religious beliefs and still have it be respectful, and I do think that's the case. I don't think it's the same. I don't think it's the same thing at all because I think these are different social constructs, and you're making different statements when you go out of the way to disagree with them. Now. As I've already said,
different social constructs better or more.
I don't wait. See, I think you're stuck in like a hierarchical mind. Like I think you're stuck in like a hierarchical mindset. And I would argue perhaps you should step into your anarchist shoes for a minute because I'm not putting these on a hierarchy. I'm just saying they're different. That's all I've said is that religion is religion is like, as a social construct, religion is very complicated. As a social construct, gender is actually relatively simple. It really is comparatively very simple. As a concept, religion is incredibly complex. There are all kinds of lineages. There are different churches that claim that they have the right story. There are all kinds there's like thousands of years of history for every single different religion. So disagreements among religion is significantly more social. It's a different social construct than doubting somebody's self-professed gender identity. They're very different.
I think we made the disagreement. I do not understand how you derive that opinion, but to save us from going into the weeds,
sure,
I think we can kind of put a cap on this. And this is my general perspective about this thing here, is that you're against this hierarchy thing, right?
Yeah,
this kind of ties both work. Yeah, but the thing is that when I really kind of delve down into all of the meaning behind this non-hierarchy thing, I realize that you kind of embrace the same kind of power, a very similar set of power relations and a very similar set of privileges that any reactionary do. You just want to not have them have these bad words. So we take these power
how did you get to that
behind walls? And I mean, you're describing to me if there was a world where you could tell someone that they're not a Muslim, but you couldn't tell them that they're not a woman, I would say that the designation of woman, there's a word I'd use for that, and I said that the designation of woman was privileged. And you can deny that, but that would be the emotion I'd have to that world. And if that's the world,
I'm very confused.
Proposing,
I'm sorry. I'm struggling to follow what you're actually saying here. Do you want, here's the thing. I feel like this is, listen. You just,
respectful way to say someone's not a woman.
Yeah, I don't believe, yes, I believe that. And I think that most people would agree with me on that. In fact, and the fact of the matter is that, here's the thing. I don't know. I'm trying to find another equivalent, but it's really hard because there's not many things that are as personal as your gender and your gender expression, except
I don't know what gender means. What's my gender? How do I discover what my gender is?
You decide.
Is it just
You decide, right? You decide what your gender is. Well, gender roles is different than gender. Wait. This is an opportunity. I can teach you some things. Okay, so when we talk about gender, now keep in mind there are some people who use gender and sex and gender role all interchangeably, and I would argue that is very, very unclear communication. And so when I talk to people about that, I try to enlighten them and teach them about it. So
I understand what gender role is. I got
gender
that.
Role. Gender role is something that's imposed upon you. Now, some people are fine with the gender role that's been imposed upon them. Like, say, for example, a gender role
is though. Right?
What's that?
Okay, so if gender isn't gender role,
it's not the same thing.
Sex, then what is it? How do I discover my gender?
How do you discover your gender?
Right now.
Well, I mean, that's a very personal journey. I mean,
how would I go about discovering my gender?
Well, it's a lot of ways you could do it. Now, I can explain. Well, let me answer. Absolutely. Yeah. The first thing I would do is I would ask yourself, what do you see? What do you see yourself as? Do you see yourself fitting in any of these roles? Are any of these roles right for you?
So it's gender is the role.
No, it isn't. That was one example of things that you can talk about.
So
these are
not the role. Why would I
not
ask
the
myself
role.
the right
No,
fit
I mean you're
role?
jumping. Wait. Listen, you got to let me answer. This is
go for it.
Yeah. If we're talking about gender, what I would say is, now. Before I go into this, there is a little bit of a small prelude I would like to get out there, which is that, again, our society does not do a very good job actually talking about gender in general. Like I said, many people.
I'm asking for you to explain.
So when we consider gender,
a child or something.
What's that? Sorry.
So pretend that.
Yeah, if I was talking to a child, I would say, listen, here's how I would explain gender to a child. In fact, I had this question recently. We actually had a nice conversation on stream about it. I would say, in our society, much of our society is built around a gender binary. However, I don't believe in a gender binary, and I don't think that there's any reason why you would need to adhere to a gender binary.
See, you're confusing me because you're using the word to explain the word that I'm asking the definition of.
Wait. What do you mean by that?
I want to know what gender is and how I determine what my gender is.
Yeah.
And then you're explaining to me that there's this thing called a
gender is a social construct that refers to how we see ourselves in
Yes.
regard to other human beings. It loosely refers to, at the same time, both sex and physical sex characteristics, how you dress.
It is based on physical sex characteristics.
How you dress, and what roles you are assigned.
Okay, so there's the role.
Yes.
There's how we perform it, and there's our physical sex.
Precisely. Yep. And these
Okay,
all
great.
of these things factor into the social construct that we consider gender. But at the end of the day,
So if I didn't
your gender
have a
is
physical sex,
at the end of the day, your gender is yours to decide. You choose where you fit in that.
so besides the sort of things that I mentioned, the physical, the role,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it was just two actually, the physical and the gender role. What else is in this box of gender other than the physical and the role?
Well, wait, other than the physical and the role, well, there's self-perception.
Yeah.
That's the most important part of it. Because
But
our
the self-perception is just
absolutely.
it's just
Now for the record,
self-perception is
for the
based on
record,
the physical role, right?
For the record, I am a gender abolitionist. I believe that our current concept of gender is very, very messy and not very useful. I think
that's the definition. Let's get rid of the concept of gender. Let's just have sex.
Well,
sex and gender
but I don't
roles.
think
That's it.
I think that's less useful. I think that sex is significant. Wait, I can tell. Well, you're getting
gender abolitionist.
Wait,
right?
hold on a second.
We're all right here.
Wait, calm down. You're getting really worked up here. Is this?
Wait,
listen. If this is something that's emotional to you, like I promise you, like you're like, look, I have a cup. It says right here, valid as fuck. You're valid, even if you have feelings about your own gender or whatever. Like you might be non-binary. I'm non-binary. I'm a non-binary trans woman. And if you want to know what that means, how that helps me, and how that has made me feel happy about my life, I can explain that to you. But when we're talking about what we use and how we engage with one another, I think sex and gender are both incredibly not useful characteristics at all. I think they're incredibly oppressive.
Let's just get rid of the word and we'll be done with it, right?
Well, it's not about just getting rid of the word. It's about getting rid of the implications. That's why I'm a gender abolitionist. I think that we should.
Okay, but then now you see things because you're saying that what you mean by gender abolition is you don't want to get rid of gender. You want to get rid of gender roles.
No, I want to get rid of gender. I don't think that gender is a useful way of organizing ourselves or anyone else. Like I
totally agree with you.
That's why I consider myself non-binary at the end of the day.
Other than roles and sex.
Wait, in an ideal world, I wouldn't have to consider at all like what clothes I'm supposed to wear, or else I will be potentially mistreated or called something that I don't want to be called. I wouldn't have to consider that at all, but that's a reality in our society. So at the end of the day, I prefer, for example, being referred to as a woman. I identify very strongly with femininity. That's why I look the way I do. That's why I engage the way I do. And therefore, now the part that becomes oppressive, I would argue, or perhaps coercive, is the fact that I can't have a day because gender is such a ubiquitous concept for really no real reason. There's no real benefit that we get from it. But because of that,
people want to talk about sex. That's what people in my position, we two things we care about: gender role and sex.
Maybe. I mean, maybe that's in your position, but I mean, I don't even know that it's useful for you. Like, I would. Well, I mean, maybe it is. Maybe there's some way I haven't thought of, but like, the way that when people
I think there are physical realities that stem directly from sex that are very important.
But physical, but we rarely ever engage with those quote unquote physical realities.
Are you sure?
Yes, 100%.
You haven't lived my day.
Well, I mean, it's really funny, but like you can laugh and smuckle about it. But the fact of the matter is, I am 100% sure of this. I've had this conversation.
Yeah, you're sure that I haven't had any consequences from the physical reality of sex and the biology associated with it.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
No, I'm saying that you probably think you have, but you probably haven't. I mean, have you ever just out of curiosity? Wait. Just out of curiosity, have you ever had a chromosomal test?
God, I don't know, actually.
Have you done it for your kid or for your wife? If you have a wife or a husband, if you have a husband?
We did have genetic tests for both.
Do you know?
I believe both my children and wife, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So do you know for sure what their chromosomes are?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
In that case, I do.
Yeah. How detailed did they go? Because just so you know, the biological definition of sex.
Where are you going with this?
Oh, what I'm saying is that we don't use sex almost ever in our lives. Almost ever.
What we care about is we care about the broad statistical category.
No, I think what you care about is like, I'm going to make a small assumption here because I'm guessing you're
collective, which is the most important thing, relies on us statistically getting that right. Now there are statistical outliers, and they are outliers.
But that's simply not true, though, because wait. What matters is not the sex of the person that you like. Like our biology doesn't matter. Like the sex doesn't matter at all. What matters is if we want to have kids, that we're able to have kids. And guess what? There's people of all types of sexes that can have kids, and there's people of all types of genders that can have kids, and there's people of all types of.
You understand that this is a
fact.
Very highly correlated
scientific
marker, right?
fact. It's scientific fact.
Okay, but how is this not like a boundary case fallacy? Like,
what do you mean a boundary case fallacy?
The idea, the idea is that you've got two groups.
Do you know how many men give birth to babies? Wait. Well, you're launching out a lot of things that you're not actually following up on, and you're just pivoting off of them.
You can know what the boundary case fallacy is.
Okay, go ahead. Fill me in.
So the idea is, statistically speaking, right? You can see this in science a lot too, right? Mm-hmm. So like you look at a chart, right? And there's this phenomenon, right? Mm-hmm. And there's two normal distributions, and like one normal distribution is way over here, and then another normal distribution is way over here.
Yeah.
Right? Yep. You can clearly see they're separate. And then like off in the tails, at beyond 99%, there's like this little outlier case. And some people will try to say that the existence of this rare intermediate step makes the categories not real. Well, if that's the case, then a wide variety of biological categories we use every day aren't real. Very few things.
Like what? Do you have an example of that?
Monopoles don't flatly exist.
Do you have an example of that? Like another one that would fit into this category? Because I think you're wrong on this. Yeah, what's another example of like some biological effect?
A good example. I mean, like a good example is like, someone runs a red light and he goes like, "Oh, officer, the divisions between green and red pigments, they're on a spectrum, and like there are certain kinds of red pigments that in this kind of light can look green." And so red and green don't exist.
You think that's the same thing?
I mean,
Wait, when was the last time? When was the last?
All spectrum categories don't exist.
When was the last time that you like updated your knowledge on like the current scientific understanding of sex?
Okay, are you? What's the?
I'm asking you a question because as of currently, right now, sex is considered a bimodal system, which means there is a polarity, but there is actually an incredible amount of people who do not land on those poles, and in fact most people are somewhere in between. We're talking about gender, we're talking about
nodal systems.
Well, you could say that, but the fact of the matter is that functionally this is the case, and we're seeing that this is more and more the case as time goes on. The fact of the matter is that not only are we discovering that there are like an unfathomable amount of not just intersex conditions that go completely unnoticed just because there's slight variations, but also that there are totally different the development of our bodies physically doesn't actually perfectly ascribe to XXXY. There's actually a whole bunch of gender markers that determine our sex. Gene markers that determine our sex. So what I'm saying is that scientists have recognized that it is not useful to view sex on a strict binary. That while you could shorthand it, most cases we don't use that at all. We don't almost ever use chromosomal sex for anything in almost any of our lives. Almost ever. There's incredibly rare circumstances.
Chromosomes existed in the last but okay, we didn't know chromosomes existed until the 20s, I think.
Sure.
We've had
like 100 years of change since then. 100 years of upgrading on our understanding.
We didn't know about chromosomes, but we were still able to breed cows and dogs and all of this. And
because it's a bimodal system, and as it turns out, that all you need to do.
It's bull. Like a farmer wasn't going like, statistically, maybe if I put a bull with a bull, that bull will get pregnant. Like it could happen, right? Obviously, could it have? There are.
Well, there's a couple of things here.
Have booms and cows don't. right?
Well,
Like,
well
for
wait, there's
example,
a couple
but
of.
if you're a farmer,
Oh my goodness.
if you're a farmer,
Are bulls
and you
humans?
put
Are
the
bulls
bull
humans?
together,
Distributist, you're going off on like a really tear. I think this is like, what's the word that you referred to before freaking out? I think you're freaking out at this
That
point.
was your term. You corrected me to that.
Yeah,
term.
because you used a slur that I really don't think you should probably be using.
Fine.
Yeah. So like the fact of the matter is, like bulls don't. First of all, bulls don't have, as far as we can tell, a concept of gender. And as
you're talking about sex, not gender. You just said we're talking about sex.
Wait, hold on. Bulls do not have a concept of gender, and therefore, when we are, for our purposes, trying to breed bulls, we eyeball it. Now, you can admit that there are times. Wait, hold on. You can admit that there are times where a farmer might have a bull breed with a heifer, or whatever they're called. Heifer, right? Heifer? A cow. A bull will breed with a cow, and then it won't work out because of something they couldn't see. So what your example isn't very good, because for the purposes of what we're doing, which is breeding them for dairy purposes, yeah, using a binary is fine for that purpose. But we're not cows.
That is the most fundamental purpose of natural human societies to reproduce itself.
But that is not true. We've already been over this, Distributist. We've already been over
You're a
this.
farmer and you put a cow with a bull. You know, you probably have, I don't know, like, you know, if you consistently do that, there's probably like a 30% chance at least.
Yeah.
If you're timing it right, that cow is going to get, you know, is going to come up is going to get pregnant, right?
Okay.
If you put a bull with a bull.
Yeah, but what does this have to do with humanity?
Wait, you went on, now I can go on. The probability of a bull and a bull generating a pregnancy that will lead to another cow that you need is statistically minuscule. So if you took as the numerator that cow bull probability and you divided it by the bull probability, you probably get like 5 orders of magnitude.
Okay. None of this is relevant in the slightest. Literally completely irrelevant random farm anecdote. I'm serious. You're not talking. None of it matters. You're talking about bulls and cows that we farm, not humans.
You're talking about sex.
Yeah, no, you're not. You're talking about sex as a. You're talking about a colloquial. Wait a minute. You're talking about a colloquial, contextual definition of sex with regard to cow breeding. Humans are not cows. What? Do you think I'm like a bull abolition? I don't fucking, what the fuck? Cows don't have any concept of this. The reason why it matters for humans is because we don't engage like bulls. As far as I know, now maybe this is your kink, maybe you want to be put into a milking machine and whatever, that's fine. If you're into that, no judgment. I'm serious.
But your case is that scientists think that sex is relevant for bovines, but not for Homo sapiens?
In most contexts, yes.
Really?
Yes.
Come on.
No, that's absolutely factual. It's absolutely factual.
It is getting pretty late, but could you please send me the study where scientists are like, sex exists in bovines, but in humans
it's not that sex doesn't. Wait. It's not that sex doesn't exist in bovines and not in humans or anything like that. It's the fact of the matter is that we don't socially at all use sex for almost anything. There are things. Wait, hold on. You had your thing. Now I gotta explain to you because I want you to understand this. I'm trying to engage with you in as good faith as possible. This has been an interesting conversation, but I'm trying to engage with you. So here's what's that?
It's been a blast.
Yeah, I mean I've had a good time talking with you. But the fact of the matter is that sex is very different when we're talking about what it means for humans versus what it means for bulls. I don't know. Again, cows do not live a very good life. Under most circumstances, we don't treat them very well. They don't have society as far as we can tell. They're just kind of like, we use them for livestock. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't believe that humans should be treated like livestock. In fact, I think we're quite a bit above that. I don't even think cows should be, but we'll get there. That's a different conversation. The fact of the matter is that when it comes to human life, when it comes to humanity and building societies and how we interact with one another, sex and gender mean next to nothing. In fact, I can list off of my hand what actually matters to people in most cases. Most cases is do I want to fuck them? Is what like a lot of people are thinking of. And guess what? The existence of, and I apologize for the slur, but I'm on YouTube. I don't know if you're on Twitch, but whatever. But the existence of the kink called traps is a perfect example of this, which is that it is The kink is, you know, like a guy dressing up so convincingly as a girl that the guy wants to fuck him. And guess what? Some people really fucking like that shit. And you know what? That gets conflated with trans people a lot. And the fact of the matter is, that's one of the considerations that we use gender and sex for. We use gender and sex.
I thought we were talking about biology questions.
But wait, but
I don't know how we managed to find our way back into like how we socially react.
I hate the word too, Catherine. I understand. No, the reason why is because the considerations are different, and all of this stems from your wishing to understand, or at least presumably wishing to understand, why I'm a gender abolitionist, why gender actually matters, why it's important to people, and where the problems are in our society. And I'm trying to give you an answer to that, because we aren't bulls. Well, we aren't livestock. And as a result,
I guess
we
I'd
have
have
different things.
to update my understanding of science to the point where a biological question would be influenced by our societal emotions about that biological
Well, it's
question.
not just emotions either. It's the
You know,
function.
if your chat's getting bored, you know, I don't
think they're getting bored. They look like they're having a good time.
Okay, so I guess the thing is,
Mm-hmm.
if there was going to be, you know, a left versus right cooperation against what we decided to call it? We didn't want to say globalism, so you said something else. What was that thing?
Again, I mean, I guess it depends on the concept, but like, again, if I'm engaging and you're not actually making a dog whistle to Jewish people, then I would say, like, I don't know, multinational corporations are, you know, that's a good one. Neoliberal order, whatever you want to say.
Okay,
neoliberal
great.
capitalism.
So,
there's a lot of ways.
Neoliberal world order or whatever.
Sure.
If there's going to be cooperation there, I think that the left has to respect people that don't want to use its language. No, I think that this is something that I do advise people to see if they're interested in Luke Smith's work. Mostly, he's just a Unix blogger.
I don't really.
But
I'm
he
more
did have
interested in talking
one
to you
really
than Luke.
good thing, and this is something where I do sympathize a little bit with trans people, even though, you know, my values are typically very, very divorced from theirs.
Do you think maybe you're trans?
What?
Do you think maybe you're trans? I'm sorry if that's a bold question, but do you think it's possible?
How would I even know?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You seem to, like, there's this aversion that you've had to, like, using pronouns. Maybe you're non-binary.
I don't even know. Okay, fine. Maybe I am. Okay, I'll be non-binary if you want me to.
I mean, hey, well,
wait.
The reason I ask, hold on. This is in good faith. The reason I ask is because, like, it's liberating to be able to express how you want to express and not be bound by some sort of, like, outdated, like, bull and cow based interpretation of the way that gender and sex works. Humans are incredibly complex social animals. We have a desire to express ourselves honestly, and some of our expressions don't line up well with what our traditional understandings of gender and sex are.
And do you understand that there are groups of people who find family life to be incredibly liberating?
Well, yeah, but guess what? I have a family life, and I'm trans.
Okay, no, I mean the traditional family life.
Well, I mean, if you're very, very specifically, like you're specifically interested in a very traditional family, well, that's fine, and you're welcome to do that. I'm just saying that, like, I mean, for example, like here's the thing, listen, I'll give you a little bit of info. I'm poly. I have 2 partners, and we have a dog, and I'm very happy with that arrangement. Now, maybe that's not the arrangement that's for you, but I can't imagine living life as, like, the way that I was, like, told that I should, the way that my parents wanted me to, as, like, living life as, like, the way, like, assigned male at birth and then living as some kind of a dude. Like, I would not be happy at all. I would be miserable. So, like, why should I have to live that way? And you don't have to either. Like, I think some people cling on to these things because it's...
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to say that, like, you're going to live a certain way. And this is the point I was kind of going back to this Luke Smith video.
Okay.
The thing that separates us, I believe, is not disagreements about facts. They're values. There are certain kinds of things about human life that I think are more valuable. And I think there's some other kinds of things that I think are less valuable. You know, for instance, well, I mean, we could sort of start that, but it's really values that divide us. And the thing is, I don't think,
that's very
and this is again where I'm reaching out, and I'm reaching out in sympathy to trans people.
Man,
I understand.
It's not so much sympathy.
How language is not separable from our understanding of value, right?
Wait, sorry. Can you repeat that? You cut out for a second. Can you repeat that?
Okay, so so I'm in sympathy to trans people. I think that the concept of logos from classical wisdom teaches us that the way we use language is not inseparable from the values we want to express in life. So to the extent that it'll be harder to pursue some values if you use the wrong language to describe those
Of
values.
course, definitionally, communication is a two-way street or more. In the case of the age of the internet, it's like a 900-way street where we're talking to thousands and thousands of people. I'm talking to you, the Distributist, somebody from YouTube, and you're talking to me, Demon Mama, some random person from YouTube. Yeah, of course, absolutely.
And again, it's been years since I've read these older Greek authors, and I'm really borrowing this from Smith's interpretation. So I want to give that caveat.
Okay, go for it.
But if this theory is accurate, or we're trying to see this theory, the interest in language that we use to describe things, it's not just how we communicate to other people. It's also how we communicate our own priorities to ourselves.
Yes. I mean, well, not necessarily to ourselves, but to others for sure. To others for sure.
The core of my observation.
What's that?
If we're going to live in a multi-moral society, we have to come up with modes that people who use radically different language to describe their well-beings can communicate.
Well, but here's the thing.
One last thing I need to say.
Sure.
Under those circumstances, I see no way of resolving our disagreements other than embracing the legal and moral perspective that was taken by many people during the wars of religion, that we cannot compel in any degree statements of belief from people against their desires, either socially or legally.
But who's trying to do that? Wait. Socially, but that happens. Wait. But socially, that happens like. First of all, socially happens all the time. People argue in a million different ways to varying degrees. But keep in mind that you, like, for example, let me just explain a potential interaction. We sit down in the coffee shop. You say, I don't think you're non-binary. I think you're a man or whatever because you were born that way. And then I say, hey, that's fucking offensive. Fuck off. And then you go to the internet and then you go, I'm being oppressed. Do you see how, like, that's just lots of words? There's no actual, like...
I know. But do you know how this started, right? And you acknowledge that it started in this place. It didn't start with the denial of gender. We went
through because you were avoiding it. Because I think that, like...
We went through a whole new atheist period where, like, every fucker who went through a liberal arts degree was, like, ever so ready to, like, go up to every religious person and tell them that if
but
they
wait,
God,
this sounds like, with all due respect, this sounds like your own personal...
Demon Mama, if I told a new atheist, like, fuck off, you're offending me, they would go to the internet going, oh, I triggered a Christian.
Okay, so?
Right?
So what?
Okay, so, like...
You guys do this all the time. Like, right-wingers do this all the time. They're like, triggering the libs. So what? Who cares? It's just people just taunting each other. There's people taunting each other.
What I'm saying is, if you want to, if this is going to be a transition in our internet discourse, where we're all of a sudden going from, like, the Wild West to,
Wait, do you think trans issues didn't exist before, like, last year? Like, because just so you know, like, trans issues have been a subject of...
How we talk on the internet, right?
Wait, hold on, though, wait. But here's the thing: trans issues and the issues of challenging gender have been around for centuries. And like, I mean, literally, but...
And so have the issues of challenging religion, too.
Of course, absolutely. But the thing is that, like...
But
I agree with your right to be able to disagree with one another on religion, and I think that it's rude... What?
You can have polite disagreements on religion, but not on gender.
But that was, you were asking me about that because of, like, but polite is a matter of my personal preference. Like, I don't think it should be illegal for someone to think that I'm assigned male at birth. If that was the case, there'd be a lot of fuckers in jail who, like, no, I don't think that. But nobody advocates for that. The only thing...
there's no polite way to deny your gender, and I thought there was no
I don't think there's a polite way.
To deny the Eucharist.
Well, that's fine, but that's fine. We both can be rude to each other, but neither of us, I would hope that neither of us would advocate for a society that would make it illegal for us to do the other one. We're
talking about the rules of discourse in terms of politeness.
Yeah, right. But politeness,
if you're going to have people speaking in different languages, which is essentially what's happening. What's happening is our languages are diverging as we speak.
I mean, to a degree, but not entirely. I think that there is. Here's the case that I would make. The case that I would make is that there is divergences in our language, but those can be rectified if people are willing to are willing to actually engage in them in good faith. And actually attempt to seek truth, which I don't think is like, and again, with you, I mean, we've had a pretty decent conversation here.
We've had a pretty good faith conversation, I would say, but I mean,
yeah,
what I'm getting,
but a lot of right-wingers do not engage like
good faith is an attempt to implicitly include an ontological categorization that prioritizes gender identity above religious identity. And I don't see how we can accept those rules of discourse from people who hold their religious sensibilities in as high regard, I would argue, as you hold your gender identity.
Yeah, well, I mean, for the record, I would never, like, I can think of no circumstance in which I would call, like, actually, I can think of, like, one. I could think of, like, calling, like, Kenneth Copeland, like, I could imagine calling him not a Christian, but I don't give a shit if he's offended. I fucking hate that guy. But the fact of the matter is, what's that? Oh, Kenneth Copeland is, like, he's a televangelist grifter, like, absolutely rotten person. But the fact of the matter is, I personally think that they're very different things. Disagreeing on religion is significantly more of a now there are, of course, as I admitted before, never change this thing. I think there are cases and ways in which it can be done very badly. I just think in general there's not really, in our current society, there's not really any good way to deny or argue with somebody's gender identity. I just don't think there is. Now, do I think that there's ways to talk about it? Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, I've talked about that already in this.
All affirmative ways, right?
What's that?
But
no, I mean, people ask me questions about gender all the time.
Affirmative.
What's that? No, not necessarily. I mean, people ask me questions about gender.
How is there a way that's denying your gender identity that they can respectfully talk about you, too?
Well, but, like, why do you need to deny my gender? Wait, why do you need... Wait. Let me ask you a question.
Why do you deny my religious identity?
Wait, I don't. I don't, and I don't. I don't. That's the thing. You're the one who wants. You're the one who seems fixated on wanting to be able to, like, I don't know. Okay, what it sounds like. Wait. This is my turn. What it sounds like is happening here is that you don't want me to be able to be bothered if you don't respect my gender identity, and that would be like me saying that I don't want you to be bothered when I cast strong aspersions on your religious identity. You're asking for inequality. You don't want me to be able to be frustrated when for seemingly no reason. If that's the question, if that's the thing, then the following question is, why do you think it's necessary, or why do you think it should be considered polite? What is the reason that it should be considered polite for you to doubt somebody's gender identity? How does it even fucking affect you?
Going around in circles.
No. This is important. We're trying to get there. We're almost there.
What are we almost at? Because the thing is, this isn't going on in a vacuum. There's two options that I think are perfectly acceptable, although one option is not, like, in a real world way workable, in my opinion, unless we want to have, like, a completely closed intellectual society. The first option is to say that every disagreement of ontological fact has a way that we can respectfully make it in public. And the second way of saying this is... The second way of putting this is to say, well, there are just ontological disagreements that are highly emotional for people. Okay. There's no way to breach this in public that isn't a fundamental disrespect of the person.
I think it's pretty tough.
But
here's the thing. Again, I ask again, how, for what reason do you possibly have, and this is the reason, by the way, the reason why I'm asking this is because all of us trans people who get doubted about our identity, we know there's no reason. We know there's no reason you need to cast doubts on us. We know you're doing it just because you don't like us. And that's the reason why I say that it's not polite. Now, wait, hold on. If I was to doubt certain parts of your religion, there's a number of reasons that could feasibly be understood for that. Maybe I want to help you become a better Christian. Maybe I'm a member of a different sect who has different beliefs and I want you to come to the truth. Maybe I'm an asshole. There's a whole bunch of reasons. You see what I mean? But what reason could you possibly have? Wait. I'm not done. What reason could you possibly have for wanting to doubt somebody's gender? And most trans people recognize there isn't one. And that's why I'm saying it's not polite. That's why I'm saying it's not considered polite.
I mean, the thing is that for a fact that there are, and I'll say Calvinists here, because I have a lot of Calvinist friends.
That's fine.
You know for a fact that there are Calvinists who make fun of Catholic saints and the Eucharist.
Absolutely.
Because they're mean-spirited.
Yeah, of course.
I also know from a fact that there are people who deeply believe that the Eucharist is not real and my identity in relationship to it is delusional.
Yeah, and there's asshole atheists. Exactly.
I could play this game where I could pretend to not see why other people's beliefs have pertinence. But that, in order to do that, I'd have to have two standards.
Okay.
I'd have to simultaneously think that abstract ideas are super personal in one sense, and then somehow political moves in the other, and that's just, to me, that's just bullshit. I there's no way I can, and it's not that I'm not trying to understand what you're saying.
Well, then I just ask you again.
I'm literally trying in my mind,
but you've acknowledged,
to put together a way that this double standard can exist and not come.
But this isn't a double standard.
To a contradiction.
There isn't a double standard here. What I'm saying is that you've admitted here that there are many different reasons by which, some offensive and some non-offensive, that somebody might challenge your religion in one way. But what possible reason could anyone have for doubting my gender identity? What utility? What purpose?
Because the definition of woman is as important to, and man is as important to me as it is to you. And so what we're arguing over is the definition
but
of
do you see? You're imposing your definition of man and woman on someone else. To what end? Wait, hold on. This is important. Wait. Let me do this. Let me lay out a case here, because I think I've gotten to the sort of the bottom of this. Wait a second. Let me just get to this, because I think that I've gotten to the bottom of this, which is that at the end of the day, what you're claiming here is that your right to call someone, your right to attack someone else's gender identity is what you're looking for. You want the right to impose gender, your ideas of gender, on somebody else. And you view their personal their personal gender identity as an assault on your worldview. And now listen, this is a problem that I have. Wait a minute. This is a problem that I have with a lot of right-wingers, which is that they say, "Oh, we're going to meet on mutual grounds. Let's have mutual respect."
Do you care that what you just said is inaccurate about my views?
What's that?
Do you care that what you just put?
Do you think that's
wait?
Okay, go ahead. Tell me how I'm wrong about that.
I care about the destination of man and women in the same way that I care about the identity of the Eucharist, right? It's a fundamental abstract belief, right? But in the same way, the denial of the Eucharist is fundamental to a Calvinist. Not the denial, but the denial of the physicality of the Eucharist, or actuality of the Eucharist, is fundamental to a Calvinist, just as the embrace of the physicality is fundamental to a Catholic. And the same thing is true of gender. I'm saying basically the exact same thing in both instances. Now,
except the difference is that I've shown you what the difference is, and I've illustrated why. Yes, I have.
Okay, well, you claim that
but I think what's happening here. No, I have laid out a case for you, and what has happened is that it's an uncomfortable position for you to find yourself in.
The case,
because it shows you that gender is it's a social construct, and people do have the right to determine their own gender. And
what purpose would you have to tell me that the body of Christ is not the body of Christ? What purpose would you have to do that?
Wait, me personally? I don't have any purpose. I have no desire to do that. I don't care.
So there's no polite way.
Oh, I think there. Wait. Oh, wait. Are you asking me to take a position that I don't actually believe? Because I can do that. If I'm like pretend. Pretend I'm a Calvinist.
You're not the only person, right?
Okay, pretend I'm a Calvinist, right? Okay, I'm a Calvinist, and there's a number of reasons. One, I could dislike you. Wait, let me do it. One, I could dislike you, which would be asshole and rude and whatever, and uncivil and blah, 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 because I just don't like you and I want to hurt your viewpoint, which is for the note, this is the position that I think nearly everyone who doubts a trans person's gender is doing. They're doing it because they want to hurt them.
Get on to the one that
and the other one is maybe I'm concerned about your eternal soul.
Okay.
And I believe, and I could believe. Soul. I mean, maybe you do, but
okay, so
is that true? Is that true or?
If I believe your incorrect definition of gender or whatever, if your definition of man and woman put at risk your eternal soul, then I could politely inform you that you're not actually a woman.
I mean,
that's what you're telling me right now.
I mean, well, I think that it's conceivable, but I mean, but the
telling
thing is,
you, buddy.
but the fact of the matter is, I mean, but the fact of the matter is that, like, I mean,
I wouldn't lean on this
wait
too hard.
a second, hold on a second, wait a second. Let me just ask you an honest question. Have you ever had like a polite religious disagreement with somebody?
Tons.
Okay.
That's my specialty.
Right. Okay. So, as you have now admitted that it is possible that these things are not so intrinsic as to be impossible to have disagreements on. However, somebody's gender identity is not the same thing as a religion. This is where we're at. This is where we're at. You want to be able, listen, this is what it comes down to at the end of the day. You can't acknowledge that you have no good reason to ever doubt or cast doubt on a trans person's gender. The only reason you could possibly have is because you want to either
reason you gave to the Calvinist. I'm afraid of your soul.
Is that really are you being honest, or is that just your desperation?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't
so
think,
you think
you don't think
okay,
that
so
I
now but
actually
see
believe in the
now
principles
here
of
we
the
go.
Catholic Church?
Wait, so here we go though. Like this now we've made progress because after hours of pussyfooting around it, you can just tell me what you really wanted to say, which is you think that God's going to you think that God's going to send me you think that God's going to send me to hell because I'm a woman. That's what you think. I
don't even know what that means.
Right? If you're telling me that you're concerned that you're actually engaging in good faith, what you've actually meant to advocate for this entire time, all of this has been a distraction from the fact that you want to be able to tell that you want me to not be offended. Wait, I'm not done. You want me to not be offended when you say you're going to hell because you're trans. That's what you want, but I'm not going to give you that because I don't think that's a rational viewpoint, and I don't even think your own worldview would consider that. But again, I'm not a Catholic, so. And I have critiques of Catholicism as a whole.
I think you're just really confused at this stage. I mean, I'm respectfully speaking here. You know, I came into this conversation to respectfully engage in you. And the first thing you did was correct me on my language.
I mean, because you used a really offensive term. You used a really offensive term, and
if you're
hold on a second
salvation, if that's the engagement you want to have, then I can tell you what my views of salvation.
I mean, you're going off on this whole thing. Hold on a second. The reason why I asked you not to use that term, listen. I have ADHD, okay? I have multiple partners who are autistic. I don't think the term spurg is a good word to use in general because I think that it hurts people unnecessarily based on an intrinsic trait.
I'm trying to engage politely.
I know, but what I'm trying to, but you've gone back to this a couple times as if I've imposed some sort of draconian law on you. All I did was politely ask you, please don't use a term that's very offensive to many people in my audience.
So what I will not say anything, in this stream, given that I'm engaging politely.
Yeah.
That you consider, to be offensive, right? But if I have, as you said, a good reason to inform a Calvinist that the Eucharist is actually the body and blood of Christ. Yeah. A good reason to inform him that in a polite way is that I'm afraid for his eternal soul. Then why wouldn't that also be a good reason for me to inform you about things I disagree with you about?
Oh, well, I mean, here's the thing. I don't think it's a very good reason. And here's the thing. Wait. I don't think it's a good reason. And there's a number of reasons why, which you don't seem to be willing to acknowledge, but I've laid them out.
I really have to go, but I can't shake the sensation that you're trying to have this two ways.
No, it's not. I'm really not.
When you make the rules, you're tactically arguing from a position you don't hold in order to basically create a double standard, and that's what it is.
No, what I'm saying is that I think
denial of this gender stuff, and I just don't get it.
Wait a minute. Listen. We both agreed that there are different contexts for different conversations. You yourself, in your own words, multiple times in this conversation, admitted that you believe it's possible to have polite disagreements based on religion. And the reason for that is there's many. Now, here's the thing.
Polite gender identity?
What's that? I don't think there's a polite way. I don't believe that there's a polite way to.
That's the double standard.
That's not a double standard. They're different concepts. That's like saying like I don't believe.
And what I'm telling you,
they're completely different concepts.
And I really haven't seen any morally relevant way that you believe they're different.
Okay. I've laid it out like 10 times. I've laid it out 10 times, but here's the fact of the matter. Wait, I've laid it out like 10 times, and it just at the end of the day, like what you want is on a separate concept. You want me to not have the right to be bothered if you decide for no fucking reason at all to cast aspersions on me. You also want me to sit here. Wait.
No,
you also seem to want to imply at the end of this conversation, because you realize that, and I'm sorry, but you're kind of pinned on this one. But if you don't think so, what you're trying to say now is you're trying to retreat, doing this Mott and Bailey thing, where you retreat to the position of, oh, actually, the reason why I want to doubt your gender is because I'm concerned about you going to hell. But I don't think you really believe that. I think you just get really fucking frustrated that people can determine their own gender identity. But guess what? Wait, listen, we can end it here. I know you got to go. I know you're tired. Let me just send you off with one thing. You can determine your own gender identity if you so desire it. You don't have to.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, damn. Maybe you should look into it. It sounds like, and maybe I'm just making a few predictions here, but it sounds to me like you might have some questions about your own gender yourself, and that's fine. I promise you.
Sure. I'm non-binary, I'm trans, I'm whatever. You can call me whatever word you want. I'm
not calling you it. I'm saying maybe there's something there. I have a personally held belief that is based on a lot of personal experience, and I recognize this is a little anecdotal, but I back it up with a lot of things. I think there's a lot more trans people out there and a lot more non-binary people than admit. Gender and sex, I don't believe are very useful for us. I think they're very oppressive, and they tend to put us into boxes. I think there's a bunch of people out there who otherwise would consider themselves men who would love to put a dress on and would have a wonderful time being beautiful. In fact, I know a lot of people who are like that, and it's not even a sexual thing. They just really like it. They just really want to be beautiful. And guess what? I think men, women, non-binary, everybody across that spectrum should be allowed to express how they desire and be identified in a polite society how they desire. And I can see no reason in a polite society why you would ever need to cast doubts, aspersions, whatever you want to call it, on someone's gender identity outside of trying to sort of socially bully someone and harm them into being too afraid to express themselves honestly because you yourself are bound by those restrictive worldviews. That's my conclusion.
Whatever. I'm sure that this tactic worked great in the 90s where, like, you know, some kind of like evangelical from Alabama, you could say he was a closeted homosexual. And
I don't think you're a closeted. I don't think you're a closeted anything.
Like, it's gotten to the point.
I'm a gender abolitionist. I'm very open about my viewpoints. I don't believe that anyone, I genuinely don't believe that anyone here in my chat, you, myself, are served by the concept of gender. I think we're harmed by it. It holds us back. It holds back our understanding of ourselves. It holds back our self-expression. I think that gender is a rotten concept that's been imposed for a number of really ridiculous reasons, most of which are highly patriarchal, are highly hierarchical. And I think if we moved to get rid of that, all of us would be happier. Because instead of seeing each other as, well, you're a man or a woman, you're supposed to do this or that, we would see us as many, many beautiful humans with hundreds of thousands of unique ways of expressing ourselves. And we would see one another for that and not for whatever stereotype we carry with this bullshit concept of gender.
Well, I think on that, Mark, when we can finish on an agreement, we both think that we can just get rid of gender entirely and be great.
But I have a feeling that the way that you want to get rid of gender is more like all women are going to have to be like trad and all men are going to have to be trad.
All men and women are going to have to manage their lives as they see fit.
Well, that's a little slippery.
No content other than emotion, I think we can just do away with it because that has no more purpose.
So what would you? So just to end this off, like, because I think you've touched on something here, but if you were to have control over the society and I was born and I was born male or whatever you want to say, and I said, hey, I want to be known by this name. I would prefer if people would call me she, her, because that's great, or they, them. And I want to wear these clothes. Would that be perfectly fine in your society, or am I going to get beaten up?
Legally speaking, I have no desire to impose that. I also don't think that I am worthy of wielding leadership like this. So I kind of tend to avoid speculations on why.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, the fact of the matter is that historically, A lot of right-wing organizations, including churches, have not been particularly friendly to that type of thing. In fact, they usually tend to try and, for some reason, with no biblical basis, by the way, that I can tell of, or even, I don't even know, church law basis, condemn people to roles of sin just for how they self-express. That seems very strange to me.
I'm going to kind of steer around what I consider to be a misrepresentation of the basis of those things. But this is the thing. People can, at some level, people are going to be able to do things that I consider to be unhealthy, spiritually or
Do you consider it unhealthy for someone to be trans?
Well, that's just another rabbit hole, isn't
it? See, this is the thing. It's so.
Oh, this is the thing. Oh my
God.
I
know, but like you could just say that.
I mean, I'm sorry, Mom. I have to go.
Okay, go ahead.
But did
All right.
you go this entire conversation with you not realizing that I had an Orthodox Catholic view on the subject of transgenderism? Like, did that escape?
I genuinely do not know what the official Orthodox Catholic position on trans. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I have assumptions, but I don't know.
Okay, great. Well, maybe you can look into that a little bit. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. It sounds like what it was is you should have just said that out the gate.
Cheers.
Bye. Do you see what? Do you know why I did that? Do you know why I engaged and went on all of these little rabbit holes? It was to show that at the end of the day, he was fucking pussyfooting around the fact that he just wanted to say, I'm going to hell for being a tranny. Yep, that's what he wanted to say. That's what he wanted to say, but he wouldn't say it. The theme of this entire day, has been showing you that there's 100 different ways that they call themselves this, that, and the other thing. And at the end of the day, they just want to tell you you're going to hell because you have a dick and you put a dress on. Slime hunter, I enjoy the hunt. That's the secret. I enjoy the hunt.
I stumbled across your debate with Destiny and thought you did very well. Although I came in at the last 20 minutes or so, you also did well with this debate. You just had to keep up the good work.
Thank you. This was a very long one, but I feel like it was nice. Do I have nothing to lose but my gender? Got nothing to lose but my gendered chains.
This last week I've had this weird flu-like illness with intense loss of smell. Perhaps a Vosh/Demon Mama duo debate might help recovery?
Well, I would love to do that. You could put out the feelers to Vosh. I would love to do a duo debate. I think we'd have a fucking great time. I want to apologize to you. I misjudged you after the Destiny debate, and I've realized I was wrong. I'm very sorry. A great job in this. You don't got to be sorry. It's all good, Robin. It's all fucking good. I'm very happy to have you here, and I'm glad you were impressed with this. I did my best. Also, I got 8D, 5D, 2D Derek. Did I get it right? 8D, 5D, 2D Derek. I got it right. I did it. 8D, 5D, 2D Derek. You should go get a COVID test, please. Because loss of smell is very associated with it. I know, I don't mean to shock you, but please go get a COVID test if you can. There's a lot of places that will do them for free, okay? What's this? What's this? You made me art during the debate? Whoa! Let's take a look. Let's take a look. All right, we'll do all this stuff. Oh no, somebody unmute.
Voshite here, but oh my god, after the 3.0 update, I'm never going back.
No, don't do that. Listen, here's the secret. Destiny wants to believe that there's like a degenerated clone process, but we were the good ones all along. There's room for both of us. But much love, and thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. Thank you all so much. Did somebody unmute? Okay, there. Okay, good. Whew, we got joyless. All right, so hold on. Let me look at this real quick. Let me look at this. Here we go. Whoa! Whoa! Based! Holy shit! Plague Doctor. Holy shit. That's so good. I gotta save this. Plague Doctor. Oh my god, that's so good. Holy shit. I love the horns. I love these little horns here. Whoosh, whoosh. So good. So good. And guess what? We got another thing. One last thing to pog at before I have to go get some food because my head hurts. Ace, stick around for 1 second if you can. Gayfesh has a tease. Are you ready? You ready? Let's listen. Wow! You know what this is reminding me of? This reminds me of, yeah, Doom! And, wow. That's the teaser from Gayfesh. Here, do the Gayfesh one. It's so good. It's so crunchy. I love it. It's so crunchy. Gayfesh is going to give us a full, that's going to be the new Demon Mama track at 5K. So we got to get me to 5K somehow. 5K goal. Yeah, it is. It is the path. Yeah, it's got the Patho 2005 ones. Oh, it's so good. Oh, no, Ace. Oh, my God. So cool. Holy shit. Wow. All right. All right. I am very, very tired. My head hurts, and I really need food. So I'm going to leave you real quick with one little reminder. Hogpot. Remember, Hogpot. Hogpot. At the end of the day, we had some tough fights. We had some tough conversations, but I hope you had a good-ass time because I had a good-ass time. You all and your support makes this possible, and guess what? I will be coming back hot on Thursday.
Hours of bell curve skirting and celianing, bless you.
This is why you watch Demon Mama, because I know how to fucking dodge those bullets. Bam! And bring in the fucking uppercut. That's what I do. The fires of hell. The fires of hell. No fucking anybody can debate me. Ha ha! Anyway, much love to all of you. Thank you so very much, Windleby. Thank you so very much for that generosity. That's what I do. Yeah, it's I'm a little bit on, I'm feeling good. I am. All right, much love. I'm going to raid out real quick. We're going to raid out. Let me pick who we're going to raid. Let's find out. Is Conyer on? Wait. Let's see who's on Twitch. We haven't raided anybody on Twitch for a while. Let's see. Give me a second. We're going to raid somebody. We're going to raid. Don't run away yet. Hey, Synth is streaming. What the fuck? Synth is streaming. Oh my God, she's streaming drama. Whoa! Synth is streaming drama. We gotta raid Synth. Give your love to Synth. Synth is streaming Destiny drama. Go have fun. Hold on. We're gonna do this. Any of you who still got streaming energy, go check out Synth. Synth is really cool. Also my friend. And she's got a much smaller stream. But oh my God, she's talking about her fight with Destiny. Yeah, Syntheed. All right, I'm gonna raid out. You can click on to her thing if you want to go chat in her chat, okay? Love you all very much, and I'll see you very soon. Mwah! Will do, Catherine. See you soon. Boom.